Night has a strange way of revealing what daylight hides. When the sun is up and the world is loud, we move through life on a kind of automatic pilot. We answer emails, scroll through messages, laugh at conversations, and hold our pain in the back pocket of our minds, hoping no one notices how heavy it is. But when the night comes, the mask falls, the noise fades, the distractions disappear, and the soul begins to whisper truths we avoided all day long. For people across America and Europe, nighttime is no longer just a moment of rest. For many, it has become a battleground, a sanctuary, a place where emotions rise like tides and thoughts echo with a clarity that feels almost supernatural. Countless people describe waking up at 2 or 3 in the morning, heart pounding, mind alert, as if something is drawing them toward awareness. They sit at the edge of their bed, look into the darkness and wonder, why now? Why this feeling? Why this moment? This question, this exact moment, is where chapter 1 begins. Because the night has always spoken, and the human heart has always listened. Long before there were clocks glowing on bedside tables or streetlights humming outside apartment windows, ancient people understood something we have forgotten. The night is not empty. In many early cultures across both Eastern and Western history, the darkness was seen as a curtain, a threshold, a thin place where the human world and the spiritual world touched. And it is remarkable how similar these ancient insights are to what modern people still experience today. Ask a person in New York why they wake suddenly at 3 in the morning, or a person in London why they sometimes feel a presence in the darkness, or someone in Berlin why the night feels heavier than the day. And though their explanations may differ, the experience is the same. They feel something real, something they cannot name. In the Bible, this experience is described again and again, not as superstition, not as fear, but as a spiritual meeting ground, a moment where heaven leans close to earth. Think of Jacob long before he wrestled with an angel, before he became Israel. He was tired, alone, and resting under the stars when something extraordinary happened. In the stillness of the night, he dreamed of a ladder reaching from earth into heaven, with angels ascending and descending, and the voice of God speaking promises that would shape the destiny of nations. What is striking is this: Jacob was not praying when it happened. He was not fasting, not seeking signs, not expecting revelation. He was simply resting, letting his guard down, letting his mind release the weight of the day. And in that unguarded place, heaven broke through. For many today, the same pattern still happens, though few recognize it. People in Los Angeles, Dublin, Paris, and Toronto describe dreams that feel too detailed to be random sensations, too specific to be anxiety moments, too profound to be ignored. But because we live in modern analytical societies, we question everything, we doubt ourselves. We dismiss the very experiences that once guided entire generations, yet the night keeps speaking. Why? Because when daylight quiets, the mind is finally free from noise. And while the body rests, something deeper awakens, a sensitivity, an awareness, a spiritual antenna that is drowned out during the day. The human soul becomes a receiver, tuned to frequencies we miss when our schedules are full and our phones never stop buzzing. Psychologists call this phenomenon nocturnal clarity. A state where the brain filters less, feels more, and perceives subtle signals that daytime logic shuts down. But Scripture describes something even more profound. The night is often the moment God chooses to speak. This is not a coincidence, it's a pattern. Because at night, the heart is honest. At night, the walls fall. At night, we confront what we try to avoid. And in that vulnerable space, the creator of the universe often meets us. Maybe this explains why you, or millions like you, feel something stirring in the darkness. A presence that is not frightening but not fully understood. A tug on the spirit, a whisper in the silence, a longing for answers you cannot put into words. You are not imagining it. You are responding to something ancient, something sacred, something written into the human experience since the beginning of time. If you have ever sat in bed and whispered, "God, you speaking to me," then Chapter 1 is written for you. Let us walk deeper. When the body slips into rest, the boundaries between the conscious mind and the spiritual world soften. This is why dreams feel vivid, why emotions intensify, why the senses sometimes seem sharper even though the eyes are closed. Many people describe hearing their name whispered, feeling as if someone is standing near the bed, sensing a warmth in the air, or waking up with a sudden idea, warning, or realization. To the analytical mind, these moments seem irrational, but to the spiritual heart, they feel unmistakably intentional. And here is the truth: God often uses the night because you are finally still enough to hear him, not because he cannot speak during the day, but because you cannot listen during the day. Western life has become a storm of noise. Even when we are alone, we are not truly alone. We have apps, screens, videos, notifications, conversations, responsibilities, and constant stimulation. Our minds are rarely silent. Our hearts rarely breathe. Our spirits rarely rise above the buzz of culture. So God waits. He waits for the moment when the soul is quiet, when the world sleeps, when the armor comes off. This is why so many Americans, even those who do not consider themselves religious, say things like, "I don't know why, but I always think deeper at night. I feel more emotional after midnight. I get a sense something is trying to get my attention. I dream things that feel like they mean something." And Europeans echo the same. The night feels heavier. There's a presence in the silence. It's as if someone is watching over me. I wake at the same hour every night. These experiences are not random. They are invitations. The night is a landscape the spirit uses to reach the human heart, whether that heart lives in an apartment in Chicago or a farmhouse in the countryside of Sweden. But here is something most people never consider: the night speaks differently to each person. For some, it whispers comfort. For others, it brings conviction. For some, it stirs memories. For others, it summons purpose. The language of the night is personalized, intimate, tailored to the soul it seeks. God does not shout into darkness. He leans into it. He does not command attention with noise. He draws the heart with stillness, and the night becomes the canvas on which divine fingerprints appear. As we continue deeper into this chapter, I want you to imagine the last time you felt something unusual at night: a pressure, a warmth, a weight, a whisper, a dream, or even a strange sense of being awakened for no reason. Do not dismiss it as superstition or randomness. Hold it gently in your memory, because these moments, these small flickers of awareness, are often the first openings where spiritual insight begins. The night does not merely reflect your emotions, it reveals your spirit. It shows you what you hide, what you need, and what God wants to heal or awaken in you. And if we are willing to listen, the night becomes not a place of fear, but a place of revelation. This is only the beginning. Night touches every person differently. For some, it is a refuge, a pause from the demands of life, a quiet place where the mind can finally collapse into rest. For others, it is more mysterious, even unsettling. Something about the darkness awakens an old instinct, an ancient awareness that the unseen world is closer than we admit during the day. The moments when you lie in bed, staring at the ceiling while the world outside your window dissolves into silence, can feel strangely spiritual. You may not be praying, you may not be seeking answers, yet something inside you feels awake. Across America and Europe, countless people describe a familiar sensation: the night feels alive. Not loud, not dramatic, but quietly charged, like the air hums with meaning. And every person alive today, whether they live in a crowded city or a remote village, has experienced at least one unforgettable night where they felt something they could not explain. This shared experience across cultures reveals a profound truth. The night has a voice. It speaks differently than daylight. It speaks quieter, deeper, and more truthfully. It exposes the inner world with a clarity the sunlight cannot match. At night, the emotions we push aside rise like waves. The unprocessed conversations, the buried hopes, the silent fears, they surface, and we face ourselves. But it is not only our inner life that rises. Something beyond us also draws near. The night is when the veil thins. In the ancient world, this idea was deeply respected. Long before modern psychology or digital distraction, people understood that the night carried spiritual significance. They felt, as many still do, that darkness is not just the absence of sun. It is a territory where the invisible becomes more visible. The heart is more vulnerable. The spirit is more open. This is why the Bible repeatedly highlights nighttime encounters with God. It is not coincidence. It is pattern, and patterns are clues. Consider how many times Scripture describes divine encounters happening in the night. Jacob dreaming of a ladder between earth and heaven. Samuel hearing his name in the early hours. Daniel receiving visions that shaped history. Joseph being guided by dreams that protected the future of his family. Gideon being called in his fear to become a warrior of purpose. The night is holy ground, and yet modern life has trained us to dismiss this truth. We are encouraged to believe that every strange dream is random, every spiritual feeling is psychological, and every midnight awakening is nothing more than stress. But there is a reason so many in the West, from hard-working parents in the Midwest to quiet thinkers in Scandinavia, feel that the night carries more weight than the day. It is because the soul recognizes something the mind has forgotten. Night reveals what daylight hides. When darkness surrounds us, our sight weakens, but our spiritual awareness sharpens. The eyes close and the heart opens. Our senses turn inward, and the inner world becomes louder than the outside world. The fast pace of Western life slows. The never-ending screens go dark. The noise of society fades, and that stillness creates a doorway. Some people call it intuition, some call it consciousness, some call it sensitivity. But Scripture calls it something deeper, the soul awakening to the presence of God. Have you ever noticed that you can lie down exhausted, yet feel your mind grow strangely clear after midnight, or that emotions you ignored during the day suddenly ask to be acknowledged? Or that you hear your own thoughts louder at night than at any other time? This is not unusual, it is universal. And within that universal experience lies a spiritual design. Because the night quiets the body so that the spirit can speak. Think of the millions of people who describe sensing a presence in their bedroom at night. They do not know why. They cannot explain it. They simply feel not alone. Or the people who report suddenly remembering something important, a name, a warning, a message, only after the world goes still. Or the moments when you wake at the same hour every night without any physical trigger. You look at the clock, you sigh, you turn over, but something inside feels awake. The night has its rhythms, and your soul responds to those rhythms differently than it does to daytime. Here is something most people never consider. What if your night experiences are not problems but invitations? What if the pull you feel at 2 or 3 in the morning is not random? What if the heaviness in the air is not anxiety but a spiritual atmosphere? What if the warmth on your chest, the whisper in your mind, the dream you cannot shake, the sudden alertness in the dark, what if all of it is the language of God? Western culture often reduces the soul to psychology. But human beings are far more complex. We are physical bodies, yes, but we are also emotional landscapes and spiritual beings. and the spiritual dimension is often the most active when the world is quiet. Scientific studies unknowingly support this truth. Researchers have found that during the night, especially in the first few hours of sleep, the brain switches into a mode that filters less and senses more. Emotional memories replay more vividly. Sensitivity increases. Creative insight rises. People often find solutions to problems not through thinking but through resting. Entire scientific breakthroughs were born from dreams. Artists across Europe have said their best ideas visited them after midnight. Musicians describe lyrics arriving in the still hours like a whisper. If the human mind becomes open at night, imagine how open the human spirit becomes. This is the environment where God whispers, not with thunder, not with earthquakes, but with presence. The night becomes a canvas for divine impressions, flashes of insight, subtle warnings, gentle encouragements, or quiet conviction. These moments are so delicate, so intimate, that they often dissolve by morning unless we train ourselves to notice them. Think of the last time you woke up with an emotion you could not explain, a sudden peace, or a strange sadness, or a feeling that something important was unfolding. God often uses these subtle emotions to guide the spirit before the mind wakes. And if you have ever felt these things, then you have already experienced the night speaking. You simply may not have understood the language yet. The night also reveals what we hide. During the day we wear masks, we perform, we push forward, we distract ourselves, but the night strips away pretense. When you lie in a silent room alone with your thoughts, your heart reveals the truth about your fears, your desires, your regrets, your hopes. You become more honest at night than at any other time. And honesty is the doorway to hearing God, because God speaks most clearly to honest hearts. Some nights honesty comes through tears, some nights it comes through silence, some nights it comes through dreams, some nights it comes through a memory that suddenly appears. But in all these moments, the night is doing what it has always done, opening the soul to its creator. If the night stirs something inside you, it is because something inside you is alive. And perhaps this is what so many people in the West struggle with. We fear silence. We fear stillness. We fear the moments where we cannot outrun our inner world. But those moments are often where God waits. Because God does not compete with noise, He does not force His voice through chaos. He waits until the heart is quiet enough to notice Him. This is why so many ancient spiritual traditions, including early Christianity, treasured the night. Monks in Europe often prayed during the darkest hours, believing that the soul was most sensitive before dawn. Jewish tradition speaks of the watch of the night, when God's presence was believed to rest more closely on the earth. Even early American believers wrote journals describing dreams, visions, and convictions they received during sleepless nights. And the Bible confirms what these traditions sensed. God often chooses the night. Not because daylight is less holy, but because darkness makes the soul listen. When the world is bright, we rely on sight. But when the world is dark, we learn to rely on presence. And presence is the language of God. So if you have ever felt something in the night, anything, do not shrug it off. Do not bury it. Do not shame yourself for feeling spiritual things. You are human. You are created with the capacity to sense God, and the night amplifies that sensitivity. Nighttime moments can reveal something about you that you do not see during the day. They expose the longing, you silence the wounds you ignore, the hope you bury, the purpose you fear, the calling you avoid. And God uses the night to bring these truths to the surface gently, lovingly, intimately. Because nighttime is not meant to be frightening, it is meant to be revealing. And it reveals in ways that daylight cannot. The night opens the soul. It slows your breathing. It softens your resistance. It heightens your sensitivity. It awakens your awareness. It prepares you for encounter. This is why so many people say their lives changed because of a dream, a whisper, a sudden awakening, a moment of clarity that came only after midnight. The night gave them what daylight could not space to hear the voice of God. For now let this truth settle into your heart. The night is not empty. It is intentional. And when the night speaks, God may be closer than you think. The night has a way of placing you face to face with yourself. In daylight you can hide. You can distract yourself. You can drown your thoughts in work noise, conversation, entertainment, or endless scrolling. But at night, when the room darkens and the world fades, the soul becomes impossible to escape. And in that vulnerable silence, the voice you hear is not always your own. Sometimes it is fear speaking, sometimes it is memory, sometimes it is longing, and sometimes, more often than many realize, it is God. But the modern world has conditioned people, especially in America and Europe, to assume that spirituality must be dramatic to be real. People expect signs in the sky, thunder visions that shake the room, or miracles that defy logic. Yet the Bible tells a different story. God rarely shouts, He whispers, He moves quietly. He speaks through subtle impressions, gentle nudges, inner peace or inner discomfort. And He often chooses the night because that is when the heart is still enough to hear what the mind ignores. Think of Elijah, after the fire, after the wind, after the earthquake. The voice of God did not appear in the dramatic. It arrived as a still, small whisper, the kind of voice that can only be recognized in quiet moments. And that is what the night creates, a quiet moment where the heart becomes the listener. This quiet has been misunderstood by Western culture. Many people fear silence. They fear that distance between the last thought and the next. They fear the feeling that rises when everything else stops. But silence is not something to fear. Silence is an invitation. Silence is space. Silence is where God speaks most clearly. The night does not bring silence to punish you. It brings silence to position you. Because in silence you finally stop competing with God. In silence you stop running. In silence you become reachable. The night reveals the condition of your soul, not to shame you but to help you, to guide you, to show you what needs healing, to awaken what has fallen asleep, to remind you of what you have forgotten. You are not weak for feeling things at night. You are human. You are spiritual. You are wired to perceive both the emotional world inside you and the invisible world around you. And when you allow the night to speak, you begin to understand yourself more deeply. But the night does not only reveal your inner world, it reveals God's invitations. There are moments during the night when you feel something pull at your spirit, a name appears in your mind, a sin stirs your conscience, a dream leaves you unsettled, a sudden peace calms your thoughts. A lyric, a verse, a memory, or a question rises as if placed gently inside your heart. These are not coincidences, they are communications. They are seeds of revelation. You may ask, why does God choose the night to speak to me? Why not during the day when I am more awake, more alert, more active? And the answer is simple. During the day, your mind is too full to hear Him. At night, your spirit is free. The day brings performance. The night brings truth. The day brings responsibility. The night brings reflection. The day brings pressure. The night brings vulnerability. And God often speaks to people in the spaces where their defenses fall. There is something else about night that few people ever consider. The night amplifies what your spirit already knows, but your mind refuses to acknowledge. You may spend the day pretending everything is fine, but the night tells the truth. You may convince yourself you are not hurting, but the night exposes the wound. You may avoid thinking about your purpose, but the night stirs it. You may silence your guilt, but the night wakes it. You may forget your dreams, your calling, your identity, but the night remembers. And this is why so many people experience deep conviction or deep revelation in the quiet hours. The night brings you into alignment with what God has been trying to say all along. Every culture has recognized this phenomenon. Throughout history, warriors, kings, poets, scholars, prophets, and ordinary people experienced profound moments at night. The quiet hours before dawn were known as sacred time. The early Christians called it the Holy Watch. Monks built entire spiritual disciplines around nighttime prayer. Jewish tradition speaks of the midnight cry, a moment when heaven is closer to earth. Even in modern times, countless people across the Western world report their most emotional, spiritual, or creative breakthroughs after midnight. Why is this? Because the night removes the unnecessary and reveals the essential. It strips away performance. It reveals the heart's rawness. It awakens the spiritual senses. It intensifies the soul's whispers. It draws the human spirit toward the divine. The night becomes the stage where God and the human spirit finally meet without interruption. When Jacob slept on the ground with nothing but a stone under his head, he was not spiritually prepared. He did not meditate. He did not recite scripture. He did not even expect anything holy. Yet heaven opened. A ladder touched the earth. Angels moved between realms. The voice of God called him by name and spoke destiny into his bones. Why did this happen at night? Because at night, Jacob was not striving, he was resting. And revelation flows through rest, not effort. There is a powerful truth hidden here for modern audiences. God often reveals himself most clearly when you are not trying to be spiritual, but are simply being honest. Honesty of emotion, honesty of need, honesty of fear, honesty of longing. The night produces honesty. The soul cannot lie in the dark. And God loves the honest heart, because honesty is the beginning of transformation. This is why spiritual moments often arrive when the heart is tender, when tears fall, when the room is dark, when no one else is watching, when pride is lowered, and when the soul is quiet enough to feel the presence of something greater. People say, "I feel things more deeply at night." Yes, because at night nothing blocks the voice of God except your willingness to ignore it. Others say, "I think clearer at night." Yes, because clarity is not the product of noise, it is the product of stillness. Still others say, "I feel watched at night." Yes, not in a fearful way, but in a spiritual way, because your awareness becomes heightened to the truth that God never leaves you even in the places where you feel most alone. In America, many people turn to coping mechanisms when the night becomes overwhelming: medication, entertainment, endless scrolling, drinking, or trying to fall asleep quickly to escape their thoughts. In Europe, people may frame night feelings through philosophy or emotional introspection. But beneath cultural differences is the same spiritual reality. The night pulls on the human soul, because the human soul was designed to be pulled. God uses the night to awaken what the day suppresses. This means the night is not your enemy, it is your messenger. It is a spiritual invitation, and when you recognize this truth, everything changes. Instead of fearing the silence, you can lean into it. Instead of running from your feelings, you can explore them. Instead of ignoring inner whispers, you can listen. Instead of assuming the night is random, you can treat it as sacred. If you have ever felt your heart stir in the dark, it is because the night is speaking to you, calling you into awareness, calling you into reflection, calling you into prayer, calling you into deeper connection with God. But let us take this a step further. The night does not only reveal spiritual movement, it reveals spiritual need. Your nighttime experiences often expose what you have ignored for too long. If you feel fear at night, it may mean there is an area of your life where you need healing or protection. If you feel heaviness, it may signal unresolved emotional or spiritual battles. If you feel peace, it may be God's reassurance in a stressful season. If you feel awakening, it may indicate a calling trying to break through your resistance. If you feel conviction, it may be God trying to realign your path. If you feel warmth, it may be divine comfort resting on you. Every nighttime emotion is a clue. Every awakening is a signal. Every whisper is an invitation. Every dream is a canvas. Every feeling is a message waiting to be understood. The night is not random. The night is not empty. The night is intentional. You may have ignored the night's messages for years, but God has not stopped sending them. He is patient, He is gentle, He is persistent, and He speaks in a language that only your soul fully understands. The question is not whether God speaks at night. The question is whether we have learned how to listen. Imagine for a moment that every sleepless night you have ever had carried meaning, that every awakening had purpose, that every dream was either healing you, warning you, guiding you, or revealing something hidden, that every emotional stirring was a spiritual compass pointing toward your next step. Imagine that the night has been trying to help you all along. Imagine that what you thought was insomnia might be invitation. What you thought was fear might be conviction. What you thought was randomness might be divine timing. What you thought was loneliness might be presence. What you thought was confusion might be awakening. And imagine that God has always been closer in the darkness than you realized. When Scripture says, "The Lord is near to the brokenhearted," it does not mean only in daylight. It means, especially in the night, when broken hearts feel their deepest pain, when the room is quiet, when the tears fall freely, when the mind spirals, when the soul collapses under the weight of life. That is when God draws near. He does not wait for morning to comfort you. He does not wait for sunlight to speak. He does not wait for strength to return or for your emotions to stabilize. He meets you in the dark. He speaks into the silence. He sits beside you while you tremble. He holds you when you feel alone. This is the mystery and beauty of the night. The night is not only a time of vulnerability, it is a time of visitation. It is a moment where heaven bends low and whispers gently to the weary heart. You may not hear a voice, you may not see a vision, you may not feel anything dramatic, but presence often shows itself through peace. Peace that makes no sense. Peace that arrives unexpectedly. Peace that wraps around you. That peace is God. As you continue through this series, keep this truth close: the night speaks because God speaks, and every moment you have felt something in the darkness was a moment of invitation, an invitation to notice, to listen, to open your heart, to receive what daylight could not deliver. Chapter 1 ends here with the understanding that the night is sacred space, a spiritual window, a holy encounter waiting quietly in the darkness. And if you learn to listen, the night will become not a place of fear, but a place of revelation. Night has always carried a strange paradox. It is the time when the human body weakens, yet the human spirit wakes. It is the moment when the world quiets, yet the inner world becomes louder. We feel the contrast in our bones. The body wants to rest, but the soul wants to rise. And perhaps the most profound truth hidden in this paradox is this: God often chooses the night because the night chooses honesty. During daylight hours, we move quickly. Our minds juggle responsibilities. Our hearts armor themselves to survive. Our schedules wrap us in a kind of emotional armor that may protect us, but also isolates us from spiritual sensitivity. Daylight invites productivity, but nighttime invites presence. This is why so many Americans and Europeans, whether religious or not, admit something unusual. I feel closer to something spiritual at night. They may not know what to call it. They may not be comfortable naming it, yet the feeling is real. It is subtle but unmistakable, as if the air itself becomes a doorway, and this doorway has existed since ancient times. When you look at the pattern of Scripture, one question rises quickly. Why does God so often speak in the dark? Why approach Jacob in the night? Why call Samuel in the night? Why warn Joseph in dreams? Why send visions to Daniel while he slept? Why whisper to Elijah in stillness? Why stir Gideon in the hidden hours? The answer is not mystical or dramatic. It is deeply simple and deeply compassionate. Nighttime is the moment when God can finally reach the parts of us that daylight hardens. During the day, we rely on our strength. In the night, we remember our limits. During the day, we rely on logic. In the night, we open to mystery. During the day, we rely on plans. In the night, we face our truth. And it is in truth, not performance, that God speaks most clearly. There is a reason the Western world struggles with spiritual sensitivity. America is built on motion. Europe is built on thought. Both value logic, independence, effort, and control. These are good qualities, but they can also become walls. Walls that keep out danger, yes, but also keep out divine interruption. Nighttime cracks the walls, not violently, not forcefully, but quietly. You cannot outrun your thoughts in the dark. You cannot hide behind tasks at 2 a.m. You cannot distract your soul with meetings, errands, or conversations. The night removes the shields we raise during the day, and God steps into the open space. Modern psychology calls this a lowering of cognitive resistance, but Scripture calls it something more beautiful, a heart made available. A heart that finally stops performing. A mind that finally stops arguing. A soul that finally stops pretending. When the pressure of the day melts away, you become reachable. This is the real reason God chooses the night, because the night chooses vulnerability. Vulnerability is the language God speaks fluently. It is the posture where pride collapses. It is the place where honesty rises. It is the moment where humility becomes natural. And humility is not a weakness, it is an opening. Many people in America and Europe struggle with this concept because they associate vulnerability with danger, weakness, or lack of control. But in the presence of God, vulnerability is not a threat, it is a doorway into strength. Think of Jacob. He was not strong when God visited him. He was alone, afraid, running, trying to escape consequences. Yet it was precisely because he was exhausted, because his pride was stripped by circumstance, because night had softened him, that heaven chose that moment. God did not speak to the version of Jacob who was confident or strategic. God spoke to the version lying on the ground, with nothing but a stone for a pillow. Night reveals who you truly are, and that is the person God wants to speak to. Consider Samuel, a child, small, inexperienced, innocent, lying in darkness when he heard a voice call his name not once but multiple times. Why? Because the night made him available. His heart was soft, his mind was clear, his soul was tuned to innocence, not distraction. In the quiet hours, the voice of God slipped through the silence. Samuel responded because he was unguarded. In the modern world, people are rarely unguarded. We are constant, we are stimulated, we are multitasking machines. But in the dark, even the busiest mind slows, even the strongest heart softens, even the most guarded person becomes open, and openness is the soil where God plants revelation. This is why so many life-changing dreams come at night. Dreams where people wake up with direction they never had before. Dreams where they sense warning or protection. Dreams that feel weighty, not random. Dreams that carry an atmosphere, a presence, a clarity that daylight cannot provide. But dreams are not the only reason God chooses the night. Nighttime is a moment of truth. Ask any therapist, any counselor, any pastor. People confess their deepest secrets at night. They break at night. They cry at night. They question at night. They search at night. They pray at night. They hope at night. Something in the soul stretches open during those hours. This openness is not accidental, it is spiritual design. God designed humanity with rhythms, moments of rising, moments of resting, moments of work, moments of stillness, moments of noise, moments of silence. Night is not a flaw in creation. Night is a feature, a built-in invitation. It is the time when distractions fall away and consciousness shifts. The busyness of the world stops demanding attention, the senses turn inward, and in that internal turning we become aware of what is happening spiritually. European thinkers once described night as the hour of the soul. American poets often called it the place where truth whispers. Those who do not believe in God still describe feeling something miraculous after midnight, a sense of clarity, inspiration, reflection, or presence. Because night does something daylight cannot do, it reveals. It reveals your emotional state, it reveals your inner fears, it reveals your buried calling, it reveals your unresolved wounds, it reveals your need for God. And God steps into that revelation gently, not forcefully. This is also why nighttime often feels spiritually charged. People say things like, "I feel something in the air. It feels like someone is watching over me. I feel closer to the truth. I feel convicted. I feel guided. I feel awakened." These experiences transcend culture. They transcend nationality. They transcend religious background. They are human. They are spiritual. And they are older than civilization. Because human beings were created with the capacity to perceive God, and night removes the static that blocks perception. When the static clears, the signal strengthens. The signal is the voice of God. Sometimes the signal arrives as peace, sometimes as comfort, sometimes as warning, sometimes as longing, sometimes as a sudden memory or realization, sometimes as a whisper in the silence of your mind. Americans tend to analyze these moments. Europeans tend to intellectualize them. But God does not need your logic. He needs your openness. And openness is what the night offers freely. The night makes room for God. Finally, the reason God chooses the night is simple but profound, because you are finally still enough to be found. Daylight is crowded. Nighttime is spacious. Daylight is loud. Nighttime is sacredly quiet. Daylight makes you act strong. Nighttime lets you be honest. In honesty, truth can be spoken. In stillness, conviction can rise. In quiet, God can whisper without shouting. The night is not passive, it is purposeful. It is spiritual architecture. And those who learn to listen during the night will discover a kind of guidance, direction, and intimacy with God that daylight rarely provides. This chapter will go deeper into how God speaks, why he speaks the way he does, and how to discern his voice from the noise of your mind. But for now, let this simple truth settle gently into your spirit. The night is not an accident, the night is an appointment. And God often meets his children in the dark. The night is the time of spiritual alignment. When the world sleeps, spiritual frequencies rise. Not in a mystical way, but in a deeply human way. Scripture repeatedly shows that the night is a time of transition from one day to the next, from one season to the next, from one calling to the next. This is why many people experience a sudden desire to change their life, a longing for purpose, an urge to confess something, a feeling that something new is coming, a sense that God is redirecting them. This alignment feels different from daytime thoughts. It feels deeper, heavier, more significant. Not like a passing idea, but like a truth pressing from within. God uses the night to realign your spirit with His direction. During the day, you think with your mind. At night, you feel with your soul. And the soul is where God speaks most clearly. When your spirit is realigning, you may feel restlessness because God is preparing change. Conviction because God is revealing something that must be healed. Peace because God is confirming a path. Urgency because God is warning you of something. Clarity because God is illuminating a decision. Longing because God is awakening purpose. This is alignment. This is direction. This is spiritual tuning. This is divine preparation. God uses the night because alignment requires stillness. A compass cannot find true north while it is shaking. Your spirit cannot find direction while your life is loud. The night removes the shaking. The night reveals the direction. And if you listen, the night will guide you. The night is the moment of heaven's nearness. Many people in the West describe feeling a presence at night, sometimes comforting, sometimes intense, sometimes simply noticeable. They may not speak about it publicly, but privately they know something moves in the dark hours. This presence is not always explained easily, but Scripture offers clarity. The night has always been the moment when heaven bends closest. Angels visited Jacob at night. Angels guarded Daniel at night. Angels warned Joseph at night. Visions came to prophets at night. Wisdom was given at night. Deliverance came at night. Not because God hides in the shadows, but because humans lower their guard only when the world dims. You may feel the air change. You may feel warmth across your chest. You may feel a gentle heaviness like a blanket. You may feel watched, not by fear, but by love. You may feel peace settle like soft rain. You may feel your name being called in your heart. You may feel comfort that does not come from you. These are spiritual encounters. They are real, they are intentional, they are sacred. And they often arrive in the night because nighttime trains the heart to listen. Heaven does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it tiptoes into your room with quiet authority. Sometimes it stands beside your bed with gentle purpose. Sometimes it simply sits in silence with you while you cry. The night teaches you that God is not far. He is near, especially when you feel alone. The night prepares you for dawn. God never speaks without purpose. He never reveals without intention. The night is not only a moment of intimacy, it is a moment of preparation. Night shapes you. Night restores you. Night convicts you. Night comforts you. Night awakens you. And then dawn arrives with a new version of you, a version softened by the gentle work God performed while the world was sleeping. When God visits you at night, He is strengthening you for tomorrow's battles. When He comforts you at night, He is preparing you for tomorrow's decisions. When He warns you at night, He is shielding you from tomorrow's danger. When He convicts you at night, He is aligning you with tomorrow's purpose. Dawn is not just sunrise, it is a spiritual unveiling. Night is where God whispers. Dawn is where His whispers bloom. Many people wake up changed without knowing why. Emotions feel clearer, choices feel simpler, faith feels stronger, purpose feels closer. This is not psychology alone. It is spiritual formation. God worked on your heart in the night, and the morning reveals the result. The dawn is proof that the night did not break you, it shaped you. The night is where truth becomes unavoidable. During the day, people hide behind tasks, noise, laughter, distraction, and busyness. We stay busy because silence is uncomfortable. We avoid stillness because stillness reveals too much. But when night falls and the noise dies and the room grows quiet, you meet yourself. And in that quiet meeting, your soul begins to speak. You begin to feel things you ignored. You begin to remember things you buried. You begin to confront fears you outran. You begin to see desires you never named. You begin to hear God in ways you never noticed. The night removes the mask you wear before the world. God speaks to the real you, not the daytime you. Many people in America and Europe describe this moment without realizing what it is. They say, "I finally understood myself last night. I cried and did not know why. I felt something being healed inside me. I realized what decision I need to make. I saw my life clearly for the first time in years. This is not random emotion, it is revelation." The night presents you with truth, not to shame you but to free you. You cannot heal what you refuse to face. You cannot grow from what you refuse to admit. You cannot walk into your future while dragging the chains of denial. God uses the night to bring truth to the surface, gently but firmly. The truth that liberates, the truth that strengthens, the truth that opens the path ahead. This is why some nights feel heavier than others. Truth is rising, and what God reveals in the dark becomes what He redeems in the light. The night amplifies the whisper of purpose. Purpose is rarely loud. It seldom announces itself with fireworks. It does not shout, "Here I am." Purpose arrives like a whisper, a nudge, a thought, a quiet desire, a sense of direction, a calling that begins small but undeniable. During the day, this whisper competes with 1,000 other voices, work expectations, noise, responsibilities. But at night, the whisper becomes audible. That is why so many people feel a strange, unexplainable longing when they lie in bed. It is not loneliness, it is calling. Purpose taps the heart at night, because night is when the soul is listening. You might feel, "I was meant for more. I should not stay in this job forever. I feel drawn to create something new. I miss the person I used to be. I sense God pushing me towards something." These feelings are not imagination, they are invitations. God stirs your purpose at night because night magnifies what daytime buries. In the dark, you hear what you have been ignoring. In the silence, you feel what you have been suppressing. This is why so many life-changing decisions are made after midnight. The soul finally gains clarity. The heart finally gains courage. The mind finally gains focus. And God finally speaks without interruption. And when purpose whispers in the night, it is not meant to vanish by morning. It is meant to be carried into dawn. The night is where the heart remembers what the mind forgets. We are forgetful creatures, not because we lack intelligence, but because life is overwhelming. We forget to pray. We forget our dreams. We forget our values. We forget our peace. We forget our boundaries. We forget our strength. But the heart remembers, and the night reactivates that memory. In daylight, logic controls everything. At night, memory awakens in the soul memories of your childhood, faith of moments when you felt God near, of times when you were brave, of days when you loved fearlessly, of seasons when hope guided you. Many people lay in bed and suddenly relive moments they have not thought about in decades. They feel emotions from long ago. They revisit relationships, losses, joys, regrets, blessings. These memories rise not to haunt you, but to heal you. The night gives the heart permission to bring forgotten pieces of your story into the light so God can transform them. Sometimes your night memories remind you of wounds that still need care. Sometimes they remind you of victories that built your strength. Sometimes they remind you of dreams that still matter. Sometimes they remind you of prayers that God never forgot. And sometimes they remind you who you truly are. In a world that constantly pressures you to become someone else, the night returns you to yourself. The night is where God shifts the spiritual atmosphere. Every believer, from ancient times to modern times, has testified that the atmosphere of the night feels spiritually different, not eerie, not frightening, but charged, full, alive, watchful. The reason is simple. When the world sleeps, heaven works. The spiritual realm does not rest when your body does. Battles are fought, answers are delivered, peace is poured, protection is enacted, conviction is sharpened, and direction is whispered. This is why some people wake up with a sense of relief. They cannot explain their spirit was defended while they slept. This is why others wake up with new courage. Their spirit was strengthened while they rested. This is why some wake up with tears on their face. Their spirit was comforted through the night. This is why some wake up knowing exactly what they must do next. Their spirit received clarity while the world was still. Nighttime is not passive, it is spiritually active. And the more spiritually attentive you become, the more you will sense this invisible activity, not in fear but in awe. Because when God shifts the atmosphere, it is never to harm you, it is always to prepare you. The night is where faith learns to breathe. Faith is loud during the day because the world demands it. But at night, faith changes shape. It becomes something deeper, something quieter, something more intimate. Faith breathes differently after midnight. During the day, faith is action. During the night, faith is surrender. During the day, faith is decision. During the night, faith is vulnerability. During the day, faith is courage. During the night, faith is trust. When the lights are off, the questions rise. Will everything be okay? Is God really with me? What if tomorrow brings something difficult? What if I fail? What if I fall apart? And in that vulnerable space, God leans close. Night teaches you the kind of faith that is not performative, not public, not dramatic, the kind of faith that is raw, personal, and steady. Faith that says, I do not have answers, but I have you. I cannot see the path, but I trust your hand. I feel alone, but I know you are near. I am scared, but I am held. God chooses the night because nighttime faith cannot be faked. It is honest, it is humble, it is real. And real faith is what carries you through real battles. The night is where fear and faith collide, and God decides the winner. Humans have always feared the night. Something about darkness makes us aware of our limits, our smallness, our fragility, our mortality. This is why fear intensifies at night. The unknown grows louder. But what many do not realize is this: fear rises at night not because God is absent, but because the soul is exposed. Fear grows in the same space where faith grows. Fear speaks in the same silence where God whispers. Fear emerges in the same darkness where revelation appears. The night becomes the battlefield where fear and faith collide. You feel tugged in two directions, the pull of your worries and the pull of God's presence. One tries to suffocate you, the other tries to steady you. And here is the truth: the night shows you which voice you truly trust. If fear wins, you lie awake feeling powerless. If faith wins, you lie awake feeling purposeful, and God does not condemn you for either. He uses both. He teaches through both. But his desire is always the same: to take your fear, reshape it, and turn it into faith. This is why the night feels intense. It reveals what you truly believe. And God chooses this moment because he wants to strengthen you, not break you. The night is where God invites you into intimacy. Daytime faith is public. Nighttime faith is personal. Daytime faith is spoken. Nighttime faith is felt. Daytime faith is seen by others. Nighttime faith is seen only by God. In the night, there are no crowds, no expectations, no pressures, no audience, just you and God, just presence, just honesty, just intimacy. This intimacy is the reason God chooses the night to whisper, because in the night, you are not playing roles. You are not pretending to be strong. You are not putting on spiritual performance. You are simply you. And that is who God wants. He does not want the polished version. He wants the real version. And the real version of you often appears only after midnight. When he sees you in this vulnerable state, he approaches with tenderness, not thunder, with clarity, not chaos, with whispers, not warnings. The night becomes holy ground, not because of the hour, but because of the honesty. The night is where God prepares you for your future. Every major shift in Scripture began with a nighttime encounter, Jacob's new identity, Daniel's prophetic clarity, Joseph's instructions that protected a nation, Samuel's calling, Gideon's courage, Solomon's wisdom, Paul's direction, Cornelius's visitation. The pattern is clear. Night is preparation, night is calling, night is instruction, night is alignment. God uses the night to shape the future, your future. What He whispers today becomes the strength you need tomorrow. What He reveals tonight becomes the path you walk at sunrise. What He heals in darkness becomes the power you carry in daylight. If you have been experiencing strange awakenings, if your dreams have been unusually vivid, if your nights feel emotionally heavy, if you sense a presence in your room, if you wake with answers you did not have before, if you feel drawn to pray at odd hours, you are not broken. You are being prepared. The night is not the place of your weakness, it is the place of your shaping. The night is God's invitation, not your burden. Many people fear the night. They dread the silence. But once you understand what the night truly is, everything changes. Night is not abandonment. Night is invitation. Night is not emptiness. Night is encounter. Night is not fear. Night is formation. Night is not loneliness. Night is presence. Night is not an ending. Night is preparation for dawn. God chooses the night because the night chooses honesty. And honesty is where transformation happens. If you embrace the night as sacred rather than scary, you will begin to notice you fall asleep with more peace. You wake up with more clarity. You dream with more purpose. You pray with more sincerity. You feel God's nearness more deeply. You live with more intention. The night becomes not something to survive, but something to welcome. Because it is in the night that God rewrites stories, heals wounds, aligns destinies, strengthens spirits, and awakens callings. There is a moment each night when the mind begins to fade and the spirit begins to rise. It is a narrow, silent threshold, a place where consciousness loosens the body, softens, and the soul steps closer to the unseen. Most people drift through this moment without realizing its power. They cross it like a doorway they never notice, shrugging it off as simply getting tired or falling asleep. But what if this moment is holy? What if it is the gate where heaven leans close? What if it is the very space where God waits to draw near? Chapter 3 invites you into a mystery deeper than dreams, deeper than rest, deeper than imagination. A mystery that Scripture hints at that millions experience and that many fear simply because they never understood it. It is the mystery of the in-between, the sacred gate between sleep and spirit, not fully awake, not fully asleep, not dreaming, not thinking, not here, not quite there. A threshold where your body releases control but your soul remains open. A threshold where divine communication becomes easier because earthly filters begin to fade. Every night you stand at this gate. Most nights you do not even realize it, but once you understand it, once you recognize its purpose, you will never see your nights the same again. The in-between moment most people ignore. There is a reason so many people feel a sudden heaviness, a soft wave of calm, or an unexplainable shift right before sleep takes over. It is not simply biology, although biology plays a role, it is spiritual architecture. You were created with a body that rests, a mind that resets, and a spirit that never sleeps. And the transition between wakefulness and sleep is the moment when these three layers, body, mind, and spirit, are closest to alignment. Your body is releasing tension. Your mind is letting go of control. Your spirit is opening wider than at any other time of day. For many, this is the moment when emotions surface. For some, memories appear. For others, anxiety presses. For others, still peace descends. And for a select few, without warning, without effort, a spiritual awareness awakens. Some describe it as a gentle presence, some as a subtle pull, some as a soft warmth across their chest, some as a whisper of guidance, some as clarity they did not have hours before, some as a sudden urge to pray, some as a strange but comforting stillness. This threshold is not hallucination. It is not sleepiness. It is spiritual sensitivity rising. When Scripture describes God speaking in dreams, guiding through visions, or stirring the heart at night, it is this threshold, this sacred gate, where the encounter begins. Even ancient Jewish tradition called it the Shema, time of night, the moment when the world becomes quiet enough for God to whisper. Early Christians called it the watch of the soul. Modern psychology calls it the hypnagogic state. But the spiritual reality is older, deeper, and more intentional. It is the moment when your soul is closest to hearing heaven. Why God often speaks before you fall. Asleep. People often think God speaks during sleep, and He does. But many of the most profound spiritual insights happen just before sleep, not because you are dreaming, not because you are imagining, but because this precise moment is when your soul is most open, most honest, and most available. During the day you are guarded, your thoughts are loud, your logic is strong, your fears are active, your responsibilities distract you. Your emotions stay tucked beneath layers of busyness, but right before sleep the defenses collapse gently, your mind stops arguing, your fears lose grip, your logic quiets, your worries loosen, your heart softens. And in that fragile softness God speaks, through peace, through conviction, through ideas, through impressions, through sudden understanding, through quiet reassurance, through the awareness of His nearness. Many people misunderstand this moment. They feel something stirring inside them and assume it is stress, fatigue, or overthinking. They dismiss the sacred because they expect the divine to be loud. But God is not loud, not usually. He is subtle. He is personal. He is intimate. He speaks when the world is quiet and the soul is listening. And the soul is never more open than in the in-between, the moment right before sleep. The gateway between realms. There are places in Scripture that describe men and women encountering God or receiving insight at night, but notice the pattern. The encounter often begins at the threshold before they are fully asleep. Jacob rested his head on a stone, but the encounter began as he drifted. Samuel lay in the temple, but the calling began before he fully slept. Daniel meditated on visions during the night, watches the gateway between sleep and spirit. Job described God speaking in the slumber of the bed. David wrote songs on his bed as God stirred his heart. These were not dreams yet. These were thresholds. Thresholds where the veil between natural and spiritual thins. Thresholds where the heart becomes accessible. Thresholds where God finds room to guide, warn, comfort, or instruct. People today experience the same gateways. You may feel a sudden heaviness of peace settle over you. You may feel a presence in the room that does not frighten you but calms you. You may feel a tug to pray for someone. You may see images behind your eyes, as if someone is painting memories or visions. You may hear words in your spirit that are not your thoughts. You may sense a decision becoming clear without thinking it through. This is not strange, this is not accidental, this is not your mind malfunctioning. This is your spirit, stepping onto the threshold where heaven speaks. The body rests, the spirit listens. When your body begins to surrender to sleep, your spirit becomes the primary receiver. It is like a shift change in a spiritual control center. Your body is clocking out. Your mind is slowing down, but your spirit is fully clocked in. The spirit does not tire. The spirit does not sleep. The spirit does not lose focus. In fact, the spirit becomes sharper when the body rests. This is why many people realize truth right before sleep. Feel guilt for something they ignored, feel inspiration for something they fear, remember a responsibility they buried, suddenly feel grateful, suddenly feel sorrow, suddenly feel God. The Spirit is speaking, and you are finally listening. Most emotional clarity comes not during the day, but at night. Most spiritual conviction comes not during sermons, but on the pillow. Most prophetic impressions come not in crowds, but in the quiet. Because the Spirit listens when the body rests. The threshold is where God heals the unexpressed. There are wounds the day covers with noise. There are pains the day hides with activity. There are questions the day distracts with work. There are cries the day silences with responsibilities. But at night, nothing stands between you and your truth. And because this moment is so intimate, it is where God often begins to heal the unexpressed. The sadness you never voiced, the hurt you never processed, the fear you hid even from yourself, the disappointment you buried under laughter, the longing you pretend you outgrew, the prayer you never prayed aloud, the calling you abandoned out of fear. When people say, "I cry more at night," they assume it is weakness, but often it is healing. God softens the heart when it is safe enough to break. He lifts the pain when you are quiet enough to feel it. He presses on wounds when you are still enough to let him. Night tears are not failures. Night tears are surgeries. Night tears are soul cleanings. They are the Spirit releasing what the day forced you to hold, and in the in-between moment healing begins. The threshold is where the Spirit recognizes the divine. Humans often think they perceive God with their minds, logic, reason, theology, study, understanding, clarity. But in reality, the Spirit recognizes God long before the mind does. You may not be able to explain what you feel. You may not be able to articulate what is happening. You may not be able to define it in words. But your spirit knows. Your spirit recognizes truth. Your spirit recognizes presence. Your spirit recognizes danger. Your spirit recognizes guidance. Your spirit recognizes peace. Your spirit recognizes God. And the threshold between sleep and spirit is when this recognition becomes strongest, because the spirit is free from the noise of thought. This is why many people say, "I felt God before I understood it. I sensed something before I could name it. I knew I needed to pray, even though I did not know why. I felt peace without understanding the source." The spirit recognizes before the mind interprets. The threshold is where you hear God without trying. Most people try to hear God during the day. They pray harder, they focus intensely, they search for signs, they demand clarity, they analyze every thought. But God often speaks most clearly when you are not trying at all, because trying is a function of the mind, not the spirit. Effort clutters the soul. Stress blocks perception. Analysis interrupts intuition. Fear interrupts discernment. But at the threshold, you are not trying. You are simply being. This is why the in-between moment is one of the most spiritually fertile spaces in human experience. You don't have to perform. You don't have to prove. You don't have to understand. You don't have to search. You simply have to surrender, and in surrender you hear him. The threshold is the beginning of a journey. Millions of people around the world experience these nighttime moments but never talk about them. They assume they are unusual. They assume others would laugh. They assume these moments mean something is wrong. But nothing is wrong. Something is awakening. The threshold is not the end of consciousness. It is the beginning of deeper consciousness. It is not the place of sleep. It is the doorway to revelation. It is not the place of fear, it is the place of formation. Every night the threshold calls to you. The question is, will you begin to notice it? Because once you do, the night becomes more than darkness. It becomes a realm, a meeting place, a sanctuary, a conversation, a doorway, a teacher, a guide, a divine appointment. There is a moment in the night when the world fades away and something deeper begins to stir. A moment when the physical world loosens its grip and the spiritual world draws closer. In part 1, we explored how this sacred threshold, the in-between space, becomes the gateway to dreams, revelation, healing, and divine presence. But the threshold does more than open. It invites it, teaches it, reveals. There are truths you can only learn when you stand on that fragile edge between sleep and spirit. Truths about who you are. Truths about who God is. Truths about how the spiritual realm interacts with your mind, your emotions, and your destiny. Part 2 takes us further deeper into the mystery of this spiritual gate, deeper into the moments that shape your nights, and deeper into the experiences that so many people feel but cannot explain. Because what happens in this threshold is not random, it is not accidental, it is not coincidental, it is intentional, it is designed, it is spiritual. And once you understand it, you will begin to navigate your nights with confidence rather than confusion. The moment when honesty surfaces. One of the most profound aspects of the threshold is the honesty it brings. Honesty that daylight resists, honesty the conscious mind avoids, honesty the heart finally releases. In the in-between moment, the walls fall and truth rises. Perhaps this is why people confess to their pillows, why they admit fears they never speak aloud, why they revisit memories they thought were buried, why they confront pain they suppressed for years. When the mind is alert, it protects itself. When the mind grows tired, it lowers its guard. Lowered guard is not weakness, it is openness. And openness is the soil where healing roots itself. Many Americans describe lying in bed and suddenly feeling overwhelmed by honesty. I realized I'm not okay. I remembered something I pushed away. I admitted I'm lonely. I realized I'm angry. I admitted I need help. These moments may feel emotional, but they are spiritual breakthroughs. Europeans experience this too, though they often interpret it through introspection or philosophy. They say, I confronted a truth I avoided. I faced a part of myself I ignored. I felt clarity about something painful. Whatever the language, the experience is the same worldwide. Honesty rises when the spirit steps forward. And God meets you in that honesty. He meets you with compassion. He meets you with direction. He meets you with conviction that does not shame, but heals. In the threshold, truth does not crush you, it frees you. The threshold is where spiritual discernment awakens. Discernment is one of the most misunderstood spiritual gifts. Many think it is about warning signs, danger, or intuition that feels mysterious. But true discernment is simply this: the ability to sense what is real and what is not, what is from God and what is not, what is true and what is false, what is healthy and what is harmful. And the threshold between sleep and spirit is often where discernment awakens most vividly. Here's why. During the day, your discernment is drowned out by noise, logic, stress, and distraction. But at night, when your mind quiets and your spirit rises, you begin to sense things more clearly. This is why you might suddenly feel a strong discomfort about something you brushed off earlier, a deep peace about a decision that frightened you, a strange awareness that someone is not trustworthy, a conviction that a situation needs to change, a spiritual pull that you cannot explain. This is discernment sharpened in the threshold. Sometimes you sense danger not because you are paranoid, but because something spiritual is alerting you. Sometimes you sense peace, not because you solved anything, but because God has settled something in your spirit. Sometimes you sense guidance not because you planned for it, but because the threshold opened the channel of clarity. Discernment is not dramatic, it is quiet, it is subtle, it is accurate, and it is often strongest right before you fall asleep. The threshold is where calling whispers. The threshold between sleep and spirit is not only a place of honesty, it is a place of calling. You may think calling arrives during dramatic moments. You may believe calling requires thunder, fire, or extraordinary signs. You may expect calling to arrive through voices, visions, or sermons. But calling often arrives like this, a single thought that refuses to leave, a desire that grows stronger when the world is quiet. A dream that returns again and again, a feeling that you were made for something more, a purpose that taps at your spirit like a gentle knock. Right before sleep, the truth of your calling becomes louder. In the silence, you hear the version of yourself you were meant to become. In the stillness, you feel the life you are meant to live. In the softness of your spirit, the direction becomes clearer. You may have felt this without knowing what it was. A heaviness in your chest when you think about your current path. A longing for something deeper. A hunger for meaning, a sense that time is moving and you must not waste it. A calling that feels ancient, as if it was placed inside you before you were born. The threshold amplifies calling because calling is spiritual, and the spirit takes the lead when the body releases control. Many people spent years ignoring these whispers. But once you understand where they come from, the whispers become invitations. Invitations to grow, change, surrender, follow, trust, and step into the life God intended for you. The threshold is not a dream space, it is a calling space. The threshold is where heavy emotions are processed. One of the most misunderstood nighttime experiences is the sudden rise of heavy emotions, sadness, longing, regret, fear, hope, desire, grief, or conviction. Most people assume this is because they are tired or stressed. But tiredness does not create emotion, it reveals it. Emotion rises in the threshold because the threshold is the soul's open door. This is where unprocessed pain surfaces. This is where unresolved grief speaks. This is where forgotten wounds ache. This is where buried memories return to be healed. This is where conviction becomes strong enough to notice. This is why people cry without knowing why. People feel anxious without clear reason. People feel lonely even in loving homes. People feel hope even in difficulty. People feel God even when faith feels weak. The threshold uncovers the emotional basement of the heart. And God does not uncover pain to shame you, He uncovers it to heal you. Because what you do not feel cannot be healed. What you do not face cannot be changed. What you do not release cannot be transformed. The threshold is the sacred space where God says, "Let me help you carry this. Let me heal this. Let me take this burden from you." This tenderness explains why nighttime emotions feel deeper. They are not surface emotions, they are soul emotions, and the soul speaks loudest when the body is quiet. The threshold is where God reveals what is hiding in your heart. People think they know their own hearts, but they often don't. The heart hides things, old pain, buried trauma, hidden desires, secret hopes, longing for closeness, fear of failure, unspoken prayers, forgotten dreams. You can silence the heart during the day, but the heart speaks at night, especially in the threshold. This is where you feel the ache of things you never had the time or courage to admit. You may feel a longing to reconcile. You may feel regret over a choice you made. You may feel the desire to forgive someone. You may feel a hunger to rebuild your faith. You may feel the pull to return to God. You may feel the awakening of a dream you buried. These moments are not emotional weakness. They are spiritual exposure. God brings these things forward gently, so gently you might think it is just your own mind wandering. But it is not wandering, it is revealing. The threshold exposes what needs attention, what needs healing, what needs surrender, what needs restoration. It is the place where your true heart stands up and says, "Here I am, please see me." And God always sees. The threshold is where heaven sends impressions. Not every spiritual communication arrives as words or images. Many arrive as impressions, deep, silent, powerful knowing. An impression is not a thought. It is not a feeling. It is not an idea. It is a spiritual truth that bypasses the mind and lands directly in the soul. Impressions may feel like I suddenly know what to do. I feel that I must pray for someone. I feel warned about something. I feel comforted even though nothing has changed. I feel God is near. I feel an instruction in my spirit. These impressions often come during the threshold because, in the in-between, the soul receives without interference. This is why some of the most life-changing spiritual moments happen right before sleep. The answer you searched for suddenly becomes clear. The relief you needed arrives in a wave of peace. The warning you ignored becomes impossible to miss. The direction you prayed for appears quietly. The conviction you needed settles deeply. This is not imagination. This is revelation. Impressions are one of God's most gentle forms of communication, and the threshold is where they land most easily. The threshold is where the Spirit creates order out of chaos. The mind loves order, but life brings chaos, emotional chaos, spiritual chaos, relational chaos, mental chaos. During the day, you manage this chaos by suppressing it, but at night, the chaos rises, not to overwhelm you, but to be reorganized. The threshold is where the Spirit begins to sort the clutter. Like a divine librarian, the Spirit begins to file the emotions, experiences, fears, and thoughts into the places they belong. This is why confusion turns into clarity. Anxiety fades to peace, pain softens into healing, doubt transforms into trust. Not instantly, but gradually, quietly, gently. The threshold is where the holy work begins. This is why many people fall asleep troubled and wake up stable. Why they fall asleep discouraged and wake up hopeful. Why they fall asleep confused and wake up with answers. Their spirit worked through the night, but the ordering began in the threshold. God does not wait for your life to be calm before He speaks. He speaks into your chaos and turns that chaos into direction. The threshold is God's invitation to draw. Near above all, the sacred gate between sleep and spirit is God's invitation, not to fear, not to overthink, not to panic, not to feel strange, but to draw near. The threshold is where you feel Him most gently, in the warmth that settles, in the peace that surrounds, in the breath of calm that covers your heart, in the quiet pull to pray, in the whisper of "I am here." The threshold is not mystical, it is relational. It is the place where God leans close and says, "I want to speak to you. I want to heal you. I want to guide you. I want to strengthen you. I want you to know me." And because you are no longer distracted, you finally hear Him. The threshold between sleep and spirit is one of the most overlooked, misunderstood, and underestimated spiritual spaces in human life. For most people, it is simply the quiet few minutes before drifting off. But for those who learn to recognize it, it becomes a meeting place, a place of alignment, a place of revelation, and a place of profound inner transformation. In this final part of Chapter 3, we will explore how the threshold not only reveals, heals, and awakens, but how it shapes the path that follows. Because everything God does in the in-between is meant to bear fruit in your waking life. The threshold is not simply a moment, it is a turning point. A hinge between the outer world and the inner world. A doorway between now and what comes next. And what God whispers at this gate is meant to guide the journey far beyond the night. The threshold is where your spirit receives what your mind cannot yet hold. Your spirit can hold more truth than your conscious mind can process. Think of it like a reservoir, a deep, quiet place that stores revelation long before it rises into your awareness. This is why you sometimes wake with sudden clarity, even though you did not consciously work through anything. This is why you wake understanding something you never thought about consciously. This is why some mornings feel new, even though nothing has changed outwardly. Your spirit received something your mind was not ready for. The threshold is where that spiritual transfer begins. You might feel something gentle, a shift in your breath, a settling in your chest, a quiet knowing, a sense of assurance, a subtle release of tension, a word repeating gently inside you, a feeling like a light settling on your heart. These moments are not emotional, they are spiritual. Your mind may not grasp the meaning yet, but your spirit does. In fact, many of the most important spiritual truths enter through this gateway, first quietly, gently, without drama, and rise into consciousness later. This is why Scripture describes wisdom, conviction, and revelation as seeds. Seeds do not bloom the moment they are planted. They plant in the night. They rise with the dawn. The threshold is where God plants seeds in your spirit. The threshold is a place of spiritual gentleness. So many people associate spiritual encounters with intensity, visions, loud messages, overwhelming emotion, or dramatic revelation. But God prefers intimacy over intensity, especially in the night. In the threshold, God speaks softly, like a parent whispering to a child who is drifting to sleep, like a friend sitting beside you in silence, like a presence that simply rests on your heart without a word. The gentleness of God is often most visible in the threshold, not because he is weak, but because he is kind. When the soul is soft, when the spirit is open, when the mind is releasing its grip, God does not overwhelm. He settles your thoughts. He settles your anxiety. He settles your breathing. He settles your emotions. He meets you in tenderness, because tenderness is where transformation begins. And if you have ever felt that strange, peaceful quiet right before sleep, a quiet that feels like a blanket placed gently over your heart, you have experienced the gentleness of God passing through the threshold. The threshold is where you are. Most teachable daytime learning is intellectual, nighttime learning is spiritual. During the day, you learn with your mind. During the threshold, you learn with your soul. This is why principles that seemed confusing hours earlier suddenly make sense. This is why decisions that felt impossible become simple. This is why emotional truths you resisted all day suddenly feel acceptable. This is why spiritual truths you doubted begin to feel real. Your mind resists change, your spirit receives it. And in the threshold, the spirit takes the lead. You become teachable not because you are weak, but because you are open. You are willing to learn. You are willing to surrender. You are willing to see truth. You are willing to be guided. This openness is not available in the chaos of daylight. It becomes available only when the noise fades and the heart reveals what it truly needs. This is why so many breakthroughs come at night. Because the heart becomes a student and God becomes the teacher. The threshold is where God writes on your heart. There is an ancient idea found in Scripture and in the writings of early believers that God writes on the human heart, not with ink, not with images, not with visible letters, but with impressions, convictions, truth, and direction. The threshold is the writing table. In the threshold, your heart is soft, your defenses are low, your awareness is heightened, your spirit is receptive. And God inscribes what the soul needs to remember: identity, purpose, warning, wisdom, comfort, promise, peace. Many people wake with a feeling they cannot shake, a message etched into their emotions. I need to forgive. I need to change direction. I must let go of this habit. I must reach out to this person. I must stop running from my calling. I must return to God. This is the result of divine writing, and the threshold is where the writing happens. The threshold is where spiritual battles begin and end. Not all nighttime experiences feel gentle. Some feel heavy, unsettling, or confusing. People describe pressure on the chest, difficulty relaxing, sudden fear, strange paralysis, unsettling visions, a feeling of being watched, a sense of something pressing close. These moments can be frightening, but they are not random. They are not hallucinations. They are not signs that something is wrong with you. They are signs that something is happening in the spiritual realm. And here is the truth most people never hear. The threshold is not only a place of encounter, it is a place of warfare. Not warfare meant to destroy you, warfare meant to free you. When your spirit awakens, so does resistance. When you approach spiritual truth, opposition rises. When God begins to draw near, the darkness tries to distract. These moments are not signs of defeat, they are signs of transition. Every spiritual transformation must pass through friction. Every awakening stirs resistance. Every calling attracts opposition. But hear this clearly, the threshold may be the place of battle, but God is the one fighting for you. You are not alone in the night. You are not unprotected. You are not unguarded. You are held. The fear does not mean abandonment, it means breakthrough is near. And the pressure you feel is not your spirit breaking, it is your spirit strengthening. The threshold is where God breaks old chains. You cannot bring your past into your future. You cannot bring old chains into new seasons. You cannot bring broken beliefs into healing spaces. Nighttime revelation is not only about truth, it is about freedom. In the in-between moment, God often breaks chains that have been tightening for years. The chain of self-doubt, the chain of fear, the chain of guilt, the chain of shame, the chain of addiction, the chain of old identity, the chain of lies you believed about yourself. The threshold is where these chains loosen, not always visibly, not always dramatically, but spiritually. You may suddenly feel tired of carrying what you once tolerated. You may suddenly feel disgusted by what once tempted you. You may suddenly feel strong enough to walk away. You may suddenly feel worthy of healing. You may suddenly feel ready to forgive. You may suddenly feel compelled to surrender. These shifts are spiritual breaks, the soundless snapping of chains, and they begin in the threshold where your spirit is most surrendered. The threshold is where God speaks purpose into your sleep. When you pass through the threshold and enter true sleep, the work does not stop. It deepens. The threshold is the doorway to dreams, and dreams are the language of the spirit. But the truth that most people overlook is this: God often plants the dream before the dream begins. He whispers a seed of meaning, and the dream becomes his canvas. He stirs your heart, and the dream paints it vividly. He awakens longing, and the dream gives it shape. He brings clarity, and the dream makes it undeniable. Dreams are not created in the brain alone, they are shaped in the threshold. This is why powerful dreams feel heavy with meaning. This is why warning dreams feel intense. This is why guidance dreams feel clear. This is why healing dreams feel emotional. This is why spiritual dreams feel like presence, not imagination. God uses the threshold to open the doorway to the spiritual night, and when the doorway opens, revelation enters. The threshold is where morning miracles begin. People often think miracles happen in daylight, but many miracles begin silently in the night, not with dramatic signs, but with shifts inside the soul that prepare you for the day ahead. You may not see the miracle form in the dark, but you will feel it in the morning. Morning clarity begins in nighttime surrender. Morning strength begins in midnight prayer. Morning peace begins in the threshold of stillness. Morning purpose begins in the whisper right before sleep. Morning courage begins in the quiet conversation only your soul could hear. The day does not birth transformation, the night does. And the threshold is where the first spark ignites. This is why you wake up different sometimes and cannot explain why. This is why dawn feels gentle after a heavy night. This is why answers rise with the sun, because God works in darkness long before the light arrives. The threshold is God's call to pay attention. You do not need special skills to hear God. You do not need training. You do not need rituals. You do not need to force anything. You simply need awareness. God has been speaking to you in the threshold for years. You just did not know the language. You did not know the meaning. You did not know the value. But now you do. Now you know why your heart stirs at night. Now you know why peace settles suddenly. Now you know why fear sometimes rises. Now you know why memories surface. Now you know why calling whispers. Now you know why conviction deepens. Now you know why clarity appears. Now you know why your spirit awakens. You are not strange. You are not unstable. You are not imagining things. You are spiritually alive. And the threshold is your invitation. God is not trying to confuse you. He is trying to reach you. The threshold is a teacher, and you are its student. As we close chapter 3, remember this. You stand at this gate every night. Most people walk through it unaware, but you are no longer unaware. The threshold between sleep and spirit is not random. It is not meaningless. It is not psychological noise. It is a spiritual classroom. It is a sacred gateway. It is divine architecture. And once you begin to notice it, you will discover that God has been teaching you for far longer than you realized. The threshold is your teacher. The night is your sanctuary. The dawn is your revelation. And God is in them all. There are truths you cannot see in daylight. Not because they are hidden from you, but because daylight creates too much noise for the soul to notice them. The world shines bright, and the brightness distracts. The world demands movement, and the movement overwhelms. The world expects roles, and the roles suffocate authenticity. Day hides what the night reveals, not intentionally, not maliciously, but by nature. Daytime belongs to survival. The tasks, the responsibilities, the expectations, the obligations. These things are necessary, but they cloud spiritual perception. The human mind becomes so occupied with doing that it forgets the deeper art of being. But night changes everything. Night strips away the unnecessary. Night quiets the demands. Night silences the world. Night softens the heart. Night slows the mind. Night brings your soul forward. In the darkness, you become aware of truths you could not face when the sun was shining. You feel what you avoided. You remember what you forgot. You see what was blurred by noise. You notice what was drowned by distractions. And God speaks into that space. Chapter 4 is about the revelations of the night, the spiritual, emotional, and psychological truths that rise when the world goes quiet. It is about the moments where the heart reveals its secrets, where God whispers into your honesty, and where clarity comes not through effort, but through surrender. Because when night falls, the soul begins to speak. The night does not change you, it reveals you. One of the greatest misunderstandings in Western culture is the belief that nighttime emotions are distortions, that the sadness, longing, conviction, or clarity you feel at night is exaggerated or irrational. But what if nighttime emotions are not exaggerations? What if they are the truth that daylight refuses to acknowledge? Night does not distort. Night exposes. It exposes the discouraged heart beneath the strong face. It exposes the lonely soul beneath the busy life. It exposes the fear beneath the confidence. It exposes the longing beneath the numbness. It exposes the desire beneath the denial. It exposes the wounds beneath the distractions. This exposure is not cruelty, it is healing. The night invites you to see yourself without filters, without pressure, without roles, without performance. It is the space where the inner world rises to meet you, often for the first time all day. That is why many people cry at night, why they pray at night, why they confess secrets in the dark, why they feel truth swelling within them after midnight. It is not because they are weak, it is because they are real. Night pulls the real you to the surface, the version of you that God sees even when you hide it from yourself. And this is where revelation begins. The night reveals what you have been carrying. People carry invisible burdens, emotional weight, spiritual tension, unspoken grief, silent anxieties. These burdens accumulate quietly over weeks, months, and sometimes years. During the day, responsibility forces you to suppress them. You hold yourself together because falling apart is not an option when the world watches. But at night, the mask falls. You lie down and the weight you ignored becomes impossible to hide from yourself. The night reveals the heaviness you carried through the day. Heaviness you didn't have time to acknowledge. Heaviness you convinced yourself you could manage. Heaviness no one else could see. Sometimes this heaviness comes as sadness, sometimes as tightness in your chest, sometimes as a sigh that feels centuries old, sometimes as a wave of exhaustion beyond physical tiredness, sometimes as a feeling of being overwhelmed without knowing why. These moments are not failures. They are signals. Signals that your soul is tired, signals that your heart is burdened, signals that something inside you needs attention. God uses the night to reveal the burdens you refuse to name in daylight, not to shame you, but to comfort you, strengthen you, and lead you into healing. Because you cannot heal what you refuse to see, and the night helps you see. The night reveals what you have been missing. Just as the night exposes burdens, it also exposes hunger, the deep, unspoken longing that lives beneath the surface of your daily life. You may have felt it, a longing for peace, a longing for connection, a longing for purpose, a longing for God, a longing for love, a longing for clarity, a longing for meaning, a longing for rest that is more than sleep. These longings are often quiet during the day, buried beneath errands, smothered by obligations, muted by busyness. But at night your soul speaks honestly. I miss something. I want something deeper. I am meant for something more. I am tired of pretending. I am longing for God. These are not random emotions. These are spiritual invitations. God often awakens longing at night because longing is the doorway to transformation. Longing pulls you toward truth. Longing stirs you toward growth. Longing awakens spiritual hunger. Longing draws you closer to God. The night reveals what your soul has been starving for. The night reveals the questions you have been avoiding. Every human heart holds unasked questions, questions we push down because we fear the answers. Questions that feel too heavy for the daylight. Am I on the right path? Do I believe what I claim to believe? Am I avoiding something God is calling me to do? Why do I feel this emptiness? What if I am not who I pretend to be? Why do I keep repeating the same mistakes? What if God wants more from me? What if I am settling for less than my purpose? During the day, these questions are easy to ignore. You can drown them in noise, in activity, in conversation, in entertainment. But at night, the silence brings them forward, not to torment you, but to direct you. These questions are spiritual mirrors. They are sacred invitations. They are divine checkpoints. And God often uses the night to bring them to mind, because the night is when you are quiet enough to hear the questions your soul has been asking for years. When these questions rise, do not fear them. They are not condemning you. They are guiding you. They are preparing you for the life God wants for you, a life that cannot be built on avoidance. The night reveals the truth about your relationships. There is a clarity that only arrives in darkness, clarity about the people in your life. Not the superficial clarity of opinion or irritation, but the deeper clarity of truth. At night, when the noise fades and the heart speaks, you begin to see relationships without illusion. You see who truly loves you. You see who drains you. You see who brings peace. You see who brings chaos. You see who encourages your spirit. You see who wounds your soul. You see who is safe. You see who is harmful. You see who is temporary. You see who is meant to stay. This is why some nights you feel grateful for certain people and uneasy about others. The night reveals the spiritual impact of your relationships. God may stir your heart to forgive someone, to distance yourself, to reconcile, to protect your peace, to invest deeper, to let go, to heal. Because relationships shape the soul, and God reveals the true state of those relationships when your spirit is most open. The night does not lie. It shows you what daylight conceals. The night reveals the condition of your faith. Perhaps the most profound revelation of the night is what it shows about your relationship with God. Faith during the day can be mechanical routines, habits, traditions, phrases, but faith at night is honest. Faith at night is felt. Faith at night is raw. Faith at night is unfiltered. At night, you realize the truth. If you feel distance from God, you notice it more sharply. If you are hungry for God, the hunger intensifies. If you are running from God, the running becomes harder. If God is drawing near, the nearness becomes almost tangible. If God is convicting, the conviction becomes deeper. If God is comforting, the comfort becomes overwhelming. The night reveals where you truly stand with Him. Not where you appear to stand, not where you wish you stood, not where others think you stand. The night reveals the state of your heart, and God meets you there not with condemnation, but with compassion. If you feel far from Him, He uses the night to call you back. If you feel confused, He uses the night to clarify. If you feel broken, He uses the night to begin healing. If you feel lost, He uses the night to guide. If you feel empty, He uses the night to fill you. If you feel hungry, He uses the night to feed your soul. The night is God's most intimate classroom. Night has a way of slowing everything down. The world becomes smaller. Your surroundings soften. Your senses sharpen inward. You begin to hear the quieter parts of yourself, the thoughts you avoided, the emotions you buried, the questions you refused to confront. But night also does something else. It makes you notice God in places you did not see Him before. For many people, nighttime becomes the unexpected meeting place between the soul and the divine. Not in the dramatic way, movies portray not in flashes of light or thunderous voices, but in impressions that feel deeper than thought and more real than imagination. This is the gentle way God approaches the human heart, and the night is His doorway. When the night exposes the unfinished chapters of your life, every person carries unfinished stories inside them, fragments of moments that were never resolved, memories that were never healed, conversations that were never completed. During the day, you avoid them. You stay busy enough to outrun what is unresolved. You distract yourself to escape what feels too heavy. But at night, unfinished chapters rise to the surface, a relationship that ended without closure, a wound that has never quite healed, a season of life that left scars you still pretend not to see, a mistake you try not to think about, a grief you carry silently, a longing you never admit aloud. In the dark, these pieces return not to harm you, but to be acknowledged. This is where many Western audiences feel a deep resonance, because so much of modern culture is built on the illusion of control and the avoidance of discomfort. People rush through life believing they can outrun their pain by achieving more, buying more, traveling more, scrolling more, performing more. But nighttime breaks the illusion, and God uses that break to reach the deepest parts of you. He does not expose unfinished chapters to shame you, he exposes them to heal you, because healing only begins when honesty does, and honesty often begins in darkness. When the night pulls back the emotional curtains, have you ever noticed that some emotions feel sharper at night? Loneliness feels heavier, stress becomes louder, fear seems closer, regret becomes clearer, longing grows stronger, hope becomes more fragile and more precious. This intensification is not weakness, it is awareness. Night removes the emotional filters you wear all day long, not the filters you show the world, the filters you use on yourself. During the day, you tell yourself, I'm fine, I'll deal with this later, it's not that bad, I should be stronger, I don't have time to feel this. At night, those sentences lose power, the emotional curtains open, and truth steps into view. You may realize you are lonelier than you admit. You may realize you are more exhausted than you pretend. You may realize you are more afraid than you show. You may realize you want more out of life than you confess. You may realize you have been carrying pain you never processed. Again, night is not exposing these things to break you. Night reveals them to lead you toward restoration, because God meets you in the places you refuse to meet yourself. When the night turns into a spiritual mirror, there is a reason many people feel spiritual conviction at night, even if they are not particularly religious or church-oriented. Western culture often praises independence, self-sufficiency, personal power, values that leave little room for vulnerability. But nighttime does something that daytime cannot. It removes the illusion that you are invincible. The dark reminds you of your humanity, your limits, your fragility, your spiritual hunger, your dependence on something greater than yourself. This is when the soul becomes honest enough for God to speak. Night becomes a mirror, not a mirror of judgment, but a mirror of truth. You begin to see why certain choices never brought the peace you hoped for, why certain habits keep repeating, why you feel spiritually numb, why your heart longs for something deeper, why your achievements do not fill the inner void. This mirror is not cruel, it is compassionate. God is not standing with folded arms saying, look at your faults. He is leaning close saying, look at your truth, look at your heart, look at what I want to heal. And this is why so many people around the world, from the American Midwest to the shores of Northern Europe, find themselves whispering prayers at night, even if they have not prayed in months or years. The night makes the soul honest. Honesty makes the soul receptive. And receptivity makes space for God. When God calls you by making you restless, restlessness at night can be frustrating. But spiritually, restlessness is rarely random. Sometimes that restlessness is God knocking on the door of your heart. You may feel unable to fall asleep, awake earlier than usual, a sudden discomfort without explanation, a heaviness in your chest, a stirring in your spirit, a name coming into your mind, a memory you cannot ignore, a prompting you cannot shake. This restlessness is not always anxiety. Many times it is invitation. God often uses restlessness as the first step toward revelation, because the soul, when restless, begins searching, and searching opens the door for God to speak. You are more attentive when rest wakes you. You are more willing when silence holds you. You are more open when you cannot distract yourself. Many of the great spiritual awakenings in history began with a restless soul who finally stopped running long enough to listen. Nighttime restlessness is not always an enemy. Sometimes it is a messenger. When the night reveals the still, small voice, In Chapter 3, we explored how silence becomes a sacred space. Chapter 4 takes it deeper. God often speaks in ways that Western minds struggle to notice, not because the voice is unclear, but because the culture is too loud. But at night, the world quiets. Your defenses fall, your inner walls soften, and suddenly you feel something. Not a shout, not a command, not a booming voice, a whisper. A still, small voice that feels like truth wrapped in peace. That gentle voice may sound like, "You need to forgive. You are not alone. That fear is lying to you. You are stronger than you think. This relationship is hurting you. I am with you. You can let go now. You are loved. Come back to me." People often expect God to speak through dramatic signs, but the truth is this: He speaks clearest when you are quietest. Night becomes the sanctuary where His whisper becomes unmistakable. When night calls you into surrender, there comes a point in the night when the soul can no longer pretend. You feel your limits, you feel your vulnerabilities, you feel your wounds, you feel your desire for rest. And that is where surrender begins. Surrender is not collapse. Surrender is not defeat. Surrender is not weakness. Surrender is alignment, the moment when your soul releases its grip on control and allows God to work. Many people in the West carry a deep exhaustion that is not physical but spiritual, a constant feeling of being overwhelmed, burdened, responsible for too much, stretched too thin, disconnected from themselves. Night reveals this exhaustion because night is the only time people stop long enough to notice it. This is the moment God uses to whisper, "Let it go. Stop trying to carry what is not yours. Rest in me. You are safe here. I know the weight. I know the tears. Give them to me." Surrender at night leads to transformation in the morning. What you release in darkness, God redeems in light. When God meets you in the fragile hours, there is a sacred tenderness in the hours when you are half awake, half asleep. Those fragile moments where you drift between this world and the inner world of your soul. In those fragile hours, your spirit is more open. Your heart is more honest. Your mind is more receptive. It is in these liminal spaces that many people feel God most deeply, through an impression, a memory, a warmth, a sudden clarity, an unexpected peace. Some feel a presence. Some feel a reassurance. Some feel conviction. Some feel direction. Some feel comfort. Some feel awakening. These fragile hours are holy ground. They are the moments when heaven feels closer than the world around you. God meets people not because they are perfect, but because they are quiet enough to be found. Night gives Him room to speak and room to heal. There are fears you silence during the day: fear of failing, fear of being alone, fear of being misunderstood, fear of not being enough, fear of being too much, fear of losing what you love, fear of repeating the past, fear of a future you cannot predict. In the daylight, you drown these fears in activity. You drown them in obligation. You drown them in noise. But at night, fear steps forward not as a monster, but as a messenger. Fear is often the surface layer of a deeper truth. Beneath every fear is something sacred, a desire for safety, a longing for stability, a need for reassurance, a cry for healing, a hunger for God. Night reveals these layers, not to frighten you, but to reveal the roots of your heart, the places where God needs to touch you, guide you, restore you. Night invites you to face your fears not alone, but with the one who knows them already. And when you face fear with God beside you, fear loses its power. When night becomes the first step of healing, healing rarely begins in the daylight. Daylight is too loud, too bright, too demanding, too public. Healing begins at night in secrecy, in softness, in vulnerability. Healing begins when you finally admit you are hurting, You finally allow yourself to feel. You finally stop performing strength. You finally stop pretending everything is fine. You finally stop silencing your pain. Healing begins in honesty, and honesty blooms in the dark. This is why so many breakthroughs happen at night, why so many tears fall after midnight, why so many prayers come from bedsides, why so many confessions happen in whispers, why so many hearts feel God closer in darkness than in light. Night strips away pride, and pride is the greatest barrier to healing. When the mask falls, the soul is exposed. And exposed souls are reachable souls, teachable souls, transformable souls. God heals what you reveal, and night helps you reveal what you hid. When the night becomes the place of divine partnership, most people think of nighttime revelation as a passive experience, something that happens to you, not with you. But spiritually, the night is interactive. It is a dialogue, it is a partnership. The night is the moment when God speaks and you respond, when He whispers and you lean closer, when He stirs and you open your heart, when He invites and you choose to listen. For many Western audiences, especially those trained to rely on logic, data, science, structure, this can feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable. But night is where the rational mind softens and the spiritual mind awakens. Divine partnership happens when you surrender control, you welcome guidance, you listen with humility, you respond with trust. This partnership does not require perfection, it requires willingness. The night is not just a moment for God to act, it is a moment for you to respond. When God gives you clarity you didn't know you needed, there are moments when clarity descends at night like a quiet revelation, a sudden understanding of a situation, a realization about a relationship, an answer to a decision you've wrestled with, a shift in perspective you didn't expect, a moment of peace that feels unexplainable. Many people describe this as something clicked, or something finally made sense, or I just knew what I needed to do. This clarity is not coincidence. It is alignment. When your mind rests, your soul listens. When your soul listens, God speaks. When God speaks, clarity follows. Night becomes the canvas where understanding is painted slowly, gently, deeply. The clarity of night often reshapes the choices of day. When night teaches you to let go, letting go is one of the hardest spiritual disciplines. People cling to old wounds, old loves, old habits, old identities, old fears, old regrets, old expectations, old versions of themselves. Letting go feels like losing something, but in truth, letting go is how you make space for something greater. Night teaches this lesson better than daylight ever could. At night, the grip loosens naturally. At night, the heart becomes honest about what is no longer serving you. At night, you realize how much weight you have been carrying. At night, you understand what is ready to be released. Letting go is not abandonment. Letting go is alignment. It is choosing what God chooses for you. It is releasing what God never meant you to hold forever. Night shows you what needs to stay and what needs to leave. And when you let go in the dark, you wake up lighter in the light. When God uses night to prepare you for morning, night is not the ending, night is the preparation. Every spiritual revelation in darkness is meant to guide you toward transformation in daylight. Night is where God strengthens you, reveals truth, corrects your path, comforts your heart, clarifies your vision, heals your wounds, awakens your purpose. But morning is where you live, the transformation. If night is the whisper, morning is the action. If night is the seed, morning is the harvest. If night is revelation, morning is obedience. Night prepares, day fulfills. The purpose of nighttime revelation is not just to make you feel something, it is to change how you live. When the night becomes your spiritual sacred ground, most people never realize how holy night can be. They see darkness as emptiness, but spiritually darkness is depth. Night is the time when heaven leans closest. Night is the time when your soul speaks loudest. Night is the time when transformation begins quietly. The world teaches you to fear the dark, but God teaches you to listen in the dark. Because darkness is not absence, darkness is intimacy. Night gives you privacy with God. Night gives you honesty with yourself. Night gives you courage to feel what daylight hides. Night gives you clarity that logic cannot access. Night gives you revelation that busyness cannot offer. The night becomes sacred ground, a holy meeting place between your human fragility and God's endless mercy. When night reminds you that you are not alone, perhaps the most important revelation night brings is this: you are not alone, not in your fear, not in your confusion, not in your longing, not in your pain, not in your questions, not in your silence. When you lie in bed at night and feel the weight of everything pressing on your chest, you may think you are alone in your struggle, but you are not. Millions of souls across the world, from rural America to busy European cities, lie awake with the same ache, the same questions, the same secret prayers. And the God who sees them sees you. Night shows you that loneliness is not abandonment, it is invitation. Invitation to reach for him, invitation to whisper his name, invitation to feel his nearness in the quiet, invitation to trust his presence when all else fades. Night does not isolate you. Night connects you to yourself, to others, and most deeply to God. The transformation of the night. When the night reveals what the day hides, it is not to expose your weakness, it is to awaken your strength. Night is where transformation begins. Night is where God plants the seeds of change. Night is where truth rises. Night is where healing starts. Night is where the soul unclenches. Night is where clarity forms. Night is where courage grows. And when morning comes, you step into a new version of yourself, not because the world changed, but because you did. Night revealed what needed to be healed. Night revealed what needed to be released. Night revealed what needed to be embraced. Night revealed what needed to be surrendered. Night revealed what needed to be understood. Night revealed what needed to be transformed. And God walked with you through it all. There is a moment in the night when time feels different. A moment when the world grows still and the silence becomes so deep it feels almost sacred. A moment when you wake suddenly, unexpectedly, with no clear reason. Your eyes open, your heart is awake. Something inside you is listening. This moment is older than science, older than culture, older than tradition. People across the world, from ancient villages to modern cities, have woken in the same mysterious hour and wondered, why am I awake right now? What stirred me? What is calling me? What does my soul want? What does God want to say? This chapter explores that mystery, the midnight awakening, the universal, spiritual moment when the soul rises before the body understands why. It is not random, it is not meaningless, it is not coincidence, it is invitation. Part 1 will take you inside that sacred moment, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, showing why the soul wakes when it does, and what God may be revealing in that fragile space between sleep and consciousness. Because some awakenings are not caused by noise, they are caused by purpose. The moment that wakes you without warning, you know this moment well. The night is quiet, everything seems peaceful, and suddenly you wake. Not jolted, not startled, just awake. Your mind is clear in a way that should not be possible in the middle of the night. Your heart feels more alive than it did all day. Your breath slows as if your spirit is preparing for something. Your room feels different, heavier, or lighter, you cannot decide which. There is a presence you cannot explain, a sense you cannot ignore. It is as though your inner world opened a door. Most people try to roll over and go back to sleep, but those who pause, even for a moment, discover something profound. This awakening has intention behind it. You did not just wake up. You were woken. You were called. You were invited. Your soul responded to something beyond physical explanation. Not every awakening is from anxiety. When Western audiences experience nighttime awakenings, the instinct is often to blame stress, health issues, or overthinking. And yes, sometimes it is your mind or body trying to tell you something. But there is another kind of awakening, the spiritual kind. The awakening that feels purposeful even when you cannot articulate the purpose. The awakening that feels gentle instead of frantic. The awakening that carries peace even in confusion. The awakening that whispers instead of shouts. This is not anxiety, this is alignment. And the biggest clue is this: you are awake but not afraid. You are alert but not panicked. You are calm but not sleepy. Something inside you is waiting. This is the soul's midnight awakening, a call from God into communion, reflection, revelation, direction, or healing. Your body may lie still, but your spirit stands at attention. The spirit awakens when the world sleeps. There are reasons spiritual awakenings happen at night, reasons deeply rooted in the nature of the soul. 1. The world is finally quiet enough. Daytime is too loud, too bright, too crowded, too demanding. But night is clean, night is pure, night is spacious, night is receptive. Your soul finally has room to speak and room to hear. 2. Your defenses drop. During the day, your mind is armored. You are logical. You are efficient. You are protective. You are in control. At night, those walls loosen. Your spirit becomes accessible. Your vulnerability becomes holy ground. 3. Your spirit is more sensitive. The quiet awakens things you can't feel during the noise. Conviction, compassion, intuition, longing, presence, purpose. You become aware of God in a way that daylight rarely allows. 4. God has always spoken in the night. Throughout history, people have reported awakening in the night with visions, guidance, peace, warnings, direction, or clarity. The pattern is ancient, the mystery is eternal. The purpose is always the same. God wakes the soul to reveal what the day hides. The silence that feels like it's listening to you. When you wake in the night, pay attention to the silence. Not the absence of sound, the presence of stillness. Sometimes the silence feels heavy, as though the air itself is waiting. Sometimes it feels peaceful, as if the room has become a sanctuary. Sometimes it feels electric, as if something unseen fills the space. Sometimes it feels warm, as if comfort is sitting beside you. The silence is not empty. The silence is aware. You may feel watched not by fear but by care. You may feel accompanied not by imagination but by presence. You may feel stirred not by random thought but by divine invitation. Many people mistake this presence for their own thoughts. But the heart knows the difference between imagination and revelation. The silence of nighttime awakening is not passive. It is sacred. It is a doorway. It is a whisper. It is the soul being called to attention. The questions that rise in the midnight hour. In these awakenings, questions rise from the depths, questions you have avoided during the day, questions that refuse to stay buried. Why am I really afraid? What am I pretending not to feel? What have I been ignoring for too long? What is God trying to show me? What part of my life feels misaligned? Where am I carrying wounds I never addressed? What needs to change in me, not to around me? These questions are not random. They are spiritual diagnostics, gentle revelations of what your soul needs in order to heal, grow, transform, or surrender. The midnight mind is not confused. It is honest. Perhaps for the first time all day, God often asks deep questions at night because nighttime is when you finally have the courage to face them. The feeling that something is about to happen. One of the most unique aspects of a spiritual awakening at night is the sense of anticipation, the feeling that something is shifting, something is moving, something is changing inside you. This feeling can manifest as a strange peace, a sudden awareness, a gentle stirring, a quiet excitement, a sense of presence, a feeling of being held, an impression of being guided. A realization you weren't expecting. It is subtle, but powerful. Many people describe it as if something invisible just entered the room, not frightening but holy. Something is being prepared, something is being revealed, something is being awakened. You may not know what it is yet, but your soul does. This anticipation is not anxiety. It is God moving in the unseen. When the soul calls you to listen, every midnight awakening carries a message even if you don't know what the message is yet. Some awakenings are calls to pray. Some awakenings are calls to release something heavy. Some awakenings are calls to forgive. Some awakenings are calls to confront truth. Some awakenings are calls to listen. Some awakenings are calls to heal. Some awakenings are calls to shift direction. Some awakenings are calls to return to God. But all awakenings have one thing in common. You were not meant to ignore them. Your soul is trying to get your attention. God is trying to reach you where noise cannot interfere. When you wake without explanation, you are standing in a moment that is larger than you, a moment woven between the physical world and the spiritual one. This moment is invitation. This moment is divine. This moment is intentional. The midnight awakening is a door, not a disturbance. Most people assume waking in the night is a disruption, a problem, an inconvenience, a frustration. But spiritually it is a doorway, a divine threshold, a sacred pause, an opening in the fabric of your inner world. It is the moment where God whispers, "I need you awake for this. I want to speak to you. There is something you must hear. You are not alone. I am near." Listen, the midnight awakening is not about timing. It is about readiness. God wakes you when your soul is quiet enough to hear Him. He wakes you when your heart is soft enough to receive Him. He wakes you when your burdens are heavy enough to hand over. He wakes you when your mind is open enough to understand. He wakes you when your spirit is tender enough to feel Him. This moment is never random. It is always sacred. Some moments in life are not taught, they are revealed. They arrive quietly without spectacle, like a whisper drifting into the room. This is what the midnight awakening is, a revelation disguised as a moment of unexpected consciousness. Part 1 explored the nature of waking up in the night with a strange clarity. Part 2 goes deeper. It reveals what happens within you during that awakening, how your spirit interprets what your mind cannot yet articulate. Because every midnight awakening carries a message, and that message is meant for the version of you who is finally quiet enough to hear it. The spirit speaks a language the mind has not yet learned. The human spirit does not speak in words, it speaks in impressions, in knowing, in atmosphere, in presence. This is why nighttime awakenings feel strange to the logical mind. Your mind wants explanations. Your spirit wants connection. During the day, your mind dominates, it leads, it interprets, it filters everything. But at night, the spirit takes the lead. It rises while your mental barriers lower. It perceives things your mind blocks. It senses what your eyes cannot see. It feels what your logic cannot decode. This is why the midnight awakening can feel like, I know something is happening, but I don't know what. I feel something shifting inside me. There is something God is trying to show me. Something is calling me, but I don't know how to name it. The spirit knows. The mind is catching up. This is not confusion, it is communication. Your awakening is your spirit speaking first. The midnight awakening and the inner child. There is a part of you that rarely gets attention, the quiet, childlike part of your soul, the part that is vulnerable, the part that longs for comfort, the part that still remembers old hurts, the part that wants to be held, protected, understood. This inner child is usually silenced by adulthood, work, responsibility, pressure, expectations, emotional armor. But at night, when you awaken unexpectedly, the inner child surfaces, not to cause distress, but to be acknowledged. Your midnight awakening may be the moment when the child within you whispers, "I'm still hurting. I'm still afraid. I still need reassurance. I need comfort. I need God." You may feel a sudden ache in your chest, a longing for something you can't name, a sorrow that feels older than your adult life, a tenderness that surprises you. This is not weakness, this is healing. God often awakens you at night to comfort the parts of you that daylight neglects. He does not awaken the adult self, he awakens the child within. Because the child is where the deepest wounds live, and where the deepest healing must begin. The awakening that brings truth to the surface. Truth thrives in silence. In the quiet of the midnight awakening, truth rises like a tide, not harshly, not accusingly, but honestly. You may suddenly see a relationship you have outgrown, a habit that is damaging your spirit, a lie you have believed about yourself, an opportunity you have been running from, a dream you buried too soon, a fear that is controlling your choices, a resentment you have refused to release, a calling you have ignored. The midnight awakening is not meant to overwhelm you with truth. It is meant to gently reveal what the daylight hides. Nighttime truth is different from daytime truth. It is softer. It is clearer. It is more compassionate. It is more spiritual. You are not judging yourself. Your spirit is revealing yourself. Truth is not a threat. Truth is liberation. God wakes you so truth can rise without interference, without defensiveness, without excuses. Truth in the midnight hour is truth with divine clarity. The awakening that connects you to the unseen. There are moments in the night when you feel something in the atmosphere shift, a subtle presence, a warmth, a calm, a whisper that feels like breath on the soul. This is the spiritual world drawing near. Western culture often distracts the mind from spiritual reality, but at night your spirit becomes aware of the unseen in ways daylight cannot replicate. You may feel a presence standing beside you, a peace settling over you like a blanket, a comfort so strong it feels physical, a whisper of reassurance echoing inside your chest, a warmth that covers you from the inside out. And no, you are not imagining it. Your mind may question, but your spirit knows. This awareness is not fear, it is connection. The midnight awakening opens your senses to spiritual reality, the reality God wants you to experience, not avoid. Because God is not distant, He is near, especially in the night. The midnight awakening as a call to release. There are burdens you carry during the day that you refuse to notice. Not because you want to ignore them, but because acknowledging them would disrupt the fragile balance you try to maintain. But at night, those burdens rise to the surface. Your midnight awakening may be a call to release something you've held too long, a wound you replay, a person who hurt you, a pressure you cannot carry, a fear that runs your life, a mistake that haunts you, a desire to control everything, a heartbreak you pretend you are over, a guilt you were never meant to keep. Releasing is not giving up. Releasing is surrender. It is placing what is too heavy into the hands of God. You may feel tears you didn't expect, a sigh that sounds like relief, a trembling sensation in your chest, a softening of your entire body. Releasing happens in the soul before it happens in the mind. The midnight awakening is the moment God whispers, "Let me hold this, let me take this, you don't have to carry it anymore." And in that silence, something shifts inside you. The awakening that brings divine warning. Sometimes the midnight awakening is not comfort or revelation, it is warning. A warning that something or someone is not good for you. A warning that you are about to make a harmful decision. A warning that you are ignoring a red flag. A warning that danger is near. A warning that your spirit is not at peace for a reason. This warning is not fear-based, it is protective. The difference is clear. Fear feels chaotic. Warning feels purposeful. Fear overwhelms. Warning directs. Fear shakes you. Warning steadies you. God warns in the night because you are most perceptive in stillness. You are not distracted. You are not talking yourself into or out of things. You are not justifying or minimizing. You are simply feeling the truth. Many lives have been spared because a soul awakened at the right moment and listened. The midnight warning is not punishment. It is love. The awakening that calls you to pray. There are awakenings so gentle, so intimate, so sacred that the only natural response is prayer. Not rehearsed prayer, not memorized prayer, not formal words, but the simplest, purest form: God, I'm listening. God, I'm here. God, help me. God, hold me. God, show me. God, stay with me. The midnight awakening calls you to pray because nighttime prayer is different. Daytime prayer is thoughtful. Nighttime prayer is honest. Daytime prayer uses words. Nighttime prayer uses the soul. Daytime prayer speaks. Nighttime prayer listens. Nighttime prayer is pure surrender, a conversation between your rawest self and the one who understands you beyond language. God wakes the soul for prayer because prayer is the bridge between revelation and healing, between awareness and transformation, between fear and courage, between loneliness and divine presence. And in the midnight hour, prayer becomes the language of intimacy. The midnight awakening is the Spirit's call to attention. Above all, the midnight awakening is God saying, "Pay attention. Something is happening inside you. Your awakening is not random, it is not pointless, it is not meaningless. It is spiritual alignment. It is divine preparation. It is emotional unveiling. It is inner revelation. It is the quiet moment when your spirit stands tall inside you and says, I am ready. I am listening. I am awakening. I am changing. I am surrendering. I am becoming. This is the sacred work of the midnight hour. God wakes the soul to remind you that you are not alone, you are not forgotten, you are not abandoned, you are not wandering without guidance, you are awakening. There is a sacred mystery wrapped in the midnight hour, not loud, not explosive, not dramatic, but deeply tender and profoundly spiritual. It is the moment when the veil between the visible and the invisible feels thinner, when the soul listens more carefully, when the heart becomes more honest than it dared to be during the day. You have now walked through the layers of this mystery. The awakening itself, the spiritual sensitivity it creates, the emotional truths it reveals, the warnings, the comfort, the release, the questions, the presence. Part 3 completes the journey. It explores what the midnight awakening leads to, how it transforms you, how it shapes your next steps, how it prepares your destiny, and how it reveals the deepest truth. Your soul does not wake without purpose. Your awakening is part of your becoming. The midnight hour is where the soul learns to listen. Listening is an art one the human mind struggles with during the noise of the day. The world teaches you to respond, to react, to solve, to push forward. But nighttime listening is different. In the darkness, listening becomes sacred. You listen to your breath, You listen to your heartbeat. You listen to your emotions. You listen to the quiet impressions in your spirit. You listen to the whisper of God. Listening is not passive. It is transformative. To listen deeply is to open the door of your soul. And the Midnight Awakening trains you in this art. You learn to pay attention not just to sounds, but to signals, the uneasiness in your chest, the soft peace settling over your thoughts, the gentle pull to pray, the sudden clarity of a difficult truth, the emotional release you didn't expect, the urge to surrender something heavy, the desire to connect with God in the quiet. Listening is the first step toward spiritual maturity, and God uses the midnight hour to make you a listener, not a reactor, not a performer, not a thinker, but a soul that hears. When the Midnight Awakening becomes a spiritual alignment, there are seasons when your inner world falls out of alignment. Your emotions pull one way, your thoughts pull another. Your desires are conflicted. Your spirit feels distant from your choices. Your identity feels fractured between who you were and who you are becoming. Daytime distractions mask this misalignment, but the Midnight Awakening exposes it, not to shame you, to align you. Alignment begins when you become aware of your inner state, when the soul speaks louder than excuses, when the heart speaks louder than denial. You may feel that something in your life is off-center or unbalanced. Maybe you are living a life that does not match your inner truth. Maybe you are holding on to a relationship that contradicts your values. Maybe you are pursuing a path that conflicts with your spirit. Maybe you are silencing a calling that refuses to die. Maybe you are ignoring a wound that demands healing. The Midnight Awakening brings misalignment to the surface, and alignment begins with awareness. When your spirit rises in the night, it is often to pull your life back toward truth. When God prepares you for change in the midnight hour, change rarely begins with action. It begins with awakening. Before you take a step, before you make a decision, before you confront a fear, before you leave what harms you, before you pursue what calls you, God prepares you internally. The Midnight Awakening is the preparation. You may feel a stirring that something must shift, a conviction that something cannot stay the same, a clarity that the path ahead is different from the path behind, a recognition that you have outgrown old versions of yourself, a deep spiritual hunger for something more meaningful. This preparation is gentle. It does not demand immediate action. It simply awakens readiness. You are being shaped in the night for choices you will make in the day. God knows that transformation begins internally long before it becomes visible externally. The Midnight Awakening is the first signal that a new season is forming inside you. The Midnight Awakening and the unfinished business of the soul. There are parts of your soul that remain untouched during the busyness of daylight. Grief you didn't process, guilt you never resolved, hope you abandoned, dreams you postponed, identity you forgot, purpose you neglected, forgiveness you withheld. These are spiritual loose ends, the unfinished business of the heart. The Midnight Awakening brings them forward, not randomly, but intentionally. You may suddenly remember someone you need to forgive. You may think of a dream you buried years ago. You may realize you are still grieving something you never named. You may face a truth you have avoided. You may feel a pull to return to something holy you lost along the way. These moments are not emotional accidents. They are spiritual invitations to finish what your soul began long ago. God is not reminding you of pain. He is revealing what needs closure, what needs healing, what needs release, what needs acceptance, what needs resurrection. The Midnight Awakening opens the door to the unfinished rooms of your soul and invites you to walk in with Him. When the midnight hour brings peace that makes no sense, sometimes the Midnight Awakening is not emotional, not heavy, not revealing. Sometimes it is simply peaceful, deeply, beautifully peaceful. A peace that feels supernatural, a peace that settles you like warm light, a peace that wraps around you like a soft blanket, a peace that does not match your circumstances. This peace is not psychological, it is presence. It is God entering the inner room of your soul and calming everything within you. You may breathe differently. Your chest may soften, your thoughts may quiet, your fear may dissolve, your loneliness may fade, your heart may become still. This peace is a spiritual signature, the evidence that God is with you in the quiet of the night. Western audiences often search for peace in achievement or productivity, but the deepest peace comes not from doing, but from being, especially in the presence of God. This peace is not temporary, it is transformative. Because once peace enters your spirit at midnight, it follows you into the daylight. When the midnight awakening becomes a meeting place with God, all the layers, the questions, the clarity, the warning, the comfort, the truth, the presence lead to one central revelation. The midnight awakening is not about the moment, it is about the encounter. This is the hour when God draws especially near to the human heart, not because you are more worthy at night, but because you are more available. Your mind slows, your soul opens, your heart becomes tender. Your spirit becomes sensitive. This is the moment God whispers, "I am here. I have always been here. You can speak to me. You can rest in me. You can trust me. I am closer than your breath." He is not loud, he is not aggressive, he is not forceful. He is intimate, because intimacy is the language of the midnight hour. When you wake unexpectedly, you wake into presence, and presence is the purpose. What the midnight awakening is preparing you. For the midnight awakening is not an isolated experience, it is a beginning. It prepares you for a deeper relationship with God, a more honest relationship with yourself, a more peaceful inner world, a more aligned outer world, greater clarity, greater courage, greater emotional intelligence, greater spiritual awareness, greater purpose. It awakens parts of you that daylight suppresses. It reveals strengths you didn't know you had. It exposes wounds ready to be healed. It whispers truths ready to be embraced. It stirs the calling buried inside you. The midnight awakening is the spiritual spark that will eventually ignite transformation. It is the moment God knocks softly on the door of your soul and waits for your response. And when you respond, even in the simplest way, everything inside you begins to shift. The midnight awakening is the soul saying, "I am becoming." This is the final truth of chapter 5. Your midnight awakening is not about disturbance, it is about destiny. It is not about sleep, it is about spirit. It is not about interruption, it is about invitation. It is the soul stepping into a new phase of its journey, gentle, profound, transformative. When you wake without reason, you are waking into purpose. Your soul is whispering, "I am changing, I am healing, I am awakening. I am listening, I am ready, I am becoming who I was meant to be." The midnight awakening is the sacred signal that your deeper life is unfolding, and God is already there waiting for you in the quiet of the night. There is a moment in the night when time feels different, a moment when the world grows still and the silence becomes so deep it feels almost sacred. A moment when you wake suddenly, unexpectedly, with no clear reason. Your eyes open, your heart is awake. Something inside you is listening. This moment is older than science, older than culture, older than tradition. People across the world, from ancient villages to modern cities, have woken in the same mysterious hour and wondered, "Why am I awake right now? What stirred me? What is calling me? What does my soul want? What does God want to say?" This chapter explores that mystery, the midnight awakening, the universal. spiritual moment when the soul rises before the body understands why. It is not random, it is not meaningless, it is not coincidence, it is invitation. Part 1 will take you inside that sacred moment, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, showing why the soul wakes when it does, and what God may be revealing in that fragile space between sleep and consciousness. Because some awakenings are not caused by noise, they are caused by purpose. The moment that wakes you without warning, you know this moment well. The night is quiet, everything seems peaceful, and suddenly you wake. Not jolted, not startled, just awake. Your mind is clear in a way that should not be possible in the middle of the night. Your heart feels more alive than it did all day. Your breath slows, as if your spirit is preparing for something. Your room feels different, heavier or lighter, you cannot decide which. There is a presence you cannot explain, a sense you cannot ignore. It is as though your inner world opened a door. Most people try to roll over and go back to sleep, but those who pause, even for a moment, discover something profound. This awakening has intention behind it. You did not just wake up, you were woken, you were called, you were invited. Your soul responded to something beyond physical explanation. Not every awakening is from anxiety. When Western audiences experience nighttime awakenings, the instinct is often to blame stress, health issues, or overthinking. And yes, sometimes it is your mind or body trying to tell you something, but there is another kind of awakening, the spiritual kind, the awakening that feels purposeful even when you cannot articulate the purpose, the awakening that feels gentle instead of frantic, the awakening that carries peace even in confusion, the awakening that whispers instead of shouts. This is not anxiety, this is alignment. And the biggest clue is this: you are awake but not afraid, you are alert but not panicked, you are calm but not sleepy. Something inside you is waiting. This is the soul's midnight awakening, a call from God into communion, reflection, revelation, direction, or healing. Your body may lie still, but your spirit stands at attention. The spirit awakens when the world sleeps. There are reasons. Spiritual awakenings happen at night, reasons deeply rooted in the nature of the soul. 1. The world is finally quiet enough. Daytime is too loud, too bright, too crowded, too demanding. But night is clean, night is pure, night is spacious, night is receptive. Your soul finally has room to speak and room to hear. 2. Your defenses drop. During the day, your mind is armored, you are logical, you are efficient, you are protective, you are in control. At night, those walls loosen, your spirit becomes accessible, your vulnerability becomes holy ground. 3. Your spirit is more sensitive. The quiet awakens things you can't feel during the noise. Conviction, compassion, intuition, longing, presence, purpose. You become aware of God in a way that daylight rarely allows. 4. God has always spoken in the night. Throughout history, people have reported awakening in the night with visions, guidance, peace, warnings, direction, or clarity. The pattern is ancient, the mystery is eternal. The purpose is always the same. God wakes the soul to reveal what the day hides. The silence that feels like it's listening to you. When you wake in the night, pay attention to the silence, not the absence of sound, the presence of stillness. Sometimes the silence feels heavy, as though the air itself is waiting. Sometimes it feels peaceful, as if the room has become a sanctuary. Sometimes it feels electric, as if something unseen fills the space. Sometimes it feels warm, as if comfort is sitting beside you. The silence is not empty. The silence is aware. You may feel watched, not by fear, but by care. You may feel accompanied not by imagination, but by presence. You may feel stirred not by random thought, but by divine invitation. Many people mistake this presence for their own thoughts. But the heart knows the difference between imagination and revelation. The silence of nighttime awakening is not passive. It is sacred, it is a doorway, it is a whisper. It is the soul being called to attention. The questions that rise in the midnight hour. In these awakenings, questions rise from the depths, questions you have avoided during the day, questions that refuse to stay buried. Why am I really afraid? What am I pretending not to feel? What have I been ignoring for too long? What is God trying to show me? What part of my life feels misaligned? Where am I carrying wounds I never addressed? What needs to change in me, not around me? These questions are not random. They are spiritual diagnostics, gentle revelations of what your soul needs in order to heal, grow, transform, or surrender. The midnight mind is not confused, it is honest, perhaps for the first time all day. God often asks deep questions at night because nighttime is when you finally have the courage to face them. The feeling that something is about to happen. One of the most unique aspects of a spiritual awakening at night is the sense of anticipation. The feeling that something is shifting, something is moving, something is changing inside you. This feeling can manifest as a strange peace, a sudden awareness, a gentle stirring, a quiet excitement, a sense of presence, a feeling of being held, an impression of being guided, a realization you weren't expecting. It is subtle, but powerful. Many people describe it as if something invisible just entered the room, not frightening but holy. Something is being prepared, something is being revealed, something is being awakened. You may not know what it is yet, but your soul does. This anticipation is not anxiety. It is God moving in the unseen. When the soul calls you to listen, every midnight awakening carries a message, even if you don't know what the message is yet. Some awakenings are calls to pray. Some awakenings are calls to release something heavy. Some awakenings are calls to forgive. Some awakenings are calls to confront truth. Some awakenings are calls to listen. Some awakenings are calls to heal. Some awakenings are calls to shift direction. Some awakenings are calls to return to God. But all awakenings have one thing in common. You were not meant to ignore them. Your soul is trying to get your attention. God is trying to reach you where noise cannot interfere. When you wake without explanation, you are standing in a moment that is larger than you, a moment woven between the physical world and the spiritual one. This moment is invitation. This moment is divine. This moment is intentional. The midnight awakening is a door, not a disturbance. Most people assume waking in the night is a disruption, a problem, an inconvenience, a frustration. But spiritually, it is a doorway, a divine threshold, a sacred pause, an opening in the fabric of your inner world. It is the moment where God whispers, "I need you awake for this. I want to speak to you. There is something you must hear. You are not alone. I am near. Listen." The midnight awakening is not about timing. It is about readiness. God wakes you when your soul is quiet enough to hear him. He wakes you when your heart is soft enough to receive him. He wakes you when your burdens are heavy enough to hand over. He wakes you when your mind is open enough to understand. He wakes you when your spirit is tender enough to feel him. This moment is never random. It is always sacred. Some moments in life are not taught, they are revealed. They arrive quietly without spectacle, like a whisper drifting into the room. This is what the midnight awakening is, a revelation disguised as a moment of unexpected consciousness. Part 1 explored the nature of waking up in the night with a strange clarity. Part 2 goes deeper. It reveals what happens within you during that awakening, how your spirit interprets what your mind cannot yet articulate, because every midnight awakening carries a message. And that message is meant for the version of you who is finally quiet enough to hear it. The spirit speaks a language the mind has not yet learned. The human spirit does not speak in words, it speaks in impressions, in knowing, in atmosphere, in presence. This is why nighttime awakenings feel strange to the logical mind. Your mind wants explanations. Your spirit wants connection. During the day, your mind dominates, it leads, it interprets, it filters everything. But at night, the spirit takes the lead. It rises while your mental barriers lower. It perceives things your mind blocks. It senses what your eyes cannot see. It feels what your logic cannot decode. This is why the midnight awakening can feel like I know something is happening, but I don't know what. I feel something shifting inside me. There is something God is trying to show me, something is calling me, but I don't know how to name it. The spirit knows, the mind is catching up. This is not confusion, it is communication. Your awakening is your spirit speaking first. The midnight awakening and the inner child. There is a part of you that rarely gets attention, the quiet, childlike part of your soul. The part that is vulnerable, the part that longs for comfort, the part that still remembers old hurts, the part that wants to be held, protected, understood. This inner child is usually silenced by adulthood, work, responsibility, pressure, expectations, emotional armor. But at night, when you awaken unexpectedly, the inner child surfaces, not to cause distress, but to be acknowledged. Your midnight awakening may be the moment when the child within you whispers, "I'm still hurting. I'm still afraid. I still need reassurance. I need comfort. I need God." You may feel a sudden ache in your chest, a longing for something you can't name, a sorrow that feels older than your adult life, a tenderness that surprises you. This is not weakness. This is healing. God often awakens you at night to comfort the parts of you that daylight neglects. He does not awaken the adult self, he awakens the child within, because the child is where the deepest wounds live, and where the deepest healing must begin. The awakening that brings truth to the surface, truth, thrives in silence. In the quiet of the midnight awakening, truth rises like a tide, not harshly, not accusingly, but honestly. You may suddenly see a relationship you have outgrown, a habit that is damaging your spirit, a lie you have believed about yourself, an opportunity you have been running from, a dream you buried too soon, a fear that is controlling your choices, a resentment you have refused to release, a calling you have ignored. The midnight awakening is not meant to overwhelm you with truth. It is meant to gently reveal what the daylight hides. Nighttime truth is different from daytime truth. It is softer, it is clearer, it is more compassionate, it is more spiritual. You are not judging yourself, your spirit is revealing yourself. Truth is not a threat, truth is liberation. God wakes you so truth can rise without interference, without defensiveness, without excuses. Truth in the midnight hour is truth with divine clarity. The awakening that connects you to the unseen. There are moments in the night when you feel something in the atmosphere shift, a subtle presence, a warmth, a calm, a whisper that feels like breath on the soul. This is the spiritual world drawing near. Western culture often distracts the mind from spiritual reality. But at night, your spirit becomes aware of the unseen in ways daylight cannot replicate. You may feel a presence standing beside you, a peace settling over you like a blanket, a comfort so strong it feels physical, a whisper of reassurance echoing inside your chest, a warmth that covers you from the inside out. And no, you are not imagining it. Your mind may question, but your spirit knows. This awareness is not fear, it is connection. The midnight awakening opens your senses to spiritual reality, the reality God wants you to experience, not avoid, because God is not distant, He is near, especially in the night. The midnight awakening as a call to release. There are burdens you carry during the day that you refuse to notice, not because you want to ignore them, but because acknowledging them would disrupt the fragile balance you try to maintain. But at night, those burdens rise to the surface. Your midnight awakening may be a call to release something you've held too long, a wound you replay, a person who hurt you, a pressure you cannot carry, a fear that runs your life, a mistake that haunts you, a desire to control everything, a heartbreak you pretend you are over, a guilt you were never meant to keep. Releasing is not giving up. Releasing is surrender. It is placing what is too heavy into the hands of God. You may feel tears you didn't expect, a sigh that sounds like relief, a trembling sensation in your chest, a softening of your entire body. Releasing happens in the soul before it happens in the mind. The midnight awakening is the moment God whispers, "Let me hold this. Let me take this. You don't have to carry it anymore." And in that silence, something shifts inside you. The awakening that brings divine warning. Sometimes the midnight awakening is not comfort or revelation, it is warning. A warning that something or someone is not good for you. A warning that you are about to make a harmful decision. A warning that you are ignoring a red flag. A warning that danger is near. A warning that your spirit is not at peace for a reason. This warning is not fear-based, it is protective. The difference is clear. Fear feels chaotic. Warning feels purposeful. Fear overwhelms. Warning directs. Fear shakes you. Warning steadies you. God warns in the night because you are most perceptive in stillness. You are not distracted. You are not talking yourself into or out of things. You are not justifying or minimizing. You are simply feeling the truth. Many lives have been spared because a soul awakened at the right moment and listened. The midnight warning is not punishment, it is love. The awakening that calls you to pray. There are awakenings so gentle, so intimate, so sacred, that the only natural response is prayer. Not rehearsed prayer, not memorized prayer, not formal words, but the simplest, purest form. God, I'm listening. God, I'm here. God, help me. God, hold me. God, show me. God, stay with me. The midnight awakening calls you to pray, because nighttime prayer is different. Daytime prayer is thoughtful. Nighttime prayer is honest. Daytime prayer uses words. Nighttime prayer uses the soul. Daytime prayer speaks. Nighttime prayer listens. Nighttime prayer is pure surrender, a conversation between your rawest self and the one who understands you beyond language. God wakes the soul for prayer because prayer is the bridge between revelation and healing, between awareness and transformation, between fear and courage, between loneliness and divine presence. And in the midnight hour, prayer becomes the language of intimacy. The midnight awakening is the Spirit's call to attention. Above all, the midnight awakening is God saying, "Pay attention. Something is happening inside you. Your awakening is not random. It is not pointless. It is not meaningless. It is spiritual alignment. It is divine preparation. It is emotional unveiling. It is inner revelation. It is the quiet moment when your spirit stands tall inside you and says, "I am ready. I am listening. I am awakening. I am changing. I am surrendering. I am becoming." This is the sacred work of the midnight hour. God wakes the soul to remind you that you are not alone. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not wandering without guidance. You are awakening. There is a sacred mystery wrapped in the midnight hour, not loud, not explosive, not dramatic, but deeply tender and profoundly spiritual. It is the moment when the veil between the visible and the invisible feels thinner, when the soul listens more carefully, when the heart becomes more honest than it dared to be during the day. You have now walked through the layers of this mystery, the awakening itself, the spiritual sensitivity it creates, the emotional truths it reveals, the warnings, the comfort, the release, the questions, the presence. Part 3 completes the journey. It explores what the midnight awakening leads to, how it transforms you, how it shapes your next steps, how it prepares your destiny, and how it reveals the deepest truth. Your soul does not wake without purpose. Your awakening is part of your becoming. The midnight hour is where the soul learns to listen. Listening is an art one the human mind struggles with during the noise of the day. The world teaches you to respond, to react, to solve, to push forward. But nighttime listening is different. In the darkness, listening becomes sacred. You listen to your breath, you listen to your heartbeat, you listen to your emotions, you listen to the quiet impressions in your spirit. You listen to the whisper of God. Listening is not passive. It is transformative. To listen deeply is to open the door of your soul. And the midnight awakening trains you in this art. You learn to pay attention not just to sounds, but to signals, the uneasiness in your chest, the soft peace settling over your thoughts, the gentle pull to pray, the sudden clarity of a difficult truth, the emotional release you didn't expect, the urge to surrender something heavy, the desire to connect with God in the quiet. Listening is the first step toward spiritual maturity, and God uses the midnight hour to make you a listener, not a reactor, not a performer, not a thinker, but a soul that hears. When the midnight awakening becomes a spiritual alignment, there are seasons when your inner world falls out of alignment. Your emotions pull one way, your thoughts pull another, your desires are conflicted, your spirit feels distant from your choices. Your identity feels fractured between who you were and who you are becoming. Daytime distractions mask this misalignment, but the midnight awakening exposes it, not to shame you, to align you. Alignment begins when you become aware of your inner state, when the soul speaks louder than excuses, when the heart speaks louder than denial. You may feel that something in your life is off-center or unbalanced. Maybe you are living a life that does not match your inner truth. Maybe you are holding on to a relationship that contradicts your values. Maybe you are pursuing a path that conflicts with your spirit. Maybe you are silencing a calling that refuses to die. Maybe you are ignoring a wound that demands healing. The midnight awakening brings misalignment to the surface, and alignment begins with awareness. When your spirit rises in the night, it is often to pull your life back toward truth. When God prepares you for change in the midnight hour, change rarely begins with action. It begins with awakening. Before you take a step, before you make a decision, before you confront a fear, before you leave what harms you, before you pursue what calls you, God prepares you internally. The midnight awakening is the preparation. You may feel a stirring that something must shift, a conviction that something cannot stay the same, a clarity that the path ahead is different from the path behind, a recognition that you have outgrown old versions of yourself, a deep spiritual hunger for something more meaningful. This preparation is gentle. It does not demand immediate action. It simply awakens readiness. You are being shaped in the night for choices you will make in the day. God knows that transformation begins internally long before it becomes visible externally. The midnight awakening is the first signal that a new season is forming inside you. The midnight awakening and the unfinished business of the soul. There are parts of your soul that remain untouched during the busyness of daylight: grief. You didn't process guilt. You never resolved hope. You abandoned dreams you postponed. Identity you forgot. Purpose you neglected. Forgiveness you withheld. These are spiritual loose ends, the unfinished business of the heart. The midnight awakening brings them forward, not randomly, but intentionally. You may suddenly remember someone you need to forgive. You may think of a dream you buried years ago. You may realize you are still grieving something you never named. You may face a truth you have avoided. You may feel a pull to return to something holy you lost along the way. These moments are not emotional accidents. They are spiritual invitations to finish what your soul began long ago. God is not reminding you of pain. He is revealing what needs closure, what needs healing, what needs release, what needs acceptance, what needs resurrection. The midnight awakening opens the door to the unfinished rooms of your soul and invites you to walk in with Him. When the midnight hour brings peace that makes no sense. Sometimes the midnight awakening is not emotional, not heavy, not revealing. Sometimes it is simply peaceful, deeply, beautifully peaceful, a peace that feels supernatural, a peace that settles you like warm light, a peace that wraps around you like a soft blanket, a peace that does not match your circumstances. This peace is not psychological, it is presence. It is God entering the inner room of your soul and calming everything within you. You may breathe differently. Your chest may soften, your thoughts may quiet, your fear may dissolve, your loneliness may fade, your heart may become still. This peace is a spiritual signature, the evidence that God is with you in the quiet of the night. Western audiences often search for peace in achievement or productivity, but the deepest peace comes not from doing, but from being, especially in the presence of God. This peace is not temporary, it is transformative, because once peace enters your spirit at midnight, it follows you into the daylight. When the midnight awakening becomes a meeting place with God, all the layers, the questions, the clarity, the warning, the comfort, the truth, the presence lead to one central revelation. The midnight awakening is not about the moment, it is about the encounter. This is the hour when God draws especially near to the human heart, not because you are more worthy at night, but because you are more available. Your mind slows, your soul opens, your heart becomes tender. Your spirit becomes sensitive. This is the moment God whispers, "I am here. I have always been here. You can speak to me. You can rest in me. You can trust me. I am closer than your breath." He is not loud, He is not aggressive, He is not forceful, He is intimate, because intimacy is the language of the midnight hour. When you wake unexpectedly, you wake into presence, and presence is the purpose. What the midnight awakening is preparing you for. The midnight awakening is not an isolated experience. It is a beginning. It prepares you for a deeper relationship with God, a more honest relationship with yourself, a more peaceful inner world, a more aligned outer world, greater clarity, greater courage, greater emotional intelligence, greater spiritual awareness, greater purpose. It awakens parts of you that daylight suppresses. It reveals strengths you didn't know you had. It exposes wounds ready to be healed. It whispers truths ready to be embraced. It stirs the calling buried inside you. The midnight awakening is the spiritual spark that will eventually ignite transformation. It is the moment God knocks softly on the door of your soul and waits for your response. And when you respond, even in the simplest way, everything inside you begins to shift. The midnight awakening is the soul saying, "I am becoming." This is the final truth of chapter 5. Your midnight awakening is not about disturbance, it is about destiny. It is not about sleep, it is about spirit. It is not about interruption, it is about invitation. It is the soul stepping into a new phase of its journey, gentle, profound, transformative. When you wake without reason, you are waking into purpose. Your soul is whispering, "I am changing, I am healing, I am awakening. I am listening. I am ready. I am becoming who I was meant to be. The midnight awakening is the sacred signal that your deeper life is unfolding, and God is already there, waiting for you in the quiet of the night. There are moments in life when you know not with your mind, but with something deeper that more is happening than your eyes can perceive. These moments often arrive in the quiet, in the stillness, in the fragile space between waking and sleeping. They arrive as impressions you can't explain, sensations you can't ignore, and experiences that feel more real than the world around you. This is the chapter where we step into the mystery that most people feel but rarely understand. Dreams that feel like messages, atmospheres that feel alive, encounters that feel personal, warnings that feel urgent, comfort that feels divine, presence that feels closer than breath. Western culture teaches you to explain everything through logic, to categorize, label, rationalize, reduce. But the human spirit knows better. Your soul has always known that something invisible moves around you, through you, and for you. Chapter 6 opens the door to that realm, the realm where the unseen touches your sleep, where dreams become communication, where nighttime becomes a spiritual classroom, and where God reveals what the day hides. Part 1 begins with the foundation. There is an invisible world that interacts with your sleep every night, and your spirit is far more aware of it than your mind. The dream world is not an illusion, it is a language. People often dismiss dreams as randomness, mental noise, leftover thoughts, subconscious fragments. Science studies the mechanics of dreams, but science cannot interpret the meaning of what the soul produces. Because dreams are not just mental events, dreams are spiritual landscapes. You know this instinctively. You have felt it. You have woken from dreams that left a mark deeper than logic could explain. You have experienced dreams that carried weight, emotional, spiritual, symbolic. Some dreams haunt you, some heal you, some guide you, some warn you, some comfort you, some reveal what you refuse to see. Some speak what your waking self is too afraid to say. Dreams are not illusions, dreams are communication. Your spirit speaks in dream form, your soul interprets emotions through symbols. God whispers through imagery that bypasses your defenses. The dream world is the language of the inner world, and nighttime opens the channel. Your spirit never sleeps, the body sleeps, the mind drifts, the senses shut down, but your spirit remains awake always. Your spirit does not rest the way your body does. It listens, it discerns, it observes, it perceives. It connects with what your conscious mind cannot process. This is why people say, I felt something visit me in my sleep. I woke because something felt wrong. I sensed a presence before I opened my eyes. I knew someone was near me even though the room was dark. I had a dream that felt more real than reality. Your spirit is active, while your physical self is still. And because your spirit is awake, it becomes the bridge between this world and the unseen one. This is not superstition. It is spiritual design. You were created with a spirit precisely so you could sense the world beyond the physical, the world that interacts with your destiny, your purpose, and your soul. Nighttime is when that world touches you most clearly. When God uses your sleep to speak, throughout history, God has used nights to communicate through dreams, visions, impressions, encounters. It is not a rare phenomenon, it is a divine pattern. But many people in the modern world mistake these experiences for imagination because they have never been taught one simple truth. God often speaks when you are too still to resist him. During the day, you argue with yourself. You doubt, you rationalize, you overthink. You talk yourself out of spiritual moments, but at night your defenses fall away, and so God speaks. He speaks through dreams that feel heavier than normal. He speaks through symbolic images that stick with you for days. He speaks through warnings that feel urgent. He speaks through comfort that feels supernatural. He speaks through visions that do not feel like ordinary dreams. Your sleep becomes his canvas. Your spirit becomes his receiver. Your dream world becomes his classroom. And the message you receive at night often shapes the path you walk in the day. The presence you feel at night is not imagination. People around the world, regardless of culture, religion, background, describe the same mysterious nighttime sensations: feeling watched in a comforting way, feeling covered by peace, feeling someone sit beside them, feeling warmth pass through their chest, feeling a protective presence, feeling a warning presence, feeling a shift in the room's atmosphere, feeling held, feeling awakened. These sensations are not hallucinations. They are spiritual signals. Your body senses them, your spirit interprets them, your mind questions them, but your soul knows. The unseen world is always present, not far away, not vague, not theoretical. It is near, it is active, it is attentive, and nighttime is when you become most aware of it. This is not because darkness is mystical, but because silence allows the spiritual to become audible. Why the invisible reaches for you at night? There are 3 profound reasons the unseen world draws near when you sleep. Reason 1: you are undefended. During the day, you protect yourself emotionally and spiritually. You stay busy. You avoid vulnerability. You suppress your deeper senses. Night strips that away. Your spirit becomes exposed enough for truth to reach you. Reason 2: you are spiritually open. Sleep is a natural state of surrender. Your mind lets go. Your soul rises. Your spiritual sensitivity increases. Even people who do not consider themselves spiritual feel a shift at night. Reason 3: God wants your attention. Night removes distractions. Your heart becomes receptive. Your mind becomes quiet. God uses the night not because he cannot reach you in the day, but because you finally have space to receive him. The invisible world does not draw near to frighten you. It draws near to shape you. When your room feels different, one of the most common experiences people have at night is the sudden awareness that the atmosphere in their room has changed. You feel it immediately. The air feels heavier or lighter. The space feels filled or unusually still. The room feels crowded even when no one is there. The silence feels alive, not empty. A presence feels near, not threatening, but undeniable. This shift is not your imagination. It is your spirit sensing what your body cannot. Atmosphere is spiritual. Presence is spiritual. Awareness is spiritual. And nighttime opens the senses that detect such things. Some feel comfort. Some feel warning. Some feel guidance. Some feel God. The invisible world touches your environment, and your spirit recognizes it instantly. When you wake with emotion that isn't logical, another sign of spiritual interaction at night is waking with emotion that does not match your thoughts. Waking with peace you cannot explain. Waking with heaviness that feels foreign. Waking with conviction that feels holy. Waking with tears that feel cleansing. Waking with strength you didn't have when you went to sleep. Waking with clarity about a decision. Waking with urgency you cannot ignore. This is not randomness. This is spiritual impact. Something touched your soul while you slept. Something was revealed. Something was lifted. Something was healed. Something was stirred. Your emotions are the echoes of spiritual interaction. Your spirit experiences something first. Your heart feels it next. Your mind understands it later. This is why you may wake with a feeling before you wake with a thought. The invisible world is not far, you are just busy. One of the deepest truths about nighttime spirituality is this: the unseen world is not distant, you are simply distracted. Day makes you busy, night makes you aware. The spiritual world is not above you, it surrounds you. The divine does not hide, you simply move too quickly to notice him. Night creates the stillness you need, stillness for perception, stillness for revelation, stillness for presence, stillness for healing, stillness for God. The invisible world touches your sleep because sleep removes the barriers you build during the day. The night is where God defends, warns, and reveals. Most people never realize this truth. Nighttime is one of the most spiritually active times of your life. Your spirit receives protection you never see. Your heart receives warnings you don't consciously hear. Your soul receives comfort you don't fully understand. Your destiny receives alignment you don't remember. Night is where God works in the quiet. Night is where he fights battles you never witness. Night is where he softens your heart while you rest. Night is where he speaks to your spirit while your mind sleeps. Night is where he aligns your future without your awareness. The invisible world touches your sleep because your sleep is the gateway to your spirit. And your spirit is where God does some of his greatest work. Night is not merely the closing of a day. Night is a threshold, a spiritual doorway. A crossing into a deeper realm where the unseen draws near and the soul awakens to realities that daylight often shadows. Part 1 introduced the idea that the invisible world interacts with you while you sleep. Part 2 dives deeper into what those interactions mean, how to discern them, and why they happen. Because if the night is a spiritual classroom, then you must learn the lesson that follows. Not every presence feels the same. Not every dream has the same origin. And not every nighttime experience is meaningless. Something or someone is speaking, shaping, influencing, and guiding parts of your inner world while your body rests. Now, your spiritual understanding must open enough to recognize these encounters for what they truly are. The three sources of nighttime experiences, dreams and impressions at night, do not come from one place. They come from three distinct origins, each carrying a different signature, a different purpose, and a different emotional tone. Understanding these origins is the key to spiritual clarity at night. Here they are. Source 1, the human mind. This includes memories, stress, fears, daily emotions, unprocessed experiences, mental and emotional residue. These dreams may feel chaotic, fragmented, disorganized, or strange. They are usually symbolic reflections of the concerns you carry in the day. They come from within you. Source 2, the divine. These dreams feel purposeful, heavy in meaning, clear even after waking, emotionally charged in a holy way, comforting, convicting, or directional. They carry peace even when the message is challenging. They leave a mark on your soul. You remember them longer. You sense a presence that feels pure. You often wake with clarity. These experiences come from God. Source 3. The adversarial night can also be a battleground. Some experiences feel oppressive, dark, invasive, confusing, fearful, heavy. These dreams or sensations leave you unsettled. They may wake you abruptly. They may stir emotional turmoil rather than peace. They may come with a sense of danger or deception. These do not come from your mind or from God. They come from the spiritual forces that oppose you. Recognizing the difference empowers you to navigate the night with confidence instead of confusion. How to discern who is speaking to you at night. Discerning the source of nighttime experiences is not mystical. It is spiritual common sense, guided by emotional, mental, and atmospheric cues your spirit already understands. Here are the signs. 1. Divine encounters bring peace even in warning. If the dream comes from God, you feel a sense of calm. You sense an order to the message. You wake with understanding or conviction. You feel drawn toward truth. The dream aligns with wisdom, not chaos. God does not deal in confusion. He does not stir fear to intimidate you. His warnings come with solutions. His messages come with clarity. 2. The mind produces confusion without meaning. If the dream comes from the human mind, it feels random, it is emotionally mild or neutral, it fades quickly, it lacks spiritual weight, it mirrors your daily stress, media, or concerns. These dreams are not harmful. They are simply the mind decompressing. 3. The adversarial brings fear without purpose. If the experience is from a harmful spiritual source, it brings dread, it leaves you mentally unsettled, it creates confusion, it induces panic or oppression, it does not guide, teach, or heal, it tries to destabilize your peace. Fear alone does not make a dream spiritual. The signature of darkness is fear, with no meaning, anxiety with no message, and confusion with no direction. Understanding these distinctions prevents you from misinterpreting the messages that come at night. Why? Some nights feel spiritually heavier than others. Some nights feel like the air itself is thick. You feel restless. The room feels alive, but not peacefully so. You sense something moving in the atmosphere. Your sleep becomes shallow. Your dreams feel intense or chaotic. This is not random. Certain nights carry spiritual weight because your soul is being warned, protected, guided, prepared, awakened, and sometimes you feel the heaviness because something is resisting the work God is trying to accomplish in your life. The invisible world moves with intention. You are sensitive to this, whether you realize it or not. Some nights feel peaceful because heaven is close. Some nights feel heavy because the spiritual battle intensifies. Some nights feel revelatory because God is speaking. Some nights feel confusing because your mind is processing pain. Night reveals the state of your spirit more clearly than the day ever will. The signs of a divine nighttime visitation. When the presence that comes at night is from God, there are unmistakable signs. Sign 1. You feel calm, even if you wake. Suddenly your heart may beat fast because you woke abruptly, but your spirit will feel peaceful. Sign 2. You wake with insight you did not have before. A decision becomes clear, a question gains an answer, a fear loses power, a truth emerges from the shadows. Sign 3. The dream feels alive, not imagined. There is something about a divine dream that feels structured, intentional, meaningful, weighty, vivid. It is not like ordinary dreaming. It is like watching a message unfold. Sign 4. You remember it easily. Divine dreams stick to the soul. They do not fade like mental clutter. Sign 5. You sense a personal presence, not threatening, not vague, not dark. It feels like someone familiar, someone who knows you, someone who sees you, someone who cares. Divine presence carries warmth, wisdom, authority, comfort. You may not see anyone, but you feel the room shift into sacred stillness. That stillness is one of the clearest signs that God has drawn near. How spiritual battles can enter your sleep. Night is also a strategic time for spiritual attack, not because you are weak, but because you are unguarded. While the body rests, the adversarial forces attempt to influence your emotions and weaken your spirit through nightmares, oppressive sensations, paralyzing fear, deceptive imagery, tormenting dreams, whisper-like impressions. These experiences are designed to shake your confidence, disturb your peace, distort your identity, drain your spiritual strength. But here is the deeper truth. If you are attacked at night, it is because you are spiritually valuable. No one battles for territory that has no worth. You are being fought because you carry purpose. Understanding this transforms fear into clarity. Nighttime battles are not signs of spiritual weakness, but indicators of spiritual significance. When your dreams are warning you, dreams from God often come as warnings not to frighten you, but to redirect you. A warning dream may include danger, a repeating symbol, a familiar face, acting strangely, a place that feels wrong, a phrase that echoes a sense of urgency. Warning dreams are always purposeful, protective, directional, connected to your spiritual or emotional life. They give you insight before the event arrives. They help you avoid paths that would harm you. God warns because He cares. He warns to shield you. He warns to guide you. A divine warning is a sign of deep spiritual favor. The mystery of nighttime presence. There is another phenomenon people rarely discuss, yet countless individuals experience it. The sensation of someone near your bed, not threatening, not dark, but undeniably present. You may feel warmth, pressure on the mattress, a comforting heaviness, a peaceful nearness, a gentle touch, a sense of safety. Many describe it the same way. Someone was in the room with me, but I wasn't afraid. It felt like I wasn't alone in a good way. I felt watched over. I felt like something was protecting me. These moments are spiritual visitations of comfort and defense. Some call it angelic presence. Some call it spiritual guardianship. Some simply call it peace. But regardless of the name, the feeling is unmistakable. You are not imagining it. You are being protected. When God heals you while you sleep, sleep is one of the greatest healing environments God created. When you release consciousness, God reaches deeper than your waking self allows. He heals emotional wounds, spiritual exhaustion, mental stress, hidden grief, unspoken fears, buried pain. You may wake with tears dried on your face, not realizing your spirit cried while your body slept. You may wake with peace you did not have the night before. You may wake feeling lighter, freer, restored. God does some of His greatest work when your soul finally stops resisting Him. Night becomes a spiritual operating room where healing happens without your ability to interfere. The night reveals who is near you in the spirit. Nighttime experiences often reflect the spiritual forces surrounding your life, both divine and adversarial. A peaceful night indicates God is close, angels are active, your spirit is aligned, your atmosphere is clean. A restless or turbulent night may indicate spiritual resistance, unresolved emotional wounds, divine warnings, battles being fought on your behalf. Night exposes what daytime conceals. Your sleep mirrors your spiritual landscape. This is why nighttime is such a critical part of your spiritual journey. There is a moment quiet, fragile, almost sacred when the night begins to fade and the first hint of morning appears. In that thin stretch of time, your spirit is neither fully awake nor fully asleep. The veil is thinner here, the invisible feels closer, and the messages left on your soul through the night begin to echo in the waking world. Part 1 revealed that the invisible realm interacts with you while you sleep. Part 2 taught you how to discern those interactions. Part 3 takes you deeper into how to respond, how to interpret, how to protect your spirit, and how to cultivate a nightly life where God's voice becomes clearer. Because if the unseen world touches you at night, then you must learn how to touch back with awareness, with intentionality, with spiritual maturity. And so we enter the final movement of this chapter where knowledge becomes practice and experience becomes understanding. The moment you wake is spiritually important. Most people think the night ends the moment they open their eyes. Spiritually, that is not true. When you wake, your spirit is still carrying impressions from the dream realm, your heart is still echoing the emotions of the night, your mind is still adjusting to spiritual information, your soul is still absorbing the unseen work that occurred. Those first seconds matter. How you respond in that fragile window determines whether the messages of the night take root or fade away like mist at dawn. The spiritually aware person pauses before reaching for the phone, before rushing into the day, before dismissing the dream. They breathe, and pay attention. What am I feeling? What do I remember? What lingers in my spirit? Why does this image stay with me? Why does this emotion feel heavy or holy? This is not superstition, it is spiritual sensitivity. The night is not separate from your spiritual life. It is your spiritual life revealed in its purest form. When God leaves a message for you, when a dream or encounter is divine, it carries a specific purpose. God never speaks just to speak. He speaks to guide, heal, warn, correct, encourage, align, or call. But divine messages are often symbolic, layered, or emotional. They must be interpreted, not just remembered. Here is how spiritual interpretation begins. Step 1. Pay attention to emotion before detail. Divine dreams always carry emotional significance. Maybe you woke with peace, conviction, sorrow, urgency, clarity, or relief. Emotion is often the clearest marker of God's intention. Before your mind interprets the dream, your spirit already understands the tone. Step 2. Identify the central symbol. Every divine dream has a centerpiece, a single element that carries the weight of the message, a person, a place, a phrase, an object, a repeated symbol, an event, a warning. You may not understand it yet, but identifying it is the first step to revelation. Step 3. Look for alignment, not literal meaning. Spiritual messages are rarely literal. They are relational, directional, emotional, symbolic. A storm may represent conflict. A road may represent a decision. A voice may represent calling. A locked door may represent resistance. A bright light may represent divine presence. God speaks in images that reflect your inner world and your spiritual journey. Step 4. Notice what your spirit remembers. Some dreams fade instantly. Others cling to you like a fingerprint on your soul. This is intentional. The dreams that remain are the ones that matter. The dream that stays is the dream you were meant to carry. When your spirit is being warned, a warning dream is not meant to frighten you. It is meant to prepare you. God warns because He loves. He warns because He protects. He warns because He sees beyond the horizon of your life. Warning dreams may involve walking into danger, a familiar face, acting strangely, a repeated symbol of caution, a path that feels wrong, a voice telling you to stop or wait, an atmosphere of urgency. Here is the key. Warning dreams come with clarity, not chaos. You may wake unsettled, but you will not wake confused. You will feel the difference between fear for no reason, not from God, fear with purpose from God. A divine warning always leads to safety. A dark warning leads only to fear. Understanding this distinction turns you into a spiritually wise traveler through the night. Spiritual attacks: what to do when the night feels dark. Every believer, every seeker, every spiritually sensitive person will face nighttime resistance. This is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that something is right. Dark forces attack sleeping people for one of 3 reasons. Reason 1, you are growing spiritually. When you begin seeking God, darkness always reacts. It fears your awakening. Reason 2, you are approaching destiny. The enemy attacks not where you are, but where you are headed. Reason 3, you carry influence. Your life affects others. Your growth impacts people around you. Your spiritual awakening disrupts darkness. Resistance at night is not always about you. It is about the territory you will influence. So what do you do when you wake from a dark dream or oppressive sensation? You do not panic. You do not fear. You do not surrender. You speak with authority. You declare peace over your mind. You claim protection over your spirit. You call upon the presence of God. The darkness that shakes you is terrified of the light within you. You are not a victim of spiritual attack. You are the battleground God has chosen to defend. Nighttime visitations of peace. Not every presence you feel at night is a battle. Many are blessings. These are the nights when your room feels warm, the air feels soft, your heart slows, anxiety dissolves, you feel watched over, you feel held, you feel seen, you feel known. This is not imagination. This is divine nearness. Some call it the presence of the Holy Spirit. Some call it an angelic visitation. Some call it comfort. Whatever the name, the signature is always the same. A peace that does not come from the world. A peace that settles in your bones. A peace that silences every inner storm. A peace that feels alive. A peace that carries intelligence, not emptiness. A peace that wraps around you like a blanket of light. If you have felt this, you have been visited. Those nights are gifts, reminders, confirmations. God is not far. He is close, closer than breath, closer than heartbeat, closer than the darkness that surrounds you. The invisible work God does while you sleep. Even when you dream nothing, even when you remember nothing, even when the night feels ordinary. Spiritual work is still happening. God heals you at night. God restores you at night. God rearranges your inner world at night. God strengthens your spirit at night. God recalibrates your emotions at night. God resets your mind at night. God breathes peace into wounds you never speak of. You do not need to feel it for it to be real. Spiritual work does not require your awareness only, your surrender. Night is where God works without your interference. How to prepare your spirit before you sleep. If night is a spiritual gateway, you must learn how to approach it with intention. Here is how you prepare your spirit for peaceful revelatory sleep. 1. Release the day. Speak it out loud or silently. I let go of today. Release the stress, the failures, the worries. Make room for God. 2. Invite peace. Say, only peace is welcome here. This sets a boundary in the spiritual atmosphere. 3. Align your heart. Meditate on a passage of scripture, a truth, or a simple phrase like, God is near, I am safe, my spirit is guarded. 4. Cleanse the atmosphere, turn off chaotic noise, remove negativity, lower anxiety. Dim the lights, choose calmness. Your room becomes a sanctuary when you treat it like one. 5. Ask God to speak. A gentle prayer is enough. If you have something to show me tonight, I am listening. He responds to willing hearts. Asterisk, asterisk. The night is not something to fear, it is something to understand. Asterisk, asterisk. When you understand the spiritual significance of night, you stop fearing what you do not understand and begin embracing what your soul has always known. Night is not darkness, it is depth. Night is not silence, it is communication. Night is not emptiness, it is encounter. Night is not weakness, it is surrender. Night is not frightening, it is sacred. When the invisible world touches your sleep, you are not being disturbed, you are being guided, you are being shaped, you are being protected, you are being awakened. You are being drawn into a deeper relationship with the God who speaks in silence and visits in stillness. Your spirit is not alone in the night, it is never alone. There is a strange, sacred moment many people experience, yet rarely talk about, a moment when the body is still asleep, but the soul is already awake. You feel the shift before your eyes open. You sense the change before your mind catches up. It is as if something inside you rises early, whispering, nudging, stirring you back toward consciousness. It might feel like being gently pulled from sleep, waking with clarity before thought, feeling watched over, feeling summoned, feeling surrounded, feeling called, feeling something waiting for you in the quiet. These moments are not random. They are not biological quirks. They are not just waking up early. They are spiritual awakenings, moments when your soul rises before your body because something unseen is happening. In this chapter, we step into the mystery of pre-awakening, the moment when your spirit is alert long before your physical senses come online. And part 1 begins with a truth few ever consider. Your spiritual self has its own rhythm, its own timing, and its own awareness separate from your physical body. What wakes your soul is not the alarm clock, not noise, not habit, but purpose. The soul wakes first when something is approaching. Have you ever been sleeping deeply, peacefully, and then suddenly, without noise, without movement, without interruption, you wake? Something wakes you that doesn't come from the outside world. Your soul senses something moving in the atmosphere before your mind knows what it is. A presence, a message, a warning, a moment of divine nearness, a spiritual stirring, a shift in the unseen. Your soul rises quickly because it is responding to something that your body cannot detect. This is not superstition. This is sensitivity. The spiritual realm is not bound by physical cues. It speaks through impressions, pressure, peace, urgency, or awareness. When something approaches your life, good or bad, your soul knows before your mind does, and so it wakes you. The pre-awakening is God's way of getting your attention. Many of the deepest spiritual encounters in history happened not during dreams, not during full sleep, but in the in-between, the state where the soul is awake and the body is coarse, still heavy with rest. Why? Because this is when you are the most receptive. You are alert, but not distracted, awake, but not overwhelmed, present, but still quiet inside. This moment, half spirit, half flesh, is the perfect environment for revelation. It is here that God often whispers truths you could not hear in the noise of the day. You may wake with a scripture rising in your mind, a memory illuminated with meaning, a sudden understanding, a feeling you must pray, a sense that something is shifting, the impression of God's nearness. Your soul awakens early because the message comes early. When your spirit feels the future before it arrives, one of the most fascinating spiritual phenomena is how the soul senses change long before circumstances reveal it. People often say, "I knew something was coming. I felt it before it happened. My spirit was restless for days. I woke up early and didn't know why. It felt like something was moving toward my life." This sensitivity is not intuition, it is spiritual foresight. Your spirit is not trapped in time. It perceives movement in the unseen. It feels the tremor of future events approaching your path. When this happens, you may sleep lightly. You may wake unusually early. You may sense urgency. You may feel expectation. You may experience emotional shifting. You may feel spiritually alert. Your soul is rising ahead of your body because the peaceful future is drawing near. The difference between restlessness and spiritual alertness. Not all early awakenings feel peaceful. Sometimes they feel like pressure, heaviness, agitation, mental alertness, anxious energy, emotional intensity, but not all of these sensations are negative. You must learn the difference between restlessness from stress and spiritual alertness from calling. Restlessness says, "I'm overwhelmed, I'm tired, I'm worried." Spiritual alertness says, "Pay attention. Something is shifting. Prepare your heart. Listen." To tell the difference, pay attention to the tone. Stress feels scattered. Spiritual alertness feels focused. Stress drains. Spiritual alertness awakens. Stress causes anxiety. Spiritual alertness creates readiness. Your soul knows the difference. And once you learn to recognize that feeling, you stop misinterpreting spiritual signals as emotional noise. The soul can wake you to protect you. Many people have experienced waking up suddenly with no sound, no movement, but with a deep sense of urgency. You wake up abruptly with clarity, with adrenaline, with the sense that something isn't right. This is spiritual protection at work. Your soul is a sentinel, a watchman, a guardian. It senses danger before it manifests. It recognizes disruptions in the atmosphere. It responds to spiritual threats by jolting you awake so you can shift your position, pray, or avoid something harmful. People often report, "I woke up just in time. Something told me to check. I felt like I had to get up. I don't know why I woke up, but I'm glad I did." This is not coincidence. This is spiritual defense. The soul protects what the senses cannot. When the soul wakes to receive comfort, some people wake early, not because of danger, but because of comfort. There are mornings you wake and feel warmth in your chest, unusual peace, gratitude, without reason, closeness to God, softness in your emotions. These mornings are holy. Your soul wakes early because God is near, and it longs to be conscious in His presence. It is like a child waking before dawn, not because it is frightened, but because it senses the loving presence of a parent in the room. Sometimes the early awakening is a gentle invitation. Come sit with me. Let me restore you. Let me speak to your heart. If you sit in the quiet and listen, you will feel the atmosphere change. You will sense the sacredness of the moment. You will feel a peace that does not come from sleep, but from God Himself. The spiritual golden hour. There is an ancient belief found across cultures that the early morning just before dawn is the most spiritually open time of the day. Some call it the watchman's hour. Some call it the hour of listening. Some call it the hour of revelation. Some call it the golden hour of the soul. It is during this time that prayers feel clearer, your spirit feels sharper, your mind feels open, your heart feels soft, inspiration flows, revelation rises, peace settles. This hour is not powerful because of the clock. It is powerful because of the atmosphere. The world is quieter. Your mind is gentler. Your soul is more sensitive, and the veil is thinner. This is the hour when many people hear God most clearly. This is the hour when divine direction becomes unmistakable. This is the hour when your spirit speaks before the day drowns it out. If you have ever woken early for no reason and felt strangely calm, you may have been entering the golden hour of the soul. The gentle summoning of God. Sometimes the early awakening is not urgent, not protective, not emotional. It is simply a summoning, a gentle pull, a whisper in the spirit, a quiet calling. It feels like rise. Come talk to me. Your heart needs this. Your spirit is ready. These awakenings are invitations to intimacy, not forced, not demanded, simply offered. And when you respond, when you sit in the dim light, when you breathe slowly, when you open your heart, you will feel the presence that called you. God does not shout at His children to wake them, He whispers, and those who are spiritually sensitive hear Him. The pre-awakening is a sign of spiritual maturity. When your soul wakes before your body, it means you are growing. It means your spirit is becoming aware, your sensitivity is increasing, your calling is strengthening, your discernment is heightening, your connection to God is deepening. People who live disconnected from their spiritual selves rarely experience pre-awakening. But those who walk in awareness, those who seek God, those who carry purpose, those who are called into deeper realms of faith, they feel it often. Because the more awake your soul becomes, the earlier it rises, not out of anxiety but out of alignment. The soul awakens before the body when something in you is evolving. The final truth of this section is simple yet profound. When your soul wakes early, it means transformation is happening. Something in you is shifting. Something in you is healing. Something in you is awakening. Something in you is breaking free. Something in you is preparing, something in you is being reborn. Spiritual growth does not begin in the mind, it begins in the soul. And the soul begins its awakening long before the mind understands what is happening. Pre-awakening is the sign that you are stepping into a new level of spiritual awareness and that the unseen world is drawing closer. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when the soul begins to move with its own intelligence apart from the body, apart from the mind, apart from the world. It stirs, it rises, it whispers in the early quiet, and you feel it before anything else in your life changes. Part 1 revealed why the soul sometimes wakes before the body. Part 2 goes deeper into the signs, the meanings, the spiritual mechanics behind this phenomenon. Because when your soul awakens first, something profound is happening inside you. This is not a sleep pattern, not a coincidence, not a biological glitch. It is transformation. It is evolution. It is spiritual momentum. Your soul is speaking. Your spirit is preparing. Your destiny is moving toward you, and your body is simply trying to keep up. The first sign you wake with meaning before memory. There are mornings when you open your eyes, and before you remember your name, before you remember where you are, before you remember anything about your life, you feel something. A weight, a peace, a presence, a direction, a shift, a calling, a knowing. This is the soul acting before the mind. This is the spirit awakening you with meaning before memory. You may lie still and wonder, why do I feel this way? Where did this clarity come from? Why do I know something changed overnight? These sensations come from the spirit, not the body. Your soul often processes spiritual information while you sleep, then delivers it to your consciousness the moment you awaken. This is why some mornings feel like revelation without explanation. The soul knows. The mind learns later. The second sign, you wake with words you did not think. Have you ever awakened with a sentence already in your mind? Not something you were thinking about the night before, not something you rehearsed, not something you read, but a sentence, phrase, or impression you feel came from somewhere deeper. It might be, let go. Do not fear. Trust me. Prepare yourself. This is your moment. Walk away. Wait. Rise. You are not alone. These are not random thoughts. They are spiritual transmissions. When your soul is awake before your mind, truth arrives before logic, and the first moments of morning become a sacred receiving. Many people shrug these moments off, but spiritually awakened individuals recognize them for what they are. Divine communication, not thunderous, not dramatic, but gentle, precise, perfectly timed. These are the quiet revelations the soul delivers when it wakes first. The third sign, your body feels rested, but your spirit feels alert. This is one of the clearest indicators that your soul awoke before your body. You open your eyes and feel physically rested, emotionally neutral, mentally blank, yet spiritually awake, energetically alive, inwardly aware. It feels as if your spirit has been awake for hours, watching, listening, understanding, while your body remained still. You may not know what the message is yet, but you can feel its presence. This is spiritual readiness. It means the soul has already begun preparing you for something the day will reveal. Your spirit steps onto the path before your body. The fourth sign. You wake into a completely different emotional state. Sometimes you go to bed worried, confused, angry, sad, heavy. But you wake feeling calm, centered, steady, hopeful, clear. Nothing changed in the world overnight. Your circumstances did not shift. No news arrived, no problems disappeared, yet something in you changed. This is the soul doing night work, healing work, releasing work, aligning work. It is the unseen world touching the deepest parts of you while your mind sleeps. Your soul processes and resolves emotional burdens that your conscious mind cannot handle. When you wake changed, it is because your soul woke first and finished the work your mind resisted. This is spiritual intelligence at its purest. The fifth sign: you wake with purpose. You didn't have the night before. There are mornings when you rise with a sudden resolve. I know what I must do. I'm done with that chapter. I am ready now. I'm not afraid anymore. I will follow through. Purpose happens in the soul. Confidence happens in the spirit. The mind only receives the message later. If you wake with a new level of determination, it means your spirit processed something overnight, something decisive, something life-changing, something final. This is often the moment when you finally let go of someone. You end a draining habit, you embrace a calling, you release an old identity, you choose a new direction, you decide to heal, you accept truth. The soul awakens first, because purpose is spiritual before it becomes practical. The sixth sign: you wake and feel not alone. One of the most mysterious signs of a soul-first awakening is the sense that someone or something is already in the room. It is not frightening, it is not dark, it is not unsettling. It feels like companionship, warmth, presence, protection, comfort, as if peace itself had been sitting beside you in the quiet. This happens when God has drawn close. An angelic presence is near, your spirit is being guarded, divine comfort is surrounding you, revelation is about to come, healing has occurred overnight. People describe moments like this with phrases such as "I felt watched over." It felt like someone was with me. There was peace in the room before I even opened my eyes. This is the soul awakening into presence. It is one of the most sacred experiences a human being can have. The seventh sign: your awakening feels timed. Many people experience waking at the same time every morning, not because of their alarm, not because of noise, not because of routine, but because the soul awakens with intention. Some awaken shortly before dawn. Some awaken in the early stillness. Some awaken exactly at a moment that feels significant. This timing is spiritual. The soul wakes with precision when a message is ready, a shift is happening, a warning must be delivered, a prayer must be spoken, guidance is needed, God is near. Your awakening is not an accident, it is an appointment. The soul keeps appointments the mind does not know about. The eighth sign: you wake thinking about someone for no reason. This is a powerful and often misunderstood sign. You open your eyes and the very first thought is a person, not someone you saw recently, not someone you spoke to yesterday, not someone you expected to think about. Your soul pushes that person into your consciousness. There are reasons they may be struggling, they may need prayer, you may need to forgive them, they may be significant to your destiny. Something is about to happen in their life or yours. God is prompting your heart. Your soul does not present names randomly. It presents connections. Pay attention to the person who appears in your mind the moment you wake. They are part of a spiritual equation unfolding in your life. The ninth sign: you wake, feeling like you knew something while sleeping. Many people have experienced this. You wake and feel like you were just in the middle of a revelation, but you can't remember it. It slips away, like light, retreating behind a cloud. This sensation, this "I knew something but I lost it" feeling is not meaningless. It means your soul received information, your spirit encountered wisdom, your subconscious witnessed something sacred, your dream carried revelation, your inside world processed something divine. Even if the mind cannot recall it, the spirit is still changed by it. Your soul does not forget what the mind forgets. The information stays inside you, guiding your decisions, shaping your intuition, aligning your path. Spiritual knowledge is not stored in memory, it is stored in being. The 10th sign: you wake, feeling like you are in a new season. You cannot explain it, you cannot articulate it, you cannot point to an event, but you wake and feel this chapter is over. Something new has begun. My spirit has shifted. The old version of me is gone. This is the soul crossing into a new spiritual season. The shift often happens during sleep because your mind cannot interfere. Your emotions cannot resist. Your fears cannot stop it. Your ego cannot block it. The soul evolves in silence. By the time you awaken, the transformation is already complete. And that strange feeling, the sense of a new beginning, is your soul informing you, we have crossed a threshold. The journey ahead has changed. The soul awakens first, because it leads the way. The final truth of part 2 is this: the soul wakes first, because the soul leads. It leads you into purpose, healing, calling, alignment, destiny, transformation. Your mind does not lead your spiritual life. Your emotions do not lead your spiritual life. Your body does not lead your spiritual life. Your soul leads. And when your soul wakes before your body, it is because the path is shifting and your spirit is trying to get you ready. Your soul is stepping into the future and asking the rest of you to follow. There is a quiet miracle happening inside you every time your soul awakens before your body. Most people never realize this. They think waking early is a matter of sleep cycles, stress, or habit. But spiritually awakened individuals know a deeper truth. The soul is always the first to move. The body only follows. Part 3 brings everything together, explaining what the soul first awakening leads to. Because if the soul rises early, if the spirit stirs before the flesh, if something inside you wakes before your eyes do, then you are being prepared for something new. The awakening of the soul is not an event, it is a signal, a shift, a chapter, a transition, a calling. Something is changing, and your spirit is stepping into alignment before your life catches up. Let us explore the deeper truths behind this sacred phenomenon. The soul awakens first, because destiny moves first. Destiny does not wait for you to be ready. Destiny begins moving toward you before your mind understands what is happening. The soul, being eternal and spiritually receptive, feels the movement first. This is why you sense things before they happen. You feel shifts before they manifest. You know something is coming before there is evidence. You wake with anticipation before reason. You feel called without knowing why. Destiny is not random. It approaches with intention. It announces itself through the soul. And so your spirit rises, even while your body rests, to greet what is approaching. Your soul wakes early because purpose is arriving early. The soul awakens first to guide you through change. People often say they hate change, but the truth is deeper. Your body fears change. Your mind resists change. Your emotions avoid change. But your soul craves change because the soul understands evolution. The soul knows when it is time to leave something behind, when a season has ended, when a new door is opening, when healing is beginning, when growth is calling, when transformation is inevitable. This is why spiritual change is often felt before it is understood. You wake early because your soul is preparing you, making space, clearing room, adjusting your inner posture, softening your heart, strengthening your spirit. Change begins in the soul long before it appears in the world. The soul awakens first, when something within you is being healed. Some healing happens slowly, gently over time. But other healing happens suddenly, a deep internal shift that takes place during sleep, when your mind cannot interfere and your emotions cannot resist. You wake early because your soul completed a healing process. This is why people often say, I woke up different, I woke up lighter, I woke up free, I woke up no longer afraid. I woke up knowing I'm done with that pain. When the soul finishes healing something in the night, it wakes early, settled, restored, ready to move forward. Healing is spiritual before it is emotional, and the soul often celebrates quietly before the mind understands what happened. The soul awakens first when you are being called into deeper intimacy with God. There are awakenings that feel like invitations, gentle, soft, sacred invitations. You wake before sunrise and feel warmth, quiet, joy, a desire to pray, a desire to be still, a pull towards Scripture, a longing for connection, gratitude without reason. These are the mornings when God is drawing you closer, inviting you into communion, into presence, into intimacy. The soul recognizes the pull long before your conscious mind understands it. Your spirit wakes early because God is near. He whispers at dawn because dawn is pure. He speaks before the world grows loud. He meets you in the fragile quiet because this is when you are most open. The soul awakens first to warn you. Not all early awakenings feel peaceful. Some feel urgent, some feel heavy, some feel unsettling. If you wake abruptly with clarity, if your heart feels alert but not fearful, if something inside you whispers, pay attention, your soul is warning you. This is not anxiety, this is spiritual protection. Your spirit senses disturbances in relationships, in environments, in decisions, in opportunities, in hidden motives, in spiritual atmospheres. Your soul sees what your eyes cannot. It knows when something is misaligned. It wakes you early because warning is better delivered in stillness. Listen to these awakenings. They are not meant to frighten you. They are meant to shield you. The soul awakens first when a door is opening. There will be mornings in your life when you wake early and feel an unusual lightness, as if something has shifted, as if a weight has been removed, as if you are stepping into something new. This is not imagination. This is transition. A spiritual door has opened, an opportunity is forming, a breakthrough is unfolding, a new chapter is beginning. Your soul wakes first because it walks through the doorway ahead of you. The spirit steps into blessing before the flesh does. It enters new seasons before your circumstances change. It moves into alignment before your life rearranges. Your body wakes second, your mind wakes third. The soul always wakes first. The soul awakens first because you are growing. The ultimate sign of spiritual maturity is not knowledge, not emotion, not behavior, but sensitivity. When the soul awakens before the body, it means you are becoming spiritually attuned, your discernment is sharpening, your intuition is deepening, your inner world is becoming wiser. You are living from the spirit instead of the mind. You are receiving before you are reacting. You are awakening into truth, rather than waking into distraction. This is transformation. It is subtle, it is quiet, it is beautiful. The soul leads and everything else follows. The mystery of spiritual alignment at dawn. There is something sacred about the liminal space between night and morning. It is not just another part of the day, it is a spiritual doorway. Across history, mystics, prophets, believers and seekers have all recognized the same truth. Dawn is the hour when the unseen becomes clear. It is when the soul is most aligned. It is when heaven feels nearest. This is why prayers feel powerful. Reflection feels deep, clarity comes easily, emotions feel pure, the soul feels unburdened. When your spirit awakens before your body, it is because you are rising into this sacred doorway, a moment where revelation is strongest and connection is easiest. The soul awakens first as a sign of transformation. The final truth of chapter 7 is this: whenever your soul awakens before your body, a transformation is occurring within you. It may be healing, calling, protection, alignment, growth, release, revelation, preparation, but transformation is happening. Your soul knows it, your spirit feels it, your body eventually experiences it. Your life ultimately reflects it. When the soul wakes early, it is because a new version of you is emerging, a wiser version, a stronger version, a more aligned version, a spiritually awakened version. The pre-awakening is not a disturbance, it is an announcement. It is the soul whispering, a new chapter has begun. Rise into it. There is a moment in every human life, quiet, fleeting, often unnoticed, when you suddenly know something without being told. You don't reason it, you don't analyze it, you don't research it. You simply feel truth rise from a place so deep, so ancient, so silent that it cannot be intellectual. It is inner knowing, the whisper of the soul, the voice beneath thoughts, the knowledge that arrives before logic catches up. It does not shout, it does not argue, it does not force. It simply shows up, fully formed, unmistakable, impossible to ignore once you have heard it. This chapter explores that mysterious phenomenon, the gentle yet powerful way your soul communicates truth long before your mind understands why. Part 1 begins with the secret most people never learn. Your soul knows things your mind does not. It is not guessing, it is not hoping, it is not imagining, it is perceiving. Because the soul is connected to what is unseen, to God, to destiny, to spiritual reality, to the deeper layers of existence. Inner knowing is not intuition, it is spiritual intelligence. The first moment you hear the whisper. The whisper often comes in moments you least expect. You're driving and suddenly you feel, I shouldn't go that way. You're about to make a decision and something inside says, wait. You meet someone and your heart whispers, be careful or you can trust them. You wake in the morning and sense something is about to change. You sit in silence and feel, this is not where I belong anymore. No evidence, no explanation, no reason. Yet the truth feels undeniable. This is not emotion, this is not fear, this is not wishful thinking. This is the inner knowing that comes from the soul, quiet but clear, soft but unmistakably true. It is one of the most sacred gifts God placed within you. But most people drown it out with noise, logic, doubt, or fear. This chapter teaches you to hear it again. Inner knowing is the language of the soul, thought is the language of the mind, emotion is the language of the heart. Inner knowing is the language of the soul. It comes from a deeper realm, a place untouched by fear, ego, insecurity, pride, overthinking, cultural noise, external pressure. It speaks directly from the spirit within you. This is why inner knowing feels different from mental guessing. It arrives with calm, clarity, neutrality, authority, peace. It does not need to convince you. It simply stands as truth. Inner knowing does not fight to be heard because truth does not need to shout. It is the quiet voice that remains after all the loud voices fade. The soul knows before the mind understands. There are 3 levels to human understanding: the mind, the heart, the soul. The mind analyzes, the heart feels, the soul perceives. Inner knowing is what happens when the soul perceives something before the mind can categorize it. This is why you may experience an instant connection, an immediate red flag, a sudden clarity, a strong sense of timing, a quiet but powerful realization, even when you don't know why you know what the truth is. This phenomenon is ancient. Mystics, prophets, poets, and sages have spoken of it for centuries. It is the wisdom that rises from deep within, not because you learned it, but because you remembered it. The soul carries memory older than the mind. Inner knowing is not emotional, it is spiritual. One of the biggest misconceptions is that inner knowing is a feeling. It is not. Feelings fluctuate. Inner knowing remains. Feelings react. Inner knowing perceives. Feelings fear. Inner knowing is calm. Inner knowing comes with emotional neutrality, a strangely peaceful certainty so steady that you do not have to force yourself to believe it. If you feel panicked, rushed, pressured or frantic, you are not hearing inner knowing. You are hearing fear. If the knowing comes quietly, gently, confidently, without the need to convince, that is the soul speaking. God's truth rarely feels like anxiety. It feels like peace. The whisper is often the first sign of spiritual alignment. Before change comes to your life, before new chapters unfold, before breakthroughs appear, the inner knowing arrives first. You may not have clarity yet, but you sense something is ending, something is beginning. I must prepare. I need to let go. I should say yes. I should walk away. My heart is shifting. This knowing often appears long before circumstances change. Your soul senses spiritual movement early because the soul exists closer to destiny than the mind does. If your inner world is whispering something repeatedly, it is rarely wrong. The soul predicts the future long before your life confirms it. Inner knowing is God speaking through your spirit. Not every whisper you hear is your own. Some whispers are divine. God speaks in many ways through scripture, through circumstances, through signs, through people, through dreams. But one of the gentlest ways he speaks is through inner knowing. Not loud, not dramatic, not theatrical, just a whisper that feels pure, steady, holy, quiet, unmistakable. You may feel, do not be afraid. Trust me. This is your path. It's time. Stay calm. I am with you. This door is yours. This person is safe. This person is not safe. God often places truth in your soul long before he places evidence in your life. The whisper is the seed of revelation. When inner knowing saves you from mistakes, everyone has experienced moments when they said, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I felt something was off. Something told me not to go. I had a bad feeling about that person. I ignored the warning. These moments are painful because they reveal the cost of ignoring the soul. But equally powerful are the moments when you did listen. I don't know why, but I walked away. I felt I needed to wait. I said no, even though it made no sense. I trusted my spirit. And later you realized it saved you, it protected you, it redirected you, it aligned you. Inner knowing is not only guidance, it is protection. Many dangers you never encountered were deflected by whispers you listened to. Your soul is not just wise, it is watchful. Inner knowing is a form of spiritual protection. The soul senses false intentions, hidden motives, dangerous invitations, deceptive opportunities, emotional traps, spiritual threats, and it whispers to you, not this, not now, not them, not here, not that path. If you have ever been around someone and felt uneasy without knowing why, your soul was warning you. If you've ever felt suddenly compelled to leave a situation, your spirit was shielding you. If you've ever sensed a truth about a person before their actions revealed it, you were hearing spiritual intelligence. The soul sees what the eyes cannot. It knows what the mind cannot. You are protected more often than you know. The quiet pull toward purpose. There is another kind of inner knowing, not a warning, not guidance, not protection, but calling. You feel drawn towards something, a dream, a passion, a place, a career, a service, a mission, a version of yourself. You cannot explain the pull. You cannot justify it logically. You cannot prove it. But you feel drawn to it in a way that does not go away. This is not fantasy. This is destiny. Purpose is not chosen by the mind. It is awakened by the soul. When you feel a persistent inner pull, even when it makes no sense, even when you feel unqualified, even when you feel unprepared. Listen, your soul is recognizing the path your mind has not yet understood. Inner knowing is the beginning of spiritual maturity. The mark of spiritual growth is not perfect behavior or endless knowledge or emotional control. It is the ability to hear the whisper, to notice it, to trust it, to follow it. Inner knowing is the quiet thread that leads you through life with wisdom, clarity, and spiritual alignment. It is the soul's guidance system, subtle but unbreakable once you learn to recognize its voice. The more awakened you become, the more often you hear it. And the more often you hear it, the more confidently you walk through the world, not reacting, not overthinking, not stumbling, not doubting, walking with knowing. Inner knowing is not a random spark inside the mind. It is a spiritual instrument, a compass woven into the soul, a guiding flame that glows the brightest in silence, surrender, and trust. Part 2 explores the deeper layers of this ancient gift, how inner knowing develops how to read its signals and how to distinguish it from illusion, fear, or emotion. Because the truth is simple, everyone has inner knowing, but only a few ever learn how to use it. Today we unlock the next level. The 3 forms of inner knowing. Inner knowing is not one single experience. It appears in 3 distinct forms, 3 movements of the soul, each carrying its own spiritual function. The 3 forms are 1. Recognition, 2. Resonance, 3. Revelation. Each form is sacred. Each form is purposeful. Each form arrives as a whisper that gently disrupts the surface of your awareness. Let's explore them. 1. Inner knowing as recognition. Sometimes inner knowing feels like remembering something you have never learned before. You meet someone and instantly sense, I know you. Your soul feels familiar. This connection matters. You walk into a place and feel, I've been here. This space means something. This moment is important. You hear an idea or read a sentence and feel, I already knew this. This truth belongs to me. This resonates with my core. Recognition is the whisper that says, your soul has been here long before your mind arrived. It is not logical memory, it is spiritual memory. The soul remembers people. It is meant to meet paths. It is meant to walk truths. It is meant to live lessons. It is meant to learn territories. It is meant to claim. Recognition is the soul's way of affirming you are not discovering this. You are returning to it. 2. Inner knowing as resonance. Resonance is one of the purest signals of truth. It is the sensation you feel when something aligns with your spirit, not because it comforts your ego, not because it matches your preference, but because it matches your purpose. Resonance feels like warmth, expansion, clarity, peaceful excitement, deep affirmation, a soft yes inside the chest. Spiritual alignment. It is the moment a truth vibrates through you like a tuning fork that awakens your whole being. This is why resonance often feels like, this is right. This is me. This is home. This is the next step. This is where God wants me. Your soul recognizes the frequency of alignment and responds immediately. When something resonates, you don't need convincing. You don't need proof. You don't need permission. Your spirit already knows. 3. Inner knowing as revelation. Revelation is inner knowing at its highest level. It is sudden, it is precise, it is complete. It comes in a flash, a moment where the soul receives truth directly from spiritual realms. Revelation is not thinking. It is downloading. You may suddenly know the real intention behind someone's actions, the right decision you must make, the path you need to choose, the truth hidden beneath the surface, the direction you must pursue, the timing of a transition, the identity of despard, your calling. Revelation arrives with a quiet authority that leaves no room for debate. It does not come from the mind, it comes through the mind. Revelation is God whispering directly into your spirit in a language only your soul can hear. Why inner knowing speaks quietly, not loudly. If inner knowing is so important, why does it speak in a whisper instead of a shout? Because the soul does not compete with noise. Inner knowing is not forceful, it is invitational. It invites you to slow down, listen, soften, be present, be honest, be receptive. Loudness belongs to fear, urgency belongs to anxiety, pressure belongs to ego. But inner knowing is calm because truth has nothing to prove. God does not need to shout when he knows his whisper can move mountains. The condition of the inner ear. Just as the physical ear must be healthy to hear the inner ear, the spiritual ear must also be clear, quiet, and open. Your inner knowing becomes louder when your inner world becomes quieter. There are 5 internal conditions that strengthen or weaken your ability to hear the whisper. 1. Stillness. 2. Honesty. 3. Sensitivity. 4. Purity. 5. Trust. Let's break them down. 1. Stillness, the doorway of inner knowing. Stillness is not the absence of noise, it is the absence of turbulence. You can be surrounded by chaos and still have inner stillness. Or you can be in a quiet room and still feel spiritually noisy. Stillness is the unclenching of the soul, the release of tension, the softening of the inner landscape. Inner knowing becomes clear when the waters of your spirit are calm. A turbulent heart cannot hear the whisper. 2. Honesty. The clean window of awareness, inner knowing, is strongest in honest hearts. The whisper cannot survive where there is denial, self-deception, refusal to see truth, attachment to outcomes, clinging to illusions. Inner knowing thrives where the spirit is transparent. Honesty is not about confessing your flaws, it is about refusing to lie to yourself. When you stop pretending, you start perceiving. 3. Sensitivity. The ability to feel subtle truth. Sensitivity is not weakness, it is spiritual intelligence. Insensitive hearts hear nothing. Sensitive hearts hear everything. Sensitivity allows you to perceive subtle shifts, quiet truths, gentle warnings, divine timing, spiritual alignment, hidden motives, sacred opportunities. Sensitivity is the antenna of inner knowing, the instrument that detects spiritual signals long before the mind understands what they mean. 4. Purity, the clear channel of divine guidance. Purity is not moral perfection. Purity is clarity. When your heart is clean of bitterness, jealousy, ego, resentment, stubbornness, self-punishment, the soul becomes a clear channel for truth. Inner knowing becomes distorted when the heart is clouded, but purified hearts hear truth without static. 5. Trust, the activator of inner knowing. Inner knowing is useless if you do not trust it. You cannot reap the blessings of the whisper if you constantly doubt it. The soul speaks courageously, but the mind often replies with fear. You're imagining things. What if you're wrong? This isn't logical. You're overreacting. You need proof, but inner knowing does not operate on proof. It operates on alignment. Trust turns whisper into wisdom. Distrust turns whisper into confusion. Your soul already knows. The question is, will you believe it? The distorted echo when fear imitates inner knowing. Sometimes fear dresses itself as intuition. It whispers with urgency, tension, and panic. This is not inner knowing. This is emotional static. How do you tell the difference? Inner knowing feels calm, steady, grounded, peaceful, neutral, centered. Fear feels pressured, panicked, rushed, chaotic, heavy, tight. Inner knowing guides. Fear threatens. Inner knowing clarifies. Fear confuses. Inner knowing comes from God. Fear comes from wounds. This distinction saves lives. The cost of ignoring the whisper. Every person has experienced the consequences of ignoring inner knowing. Regret often whispers, "I knew it. I felt it. I sensed it. I ignored the signs. I should have listened to myself." Ignoring inner knowing leads to wasted time, broken trust, emotional pain, repeated lessons, unnecessary suffering, delayed destiny. The whisper is not merely guidance, it is protection. Each time you ignore inner knowing, the lesson becomes louder. The miracle of following the whisper. But when you do listen, your life shifts in ways you cannot explain. Doors open, wrong paths close, right people appear, peace returns, alignment deepens, destiny accelerates. Because inner knowing always leads you toward the future God designed, and away from the future you were never meant to carry. Miracles happen when you follow the whisper. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when inner knowing stops being a quiet guest and becomes a permanent resident, a reliable companion, a guiding voice, a divine signal woven into your everyday life. Part 3 is where the whisper becomes a lifestyle. Because intuition, true spiritual intuition, is not something you use only in crisis, or only when confused, or only when lost. Inner knowing is meant to become your primary language for navigating life. A language between your soul and God. A language that bypasses confusion. A language that transcends logic. A language that reveals what the eyes cannot see. This final part brings everything together so you can live with inner knowing as a constant compass, not an occasional spark. Let us step into the fullness of this gift. The moment inner knowing becomes second nature, there is a shift that happens when you begin living from your soul instead of your mind. The moment is subtle but unmistakable. You stop chasing answers and answers start coming to you. You stop forcing clarity and clarity rises naturally. You stop battling confusion and truth begins to stand out instantly. This shift marks the point where inner knowing becomes second nature, a quiet certainty beneath everything you do. You begin to feel, "I know who I am. I know what aligns with me. I know what to avoid. I know what is meant for me. I know when something is wrong. I know when something is right." You are no longer moving with fear. You are moving with wisdom. This is spiritual maturity. Seeing without trying to see. Inner knowing at its highest level allows you to see without trying to see. You begin to perceive the energy behind words, the truth behind behavior, the intention behind actions, the future behind decisions, the reality behind appearances. This is why spiritually awakened people are often described as perceptive, discerning or deep. It is not depth, it is awareness. When the soul leads, everything becomes visible. You no longer get surprised by people. Your inner knowing tells you who they are long before their actions show it. You no longer wrestle with indecision. Your inner knowing identifies the correct choice before your logic finishes analyzing it. You no longer cling to situations that drain you. Your inner knowing shows you when something has expired. This sight is not physical, it is spiritual, and it never lies. The difference between inner knowing and overthinking. There is a universal struggle distinguishing intuition from overthinking. Here is the truth. Inner knowing is clear. Overthinking is loud. Inner knowing is calm, quiet, grounded, immediate, concise. Overthinking is frantic, repetitive, anxious, exhausting, chaotic. Inner knowing whispers once, overthinking screams repeatedly. Inner knowing feels like a steady truth. Overthinking feels like mental wrestling. Inner knowing feels peaceful even when it disrupts your plans. Overthinking feels heavy even when it supports your fears. Inner knowing speaks to you. Overthinking talks at you. This distinction transforms your entire life. The role of God in the whisper. Inner knowing is not self-generated. It is not psychic. It is not mystical. Inner knowing is spiritual partnership. It is your soul being guided by the gentle movement of the Holy Spirit. God does not always speak in thunder. Most of the time, He speaks through the whisper inside you. The whisper is a nudge, a caution, a direction, a comfort, a revelation, a warning, a confirmation, a reminder. When God lives within you, His voice becomes inseparable from your inner knowing. This is why spiritually awakened people say, "I felt God telling me, I sensed something. I just knew. I couldn't explain it." God speaks internally long before He speaks externally. The whisper is holy. Why inner knowing prevents heartbreak and wasted time? Inner knowing has saved more lives than logic ever could. It protects you from wrong relationships, deceptive people, misaligned opportunities, toxic environments, spiritual traps, hidden motives, emotional manipulation, unnecessary suffering. Inner knowing sees danger long before your emotions do. It notices inconsistencies. It recognizes misalignment. It feels dishonesty. It detects spiritual disturbance. Your mind may be fooled. Your emotions may be misled. Your desires may be manipulated. But your soul cannot be deceived. It always knows the truth, even when you don't want to face it. This is why ignoring inner knowing leads to heartbreak, and following inner knowing leads to protection. The way inner knowing speaks through the body, though inner knowing is spiritual, your body often feels it. The body becomes a messenger, a translator of the soul's whisper. You may feel lightness when something is right, heaviness when something is wrong, tension when something is unsafe, calm when something is aligned, chills when something is spiritually significant, discomfort when something is deceptive, warmth when the truth is near. The soul communicates through sensation long before the mind understands the message. The body reacts to spiritual truth. This is why ignoring bodily intuition leads to regret. Your body listens to your soul even when you don't. How inner knowing guides you toward your future. Your destiny has a frequency, your purpose has a direction, your calling has a vibration, and inner knowing is the magnet that pulls you toward the life you were born to live. It guides you by closing doors that are not for you, creating discomfort in wrong situations, pulling you away from misaligned people, stirring restlessness when you've outgrown something, awakening desire for growth, giving you peace about the next step, confirming when something is divinely timed. Every major shift in your life begins with a whisper. Every breakthrough you've ever experienced was preceded by a sense of, "I think something is changing." Every transformation you've lived through began with an inner pull. The soul knows your future before your circumstances do. Your inner knowing leads you toward your destiny one whisper at a time. When inner knowing calls you to let go, letting go is one of the most painful spiritual experiences, but inner knowing always signals it before it happens. You feel distance, disconnection, heaviness, restlessness, lack of peace, a fading desire, a quiet release. You don't always want to let go, but your soul begins loosening its grip anyway. Letting go is not a failure. Letting go is alignment. Inner knowing releases what cannot go with you. God removes what cannot carry your new calling. Your soul detaches from what no longer nourishes your spirit. Letting go is not loss. It is preparation. The whisper leads you forward even when you don't feel ready. When inner knowing calls you to rise, not every whisper is a warning. Some whispers are invitations. Invitation to grow, change, move, evolve, begin, risk, expand, lead, create, surrender. Inner knowing pulls you upward when life has prepared you for more. You feel excitement, anticipation, clarity, courage, readiness, spiritual energy, divine timing. You don't rise because you are confident. You rise because your soul insists. Growth begins the moment you follow the whisper. The final truth, your inner knowing, is your anchor. At the end of everything, your inner knowing is the anchor that steadies your life through every season. It protects you in confusion. It guides you in darkness. It stabilizes you in change. It strengthens you in uncertainty. It aligns you with purpose. It reveals what the mind cannot see. It carries the voice of God. Inner knowing is not a gift for the chosen. It is a gift for the willing. Those who listen live differently. They move differently. They choose differently. They love differently. They grow differently. They rise differently. Your soul is speaking. It has always spoken. Now you are ready to hear it. There is a mystery woven into every human life, a silent, unbreakable force that ties every moment together, binding past to present, present to future, and future to the unseen will of God. People call it fate. People call it purpose. People call it intuition. People call it coincidence. But spiritually awakened souls know its true name, destiny. Not destiny as in fixed pathways you cannot escape, but destiny as an invisible thread, a divine pull that guides, protects, aligns, and redirects in ways you cannot explain but always feel. Chapter 9 reveals how destiny works behind the scenes, how it whispers before it shouts, how it moves before it manifests, how it aligns your life long before you understand the alignment. Part 1 begins with the most essential truth. Destiny is not something you chase. Destiny is something you uncover. Let us begin. The invisible thread and the human spirit. From the moment you were born, your life was tied to a spiritual thread, a divine line woven through your soul by the one who created you. This thread pulls you forward, keeps you from settling, redirects you when necessary, protects you from misalignment, stirs your intuition, awakens your spiritual senses, draws you towards certain people, pulls you away from others, opens doors, closes doors, shapes your inner knowing. Most people feel this thread without recognizing it. You feel it when something in you refuses to stay stuck, something pushes you toward growth, something tells you not to trust a situation, something whispers that change is coming, something nudges you out of your comfort zone, something tells you a person is significant, something warns you that a path is wrong. That something is not emotion, it is not coincidence, it is destiny pulling you. Destiny speaks through restlessness. Restlessness is often misunderstood. People label it as anxiety, impatience, boredom, or dissatisfaction. But spiritually, restlessness is sacred. Restlessness appears when your current season has expired. Your spirit is outgrowing your lifestyle. Something greater is calling you. Your environment no longer matches your soul. The invisible thread is pulling you forward. You cannot be at peace in a place you have outgrown, not because you are ungrateful, not because you are unstable, but because destiny refuses to let you stagnate. Restlessness is the soul whispering, "There is more for you than this. Do not get comfortable here." When restlessness appears, destiny is already moving, and your spirit feels the shift before your life shows the proof. Destiny speaks through closed doors. People blame closed doors on failure, bad timing, or misfortune. But closed doors are one of destiny's greatest forms of protection. A closed door is not rejection, it is redirection. Destiny closes doors. When a path will harm your spirit, an environment will shrink your potential, a relationship will block your growth, an opportunity is beneath your calling, a situation is not aligned with your future, you don't always see the danger. You don't always see the misalignment, you don't always see the ripple effects, but destiny sees everything, and so the door closes before the damage can occur. You may not understand it immediately. You may feel frustrated or confused, but months later, sometimes years later, you quietly whisper, "Thank God that door closed." Closed doors are mercy disguised as disappointment. Destiny speaks through repetition. When destiny wants your attention, it repeats itself. You may repeatedly feel drawn to a specific idea, repeatedly encounter a specific theme, repeatedly dream about a certain path, repeatedly feel a pull toward a person or place, repeatedly sense the same truth, repeatedly run into the same lesson. Repetition is spiritual emphasis. It is destiny saying, "This is important. Do not ignore this. The human mind forgets, the soul does not." When something returns again and again, it is not coincidence, it is instruction, it is alignment, it is divine timing preparing you for revelation. Repetition is the drumbeat of destiny. Destiny speaks through people who appear at the right time. There are people you meet by choice, people you meet by chance, and people you meet by divine appointment. Destiny brings the right people at the exact moment you need them. It may be a mentor who appears when you feel lost, a friend who supports you during hardship, a stranger who says the right words, a connection that opens a door, a partner who helps you grow, a guide who strengthens your faith, a voice that redirects your thinking. These people do not enter your life randomly. They are placed, sent, assigned, aligned. Destiny brings people who move your story forward. But here is the deeper truth. Destiny also removes people whose presence would trap you in an outdated chapter. Not everyone is meant to continue with you. Some connections are seasonal by design. Some relationships expire when their purpose is complete. And the soul always feels the shift before the separation happens. Destiny speaks through timing. Timing is one of the greatest mysteries of life. Humans rush, humans worry, humans fear being too late or too early, but destiny is never rushed and never late. Everything arrives when your spirit is ready, when your heart is open, when your environment is aligned, when your inner world can sustain it, when your faith can support it. Timing is divine order in motion. The invisible thread knows when to pull and when to release. Destiny is not random. It is orchestrated. Every delay has purpose. Every acceleration has purpose. Every slowdown has purpose. Every pause has purpose. Spiritual timing is sacred architecture. Destiny speaks through peace. Peace is one of the clearest signs of alignment. Peace does not mean ease. Peace does not mean perfection. Peace does not mean predictability. Peace means, this is right for me. This is aligned with God. This is where my spirit can breathe. Peace is the language of destiny. Where peace lives, purpose thrives. If something brings confusion, chaos, or tightness, it is either wrong or not for you at this time. If something brings clarity, quietness, and steadiness, it is aligned. Peace is the confirmation that logic cannot give. Your mind may not understand it, but your soul always recognizes it. Destiny speaks through the moments you cannot explain. There are moments in life that logic cannot touch, moments so perfectly timed, so deeply aligned, so unmistakably orchestrated that they leave you in awe. These are moments of divine intervention, spiritual guidance, invisible protection, supernatural alignment, destiny unfolding in real time. You may call them coincidences, lucky breaks, unexpected opportunities, strange timing, but spiritually, these moments are destiny revealing itself. They are glimpses of the invisible thread, making itself visible for a brief moment, just so you know you are being guided. You are not wandering. Your steps have purpose. Your life is being shaped. These moments are the fingerprints of God on your timeline. The most important truth of Part 1, Destiny, begins speaking long before we begin listening. The invisible thread pulls you across years, across decisions, across heartbreaks, across miracles, across seasons. It never breaks. It never weakens. It never disappears. Even when you feel lost, destiny is not. Even when you feel detached, the thread is still holding you. Even when you feel like your life is in pieces, destiny is weaving those pieces into something you cannot yet imagine. Your story is not accidental. Your path is not random. Your purpose is not optional. The invisible thread is pulling you toward the person you were created to become. And in part 2, we will explore how to follow that thread intentionally, with clarity, courage, and spiritual awareness. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when you stop asking, "Does destiny exist?" and begin asking, "How do I follow it?" Because once you feel the invisible thread, once you sense its pull, once you notice its patterns, you can no longer ignore it. Part 2 is about learning how to walk with destiny, not accidentally, not unconsciously, but intentionally, wisely, spiritually awake. Destiny is not passive. Destiny is participatory. The thread is always pulling, but you must learn how to lean into its direction. This chapter teaches you how. Understanding destiny as a conversation. Most people think destiny is a one-way phenomenon, something that simply happens to you without your involvement. But spiritually, destiny is a conversation between your soul and the divine. It speaks, you respond, it nudges, you adjust, it pulls, you shift, it warns, you pause, it opens, you walk through. Destiny is not something that drags you. Destiny is something that partners with you. This is why spiritually sensitive people often say phrases like, "I felt led," "I sensed something shifting," "I knew this was my moment," "I felt God guiding me," "I felt something pushing me forward." That feeling is not imagination, it is participation. The 4 ways destiny guides you forward. If you want to follow the invisible thread intentionally, you must understand the 4 primary ways destiny leads you. Destiny guides. Through 1 alignment, 2 resistance, 3 magnets, 4 mirrors. Each one has a spiritual function. Each one reveals something important about where your life is heading. Let's explore them. 1. Destiny guides through alignment. Alignment is the easiest and clearest form of spiritual direction. When something is meant for you, it aligns effortlessly. Alignment feels like doors opening smoothly, opportunities unfolding naturally, the right people appearing at the right time, clarity replacing confusion, peace replacing fear, confirmation replacing doubt. Alignment does not mean the path is free of effort, but it means the effort feels purposeful, energizing, spiritually supported. When destiny is behind something, you feel carried rather than dragged. You feel moved rather than pushed. You feel guided rather than lost. Alignment is destiny whispering, "This is your path. Walk in it." 2. Destiny guides through resistance. People assume resistance is a sign to give up. Not always. There are 2 kinds of resistance: resisting what is not for you and resisting what is preparing you. Destiny uses resistance in both ways. A. Resistance that redirects. This resistance feels like heavy energy, closed doors, constant obstacles, inner conflict, repeated confusion, lack of peace, emotional exhaustion. This is destiny saying, "This is not your path anymore. Turn." This resistance protects you from wasting your life on something that cannot grow with you. B. Resistance that strengthens. This resistance feels like challenge, stretching growth pains, discomfort that leads to maturity, pressure that builds capacity. This resistance is not pushing you away, it is preparing you. It is destiny saying, "You are being shaped for what you asked for. Resistance is not always the enemy. Sometimes it is the sculptor. 3 destiny guides through magnets. Magnet experiences are among the strongest signs of destiny. A magnet is anything that pulls you without explanation or logic. Magnet experiences feel like, I don't know why, but I feel drawn to this. This opportunity keeps pulling me. This place feels important. This person feels familiar, almost destined. I can't forget this dream. I feel called. Magnet experiences are not obsession, they are orientation. They orient you toward the chapter you are meant to enter. You cannot force a magnet. You cannot create it artificially. You simply feel it. A pull toward a city, a pull toward a career, a pull toward a purpose, a pull toward healing, a pull toward someone who will shape your life. The magnet is destiny tugging the thread. Follow magnets, they are spiritual road signs. 4 destiny guides through mirrors. Mirrors are people, events, or encounters that reveal something you could not see alone. Mirrors show you your strengths, your wounds, your growth, your patterns, your blind spots, your calling, your readiness, your unreadiness. Mirrors arrive suddenly and powerfully. Sometimes the mirror is a friend who tells you a truth you've been avoiding. Sometimes the mirror is a stranger who speaks words you needed to hear. Sometimes the mirror is a difficult relationship that forces you to confront your shadow. Sometimes the mirror is a moment where everything becomes clear. Mirrors are sacred. They refine your identity so you can step into your future. Destiny uses mirrors to prepare you for elevation. How to follow destiny without fear. Many people sense destiny pulling them, but feel afraid to follow it. They fear change, uncertainty, loss, judgment, failure, the unknown. But destiny is not something to fear. Destiny is something to trust. Here are 3 principles that allow you to follow the invisible thread without fear or hesitation. 1. Pay attention to the first signal. The first signal is always the whisper, a soft tug in your chest, a subtle shift in your emotions, a quiet change in your thoughts, a gentle sense of this matters, a feeling that a chapter is ending, a sense that something new wants to begin. Your soul always tells you the truth first. The longer you ignore it, the louder it becomes. The whisper becomes a nudge. The nudge becomes discomfort. Discomfort becomes restlessness. Restlessness becomes misalignment. Misalignment becomes collapse. Following destiny early prevents collapse. 2. Let go of what can't come with you. One of the hardest spiritual truths is this: you cannot carry old chapters into new seasons. Destiny requires space. Space requires release. You may feel destiny pulling you forward, but until you let go of old stories, old wounds, old habits, old identities, old attachments, old relationships, old versions of yourself, you will feel stuck. Letting go is not abandonment. Letting go is evolution. The thread cannot pull you if your hands are full of the past. 3. Walk in the direction of peace. Peace is the compass. Not comfort, not convenience, not predictability, not approval. Peace. Peace is not passive. Peace is directional. Peace points the way forward. When you follow peace, you follow destiny. Because peace is the presence of God guiding you inwardly, and God never leads you toward what diminishes you, only toward what grows you. How destiny uses disruption. People assume that destiny feels smooth, but often destiny begins with disruption. Disruption happens when a chapter ends. Suddenly, a relationship shifts, a job becomes unstable, a plan falls apart, a routine collapses, a door shuts without warning. Disruption is not destruction. Disruption is divine reorganization. It is the invisible thread rearranging your life to match your future. Destiny cannot be fulfilled inside the comfort zones that were meant only for your past. You will be moved when you cannot move yourself. This is not punishment, it is rescue. The spiritual law of destiny. There is one spiritual law that governs the entire chapter. What is meant for you will always return to you, but what is not meant for you will always release from you. You cannot lose what is destined. You cannot force what is not. Destiny is not fragile. It is unbreakable. It does not require desperation. It requires alignment. It does not require control. It requires surrender. It does not require fear. It requires trust. The invisible thread does not snap just because life becomes heavy. It holds, it pulls, it waits, it guides, it reveals, it protects. You are more connected to your future than you realize. The final truth of Part 2, destiny, is not waiting for you to become perfect. Destiny is waiting for you to become available. The moment you open your heart, silence your fears, choose truth over comfort, and follow peace over pressure, the invisible thread pulls you into the life meant for you. Part 3 will reveal the completion of destiny's work, how your story, your gifts, your pain, and your calling intertwine to create the person you were always meant to become. Every soul carries a story shaped by choices, shaped by wounds, shaped by miracles, shaped by timing, shaped by divine orchestration. But beneath all these layers, beneath every moment that felt random, beneath every event that felt accidental, beneath every season that felt confusing, there has always been a quiet truth. Destiny has been guiding you all along. Part 3 is where we see destiny, not just as a force, not just as a pull, not just as a whisper, but as a masterpiece being created through your life. This is the chapter of clarity, the chapter of integration, the chapter of understanding how every moment, even the painful ones, becomes part of your divine design. Let us complete the mystery. The thread that never breaks. You have walked through seasons that felt like endings. You have walked through moments that felt like collapse. You have walked through pain that felt too heavy to survive. And yet, here you are. You may believe you survived because you were strong or resilient or determined, but spiritually, there is a deeper truth. You survived because destiny held you when everything else fell apart. The invisible thread does not break when circumstances break. It does not loosen when storms come. It does not disappear when you feel lost. The thread remains. It holds you together when you cannot hold yourself. It pulls you forward when you lose direction. It shields you when you don't know what danger is near. It whispers when you forget how to listen. Destiny is not fragile. Destiny is faithful. Every detour was part of the path. There were times in your life when you felt off track, times when you made choices you later regretted, times when you walked into relationships that wounded you, times when you wasted years on things that brought no growth, times when you drifted from your purpose. But here is the sacred truth. There are no detours in destiny. There are only lessons, alignments, and redirections. Even the parts of your story that felt like mistakes played a role in shaping you. Your heartbreak expanded your compassion. Your confusion deepened your wisdom. Your delays built your patience. Your struggles strengthened your spirit. Your disappointments refined your discernment. Your losses prepared you to value what remains. Your wounds opened the way to spiritual sensitivity. What you thought was a wrong turn was often preparation for the right season. Destiny uses everything. Nothing is wasted. The people who left were part of the design. It can feel devastating when people you love walk away, pull back, or drift from your life. But spiritually, their departure is part of your path. Some people are catalysts, teachers, mirrors, bridges, healers, awakeners, or temporary companions. Not every soul is meant to stay. Some come to help you grow. Some come to challenge your patterns. Some come to break your illusions. Some come to teach you truth. Some come to strengthen your faith. Some come to open your heart. Some come to close a chapter. Destiny removes people who cannot walk with you into the next season. It is not loss. It is pruning. It is the sacred clearing that creates room for the relationships that are meant to shape your future. Release is painful, but it is purposeful. Your gifts were not random. Every ability you carry, every gift, every talent, every sensitivity, every passion was woven into you intentionally. Destiny requires equipment. The desires of your soul are not random preferences. They are clues. You are drawn to certain things because they align with your purpose. Your creativity is not accidental. Your empathy is not accidental. Your leadership is not accidental. Your curiosity is not accidental. Your vision is not accidental. Your spiritual sensitivity is not accidental. Your persistence is not accidental. These gifts were assigned before your journey began. Purpose is never greater than the person, meaning you were created with the abilities you would need to fulfill your calling. Your gifts are the fingerprints of destiny. The pain you carried was not without purpose. Pain is one of the greatest teachers in the school of destiny. Pain reveals the areas you need to heal, the strength you didn't know you had, the patterns you must break, the truth you must accept, the wounds that shaped your choices, the resilience buried inside you, the deeper layers of your spirit. Destiny often uses pain not to harm you, but to awaken you. Your heartbreak cracked your shell so the real you could emerge. Your disappointment redirected you toward a higher path. Your loss created space for something new to be born. Your suffering deepened your compassion and widened your capacity to love. Your endurance proved your spiritual power. Destiny never wastes pain. It transforms it. The moment everything makes sense, there will come a time in your life, a quiet morning, a soft evening, or an unexpected moment of stillness, when you look back and everything that once confused you becomes crystal clear. The disappointments that devastated you, you will see why they were necessary. The endings that broke your heart, you will see what they were making space for. The delays that frustrated you, you will see how they protected you. The losses that shattered you, you will see how they shaped you. The people who left you will see why they could not stay. The dreams that died, you will see how they evolved into better ones. The pain that felt unbearable, you will see how it forged your spirit. The moments that made no sense, you will see how destiny stitched them together. And you will whisper, "It was all connected. I didn't see it then, but I see it now." This is the moment destiny reveals its design. The future you're moving toward, destiny, is not only about where you have been, it is about where you are going. And whether you realize it or not, you are moving toward a version of yourself that is wiser, stronger, clearer, and more spiritually aligned than ever before. The invisible thread is pulling you toward deeper purpose, higher calling, greater clarity, stronger faith, emotional maturity, spiritual wisdom, meaningful relationships, healed identity, inner peace, divine connection. Your future is not random. It is crafted. Destiny is shaping you into someone capable of carrying the blessings and responsibilities that await you. You are growing into the person you prayed you could one day become. The invisible thread is God's hand. At the end of this chapter, when we strip away all metaphors, language, and symbolism, we arrive at the ultimate truth. The invisible thread is God. God is the whisper. God is the nudge. God is the redirection. God is the protection. God is the alignment. God is the timing. God is the magnet. God is the peace. God is the clarity. God is the thread pulling you forward. Destiny is not a force separate from God. Destiny is God's design woven into your life. Every moment of guidance is the divine hand on your soul. Every moment of redirection is spiritual love steering you towards safety. Every moment of alignment is heaven moving on your behalf. You are not walking your story alone. You never have been. The final truth of chapter 9. If you remember nothing else from this chapter, remember this. Your life is not a series of random events. It is a masterpiece in progress. Every moment, every joy, every heartbreak, every decision, every delay, every shift is part of your sacred narrative. Destiny has been guiding you quietly, faithfully, lovingly, and the thread will continue to pull you into the full expression of who you were created to be. The story is not finished. The future is still unfolding, the thread is still guiding, and your soul is ready for the next chapter. Every great spiritual awakening begins quietly, not with a dramatic revelation, not with thunder, not with angels descending, not with a life-altering moment that shakes the ground beneath your feet, but with something far more subtle, a shift inside you that you cannot explain, a softening, a deepening, a quiet change in the way you see, feel, listen, and move through the world. This chapter explores a sacred truth. The greatest transformations do not begin externally. They begin invisibly inside the soul. Part 10 is about the inner metamorphosis that happens long before the outer world changes. It is about the evolution happening silently within you, the kind that cannot be measured but can be felt. Because before God changes your circumstances, He changes you. Let us begin. The shift you cannot name. There comes a point in your spiritual journey when you wake up and feel different. Not dramatically, not suddenly, but undeniably. You feel less reactive, less attached, less emotionally explosive, less triggered, less dependent on validation, less controlled by fear, less entangled with old stories. And at the same time, you feel more aware, more grounded, more discerning, more peaceful, more observant, more spiritually sensitive, more secure within yourself. This shift doesn't announce itself. It doesn't present a reason. It doesn't come with explanation. It simply is. This is the beginning of inner transformation, a process that unfolds silently, patiently, gently. You may not know what to call it. You may not know what caused it. You may not know what it means. But your soul knows. Your soul recognizes when a new chapter is blooming inside you. Transformation always begins internally before anything external can change. The spiritual growth you didn't notice happening. Spiritual growth doesn't feel like growth while it's happening. It feels like confusion, restlessness, discomfort, emotional exhaustion, detachment from old patterns, losing interest in things that once consumed you. Growth often feels like something is breaking when in truth, something is being rebuilt. You don't realize you've grown until you face an old situation and no longer react in the old way. You don't realize you've evolved until someone tries to trigger you and the trigger doesn't fire. You don't realize you've advanced until you're tested by something that used to destroy you, and this time you stay calm, centered, grounded. This is the silent transformation. The kind you don't notice while it's happening but can't deny once it's complete. The soul evolves quietly. It whispers its progress before it reveals it. The moment you outgrow who you used to be. There is a moment, sometimes sudden, sometimes gradual, when you realize, I cannot go back to who I used to be, not because life forced you forward, not because circumstances changed, but because you internally shifted. The old you tolerated what was harmful, ignored what was toxic, silenced your intuition, feared change, sought validation, prioritized being liked, carried emotional burdens that weren't yours, lived from trauma instead of truth. But the new you, the you emerging from the silent transformation cannot do that anymore. You no longer desire what drains you. You no longer tolerate what wounds you. You no longer pursue what diminishes you. You no longer feel obligated to remain where your soul feels unseen. This is not rebellion. It is alignment. It is the soul rising into authenticity. And once this awakening begins, it cannot be undone. You cannot unsee truth. You cannot unknow wisdom. You cannot unfeel your worth. Transformation is permanent once the soul shifts. The inner breakthrough before the outer breakthrough. Most people wait for life to change before they allow themselves to change, but spiritually, the order is reversed. Inner breakthrough always precedes outer breakthrough. You shift internally long before you see evidence externally. This is why you feel different, before you understand why you sense change, before it manifests. You feel pulled away from certain people. Before the separation happens, you feel guided toward new opportunities. Before they appear, you feel emotionally detached from old identities before you step into new ones. The soul knows the future before the physical world catches up. Your inner world updates first. Your outer world updates second. Breakthrough begins in the spirit and echoes outward into reality. The quiet death of the old self-transformation always requires a symbolic death, a letting go of who you once were, so that who you are becoming has space to grow. But this death is not dramatic, it is not destructive, it is not violent, it is quiet. The old self dies when you stop fighting for what you've outgrown, you stop craving what once validated you. You stop engaging in your old patterns. You stop explaining yourself to people who refuse to understand you. Stop attaching your self-identity to your wounds. You stop shrinking to make others comfortable. The old self dies when you realize you do not need it anymore. Transformation is not the creation of a new self. It is the revealing of your true self, the part that was buried beneath fear, ego, trauma, and conditioning. As the old self dissolves, your soul becomes louder, clearer, wiser. This is the sacred shedding that precedes spiritual maturity. The rise of inner stability. One of the clearest signs of silent transformation is the shift from external stability to inner stability. When you were younger in your spiritual journey, you may have needed stability from people, outcomes, routines, predictability, reassurance, external validation, emotional comfort from others. But as transformation deepens, you realize something. Profound stability is not external. Stability is internal. And suddenly, you begin to feel grounded even when life is uncertain, peaceful even when the outcome is unknown, centered even when circumstances are chaotic, confident even without reassurance, aligned even without approval, steady even when storms come. This is spiritual adulthood. When your peace no longer depends on conditions, your soul has matured. This is the quiet evolution that changes everything. The emergence of spiritual discernment. Before transformation, you may have struggled to see truth clearly. You may have been pulled by emotions, blinded by fear, controlled by attachment, confused by mixed signals, overwhelmed by overthinking, entangled with people who did not value you, easily misled by charm, flattery, or illusion. But when the silent transformation unfolds, something extraordinary happens. Your discernment awakens. You suddenly see the energy behind people, the intention behind actions, the truth behind words, the motives behind behavior, the patterns behind relationships, the spiritual atmosphere behind situations. Discernment is not judgment. Discernment is clarity. It is the ability to see without being deceived, to feel truth without needing proof, to understand without being told. This is one of the greatest signs that your soul is evolving. You are no longer blind. You are no longer naive. You are becoming spiritually sharp. The release of emotional weight you didn't realize you carried. Transformation feels like lightness, not because life becomes easier, but because you become lighter inside. You begin to release old hurts, outdated identities, emotional patterns, inherited beliefs, childhood wounds, toxic loyalty, fear-based protection mechanisms, attachments to what kept you small. You may find yourself crying unexpectedly. You may find yourself breathing deeper. You may find yourself forgiving without effort. You may find yourself letting go with peace. You may find yourself opening emotionally after years of protecting your heart. This is not weakness. This is healing. This is your soul unloading the weight so it can rise. The emerging desire for authenticity. As transformation deepens, the desire to be authentic becomes overwhelming. You no longer want to pretend, perform, please, shrink, hide, suppress, fit in, wear masks, compromise your truth. You feel an inner demand to live, honestly, boldly, transparently, not to impress others but to honor your soul. Authenticity becomes the path. Anything else becomes unbearable. Your spirit refuses to live small. Your calling refuses to be silenced. Your truth refuses to be buried. This is the awakening of the real you. The final truth of Part 1. Silent transformation is not visible to the world, but it is undeniable to the soul. It is the internal evolution that prepares you for the external elevation. Before you step into your next chapter, you must become the person who can carry it. This is what God is doing inside you, quietly, gently, faithfully. Transformation does not begin with change in your life, it begins with change in you. And Part 2 will reveal how this inner evolution prepares you for the outer life you are destined to live. The most beautiful thing about inner transformation is that it begins long before you realize what is happening inside you. Part 1 revealed the early signs, the subtle shifts, the quiet evolution, the soft dissolving of your old self. Part 2 explores what happens after the transformation begins. Because once the soul starts shifting, your entire inner world begins reordering itself. Your thoughts change, your emotions change, your values change, your desires change, your relationships change, your perspective changes. Your priorities change. Your identity changes. Not because you are trying to change, but because your spirit refuses to remain the same. This is the middle ground between who you used to be and who you are becoming. It is the sacred in-between. Let us step deeper into this metamorphosis. The in-between season, no longer who you were, not yet who you will be. There is a stage in every spiritual awakening where you feel suspended between worlds. You're not the old version of yourself, yet the new version is not fully formed. You stand in the middle, feeling unsettled in transition, ungrounded, emotionally raw, strangely detached from old habits, deeply drawn towards something new. This is the most mysterious phase of transformation. It is where your spirit is ahead, your emotions are catching up, your mind is recalibrating, your life is preparing, your identity is shifting, your future is forming. You are no longer who you were, and that is progress. But you are not yet who you are becoming, and that is why it feels confusing. This is the chrysalis stage of the soul. You are dissolving and reforming at the same time. It is uncomfortable, but it is sacred. The purging of the old internal language. When you transform inwardly, the first thing that changes is not your behavior, but your inner language. You begin letting go of old mental scripts like, I'm not enough, I don't belong, I don't deserve better, people always leave. This is just who I am. I must stay small to stay safe. Good things don't happen for me. These internal sentences cannot survive in your new consciousness. Your soul starts rejecting them. You may even notice moments where you catch yourself mid-thought, you stop repeating limiting beliefs, you question your old narratives, you become aware of your self-criticism, you feel repelled by inner negativity. This is not coincidence. This is purification. The soul will not allow you to carry old mental poisons into a new spiritual identity. Transformation upgrades your inner language to match the higher version of yourself. And soon you begin thinking, I deserve peace. My soul matters. I am becoming stronger. I am capable of healing. I can walk away from what harms me. God is guiding me. I trust myself. I trust the path. Your inner narrative becomes aligned with your destiny rather than your wounds. The clearing of emotional blocks. When you evolve spiritually, your emotions are forced to move too, but emotions often heal in ways that feel unfamiliar. You may experience sudden tears, unexpected memories, resurfacing, emotional sensitivity, waves of clarity, moments of letting go, episodes of deep reflection, an urge to forgive, a desire to release resentment, a need to express what you once suppressed. This is the soul, bringing old emotional clutter to the surface so you can finally release it. Spiritual transformation is emotional detox, not with violence, not with force, but with gentleness. Your heart is clearing out what your future cannot hold. You are not falling apart. You are being emptied so you can be filled with something new. The unexpected loneliness of growth. One of the most misunderstood parts of transformation is the loneliness that often accompanies it. You may find yourself feeling distant from old friends, uninterested in shallow conversations, disconnected from environments you once loved, unable to tolerate toxic behaviors, uninterested in old patterns of bonding, less drawn to people who drain or distract you. This loneliness is not abandonment, it is ascension. You are rising into a new level of consciousness, and not everyone can rise with you. God often separates you before he elevates you, because the next version of your life requires new relationships, new boundaries, new depth, new alignment. Loneliness is not the absence of people. It is the space where your soul prepares for the right people. It is the clearing before the divine connections arrive. The shift in what you feel drawn to. As you transform, your desires begin to realign. You feel pulled toward peace, simplicity, purpose, authenticity, meaningful relationships, spiritual growth, emotional clarity, healthy boundaries, self-respect, inner harmony. And you feel less drawn to chaos, drama, noise, performance, people-pleasing, shallow validation, unhealthy pattern situations that drain your energy. Your spirit becomes selective, not out of arrogance, but out of alignment. When your soul evolves, your desires evolve with it. And suddenly you realize, I no longer want what I used to want. I no longer crave what I used to crave. I can no longer return to who I used to be. This is growth. This is healing. This is spiritual maturity. You are being guided toward what nourishes your future and away from what belongs to your past. The rewiring of your intuition transformation sharpens your intuition in extraordinary ways. You begin sensing when something is aligned, when something is off, when someone is trustworthy, when someone is pretending, when a situation is spiritually dangerous, when a season is ending, when your soul wants rest, when you must say no, when you must step forward. Intuition becomes more than a feeling. It becomes a compass. You stop overthinking. You stop second-guessing. You stop ignoring the whisper. You start listening. You start trusting. You start following your inner knowing without hesitation. This is one of the greatest gifts of silent transformation. Your intuition becomes a guiding voice instead of a faint suggestion, and your life begins to move with divine precision. The return of self-trust. Before spiritual awakening, you may have handed your power to others. What do you think I should do? Do you approve? Is this the right choice? Am I enough? Will they accept me? But transformation restores what you lost, self-trust. You begin to feel, I trust my judgment. I trust my discernment. I trust my intuition. I trust my decisions. I trust my growth. I trust God's guidance. I trust the timing. I trust myself. Self-trust is spiritual maturity. It means your soul is no longer at war with itself. You no longer betray your own knowing. You no longer silence your inner wisdom. You no longer outsource your intuition. You walk in your own truth with quiet confidence. This is transformation's greatest victory. The shift from surviving to living. There is a point in transformation when survival mode finally ends. For years, you may have lived with hypervigilance, anxiety, emotional guarding, fear of loss, fear of abandonment, fear of being hurt, fear of being seen, fear of vulnerability, fear of the unknown. But when the inner transformation matures, the fear begins to dissolve. You begin to breathe again. You begin to relax. You begin to trust life. You begin to open your heart. You begin to feel safe within yourself. You begin to step out of emotional defense mode. You stop merely surviving and you start truly living. You feel joy again. You feel passion again. You feel purpose again. You feel hope again. You feel excitement for the future again. This is the soul reclaiming life after years of spiritual constriction. The soul's quiet preparation for the next chapter. All of this silent inner transformation is not happening randomly. It is preparation. You are being prepared for new opportunities, new relationships, new callings, new levels of purpose, new blessings, new territory, new responsibilities, new identity, new strength, new wisdom. The soul always transforms before the life does. And when your inner world becomes ready, your outer world begins to shift with extraordinary speed. Doors open, connections align, paths reveal themselves, breakthroughs appear, purpose becomes clear. This is why the inner transformation matters. Your future is shaped by the person you are becoming. The final truth of part 2. You may feel like nothing is happening, but everything is happening. You may feel like you're standing still, but inwardly you are accelerating. You may feel like life is quiet, but the soul is loud. You may feel like nothing is changing, but everything is shifting inside you. Transformation begins in silence, but it does not stay silent. In part 3, we will explore how inner transformation becomes outward transformation, how the invisible evolution inside you begins reshaping your reality, your relationships, your opportunities, and your destiny. There comes a moment in every inner transformation when the shift that began in silence finally begins to reveal itself in the visible world. Part 1 explored the beginning of the transformation. Part 2 revealed the deep inner changes. Now part 3 brings everything together and shows how the inner shift becomes an outer breakthrough. Because you were not meant to transform only on the inside. You were meant to evolve so completely that your life rearranges itself to match the person you have become. This is the final breathtaking stage of spiritual metamorphosis. Let us walk into it together. When the invisible becomes visible. At first, transformation works underneath the surface. It shapes your thoughts, your emotions, your identity. But once enough inner change occurs, your external world begins to move with you. This is the moment when new opportunities find you, old situations fall away. Naturally, unexpected clarity arrives, pathways open, heaviness dissolves, blessings accelerate, alignment intensifies. It may feel sudden, but nothing about it is sudden. You have been preparing for this shift through every silent night, every tear that purified your spirit, every moment of letting go, every step inward. Transformation is slow, and then all at once. How relationships reorder themselves around your new frequency. As you rise spiritually, your relationships adapt to match your new identity. 3 things begin to happen. 1. Some people naturally fall away, not because of conflict, not because of drama, not because of anger, but because they were only aligned with the person you used to be. When the soul sheds its old layers, you outgrow people who were connected to your past wounds instead of your future self. These relationships dissolve gently, like leaves falling from a tree. You cannot return to them because you are no longer rooted in the same soil. This is not loss, it is divine pruning. 2. Some connections deepen. Relationships built on truth, mutual understanding, shared purpose, and spiritual resonance begin to deepen in profound ways. People who were always meant for you suddenly feel closer, more aligned, more connected. You find yourself surrounded by genuine support, real understanding, spiritual companionship, emotional maturity, mutual respect. Transformation strengthens the bonds that belong in your destiny. 3. New relationships appear from nowhere. This is one of the most astonishing signs that your inner transformation is complete. Suddenly, you meet people who inspire you, mentors who guide you, friends who understand you, partners who see your soul, collaborators who share your mission. These connections arrive effortlessly, as if the universe rearranged itself just to bring them into your life. You do not chase them, they find you, because your new energy acts like a lighthouse. It draws in exactly who belongs in your next chapter. When purpose begins revealing itself, for a long time, you may have felt directionless, as if your purpose was hiding in the fog of uncertainty. But once your inner transformation stabilizes, you begin feeling a new sense of direction. This may appear as a growing curiosity, a spark of creativity, a sudden sense of calling, a desire to help others, the urge to start something new, a subtle pull toward a new path, a shift in what feels meaningful, clarity that was not available. Before purpose does not scream, purpose whispers. And now your spirit is quiet enough to hear it. You start receiving guidance that feels natural, intuitive, aligned, deeply, right, unmistakably yours. Purpose does not arrive as a complete map. It arrives as a compass. And now, for the first time, you know which direction is yours. The return of your inner fire transformation resurrects something that life may have dimmed in you. Your inner flame. Before this moment, you may have felt exhausted, numb, hopeless, drained, spiritually disconnected, uninspired, emotionally empty. But after the transformation matures, a fire returns to your spirit. You begin to feel excitement about the future, hunger for growth, passion for life, joy for simple things, gratitude that radiates enthusiasm without fear, strength you forgot you had. This fire is not adrenaline, it is awakening. It is your soul remembering why it came here. It is the spark of destiny igniting again after years of spiritual winter. The shift in how you show up in the world. When transformation becomes outward, you move differently. You speak with clarity, you walk with intention, you make decisions with confidence. You set boundaries with calm authority. You express yourself without fear. You choose what aligns with your spirit. You let go of what harms your peace. You value what once was ignored. You embrace what once frightened you. You stand tall in your identity. People notice it. You notice it. The world notices it. This is not arrogance. This is alignment. You stop shrinking. You stop apologizing for your existence. You stop playing small to make others comfortable. You begin fully stepping into the person you were always meant to be. This is the visible sign of transformation. You radiate authenticity, and authenticity is magnetic. Divine timing begins moving with you. One of the clearest signs that inner transformation has completed is the shift in timing. Things begin happening faster. Doors open suddenly. Opportunities appear unexpectedly. Delays dissolve. Breakthroughs unfold with ease. Your steps feel guided rather than forced. Synchronicities multiply. Life moves with a rhythm you can feel but cannot explain. This is the moment when your inner shift and divine timing align perfectly. You are no longer resisting your path, you are flowing with it. When your inner world aligns with your destiny, timing becomes your ally. Things happen for you instead of against you, and the flow that once felt blocked now feels effortless. The quiet confidence that you are exactly where you need to be. Perhaps the most beautiful sign that your transformation has reached completion is the calm assurance that you are exactly where you are meant to be. This does not mean everything is perfect. It means everything is purposeful. You no longer panic when things shift. You no longer collapse under uncertainty. You no longer fear the unknown. You no longer doubt your inner wisdom. You no longer question your worth. You no longer chase validation. Instead, you feel grounded, centered, steady, rooted at peace, aware, secure, connected, aligned. You begin trusting the timing, the process, the journey, the detours, the delays, the lessons, the silence, the breakthroughs, the transformation. You finally realize something profound. Everything has led you here, not by accident, not by coincidence, but by divine design, and you are ready for what comes next. The final realization of Chapter 10. After all the inner shifts, after all the emotional cleansing, after all the spiritual awakenings, after all the difficult nights, after all the lessons, after all the silence, you discover the truth at the heart of transformation. You did not become someone new. You became who you were always meant to be. Transformation is not reinvention. Transformation is revelation, a revealing, an unveiling, a remembering, a homecoming. The person emerging from this process is not a stranger. It is the truest version of you, the version your soul carried long before life wounded you, long before fear shaped you, long before the world silenced you, long before you forgot your own light. Transformation is the journey back to yourself, and now you are ready. Chapter 10 concludes here, not with an ending but with a beginning. A new life awaits, a new identity breathes, a new destiny opens. You are stepping into the world reborn, quietly, confidently, and beautifully transformed.